the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me.
make me feel this way. We got down and she was leaving. I was paralyzed without a single word to say. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone, left this only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I've lost all sense of reason. Is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding, I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I keep shaking, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone, left this only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm drowning, I'm barely breathing.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feelings, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall, I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope, the hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feelings, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Be who you want to be, who do you want to be?
Yeah. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Nah, I'm not new in this biz. I shine bright in the dark like a luminous is. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Yeah, turn my music up louder. Kill 'em with a sound, yeah, kill 'em with a sound. Made the beats go bang when you see me in the town. Made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed. People moving around like they're rushing. Yeah. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. You better turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealie, yo. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealie, yo. Woo! Big M in the bit. Yeah. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 4 of the LPL. We are returning to cross-conference play today, which means just last week we got to see the conclusion of round 1 of our intra-conference games. Led to some very exciting matches, but now we get the chance to see how they shake out with the rest of the LPL as a whole. My name's Dom Romer. Joining me here on the broadcast, we've got Barento Raz Mohammed and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Fantastic. Cross-conference is always exciting if last split is anything to go by, so there's only positives ahead, hopefully, for some of the bottom-of-the-table teams.
And you just never know what to expect. You either have teams winning it out, but like, oh, we're still in the same group with everyone else still winning teams, so it doesn't feel like you're getting much. Or you have one team that finds itself just blasting straight to the top, or at least in the middle of the pack, depending where they are.
Yeah, and of course, we'll get a chance to look at those standings in just a few minutes. But first, let's actually talk about what cross-conference means, because for some of our viewers, they might not have a very clear idea, though that did happen in spring, and of course, just last year in 2016 of the LPL. LPL split into 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Group A goes through a single group of round robin. Each team plays against each of the other teams in their own group. Just after that, they play against every other team in the opposing group, called cross-conference, before finally returning back to another round robin against their own. So that means they only get the chance to play against the teams in the opposite group once during the regular season, which means that the group's largely insulated outside of these next 4 weeks.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of interesting things about cross-group for me as well. In particular, the teams that are playing against each other, you mentioned it, only playing once now. This could actually be finals previews. This could be semi-finals previews, things that you'll only get to see once per split because these teams don't regularly play against each other. Think about your RNG, EDG that happens every single split in week 1 of cross-group. That always happens this week. That's potentially a finals preview that's always been reoccurring.
And you get to also see the 2 teams that came into the LPL this year finally seeing where they stand, because Suning Gaming coming out with the first place victory in the LSPL versus the 3rd place team of Dan Gaming. But that being said, Dan Gaming's straight to the top in Group A, which seems like the hardest group. Meanwhile, Suning Gaming is just having a little bit of a scuffle in their own group here.
Just kind of hanging out at the bottom right now, tied for 4th place with Newbie. But again, as cross-conference, there's a lot of opportunity to sort of knock down these teams from the other side of the group and claim some wins. Heck, some teams even made a name for themselves doing just that, such as Game Talents just this last split. Tragically, Game Talents no longer in the LPL, though, so maybe not the best example.
Yeah, but at the time, they were feeling pretty happy.
Yeah.
They were fighting for playoff contention after the cross-conference because there was such a great setting for them. They only had 1 win just off of their own group. Going into the 4-game winning streak that they had in the cross-conference, it looked great for them. Unfortunately, obviously, they cannot foresee what happened in the promotions.
But they are the anomaly, right? Which is exciting to say the least when you actually look at games and sets like this. They didn't get a win in their own group in the second part of it. I think they got 1 in their first of regular season play. And then in cross group, they got like 3 or 4. So these things can happen. These miracles can occur. And there are teams actually that are able to potentially cause these upsets now.
Yeah, and we're going to have our eyes on some of them over the course of today's games. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at what those games are going to be. First up, we've got Dan Gaming taking on RNG. Just afterwards, Invictus Gaming are challenging, I believe it is Jingdong Gaming. So number 1 taking on number 2 from Group A and Group B. At face value, you'd probably look at this and think it's a little bit exciting, but of course, we'll be getting into that a little bit more. I think before we get into that matchup itself, let's take a look at what teams we're looking forward to for cross-conference. Because again, this is 4 weeks of Group A versus Group B.
Yep, you named one of them, and that'd be Dan Gaming, so I feel like that's a very fair place to start. Group A, they're somehow first place. They are ahead of Team WE and EDG, which is a surprise for everybody involved. Everyone here, except myself, including Frosco and Pulse, have jumped on the Dan Gaming hype train. They all seem to be fans of Dan. And honestly, they do look quite good. It's not a dandem. You're going to call it, it's not a dandem. We're disregarding Dom. But they are definitely, everyone's now fans of them.
And as you can see right in front of you in the screen right there, 4-1, Dan's doing incredibly well. For me in the cross-conference, it's a good check to see if they are remaining consistent for me. Because now suddenly, they are the favorites in this match. For the longest time in Group A, we're like, nah, they shouldn't win this, beat this team. It shouldn't happen here. Not against EDG, not against Snake, even though, of course, Snake 1 and 4. They just turned out to be coming out on top in 2-0 settings.
And of course, to make this clear as well, whilst I'm the only one who hasn't jumped on this bandwagon, I still actually do think they're a surprisingly good team. They have come out and started the season off with a bang. What I'm looking towards is that they're solid, they're consistent through this part, and then they come back into their own group. And they play against the angry EDG and see if they can hold their own.
Yeah, and again, this week is going to be a great chance to look at that because in our first match, they're playing RNG, who we expect to do well through this cross-conference. And later on in our match of the week, in just a few days, they're playing OMG. So be sure to tune in on Saturday to watch that. We're number 1 from both of the groups challenge each other. We're even picking this as our President Match of the Week over EDG versus RNG. So that just goes to show how much faith the rest of us have in Dan Gaming, if not Rusty there yet.
Yep, no, I chose EDG and RNG, but that's for me to determine if it was match of the week at the end, so I can come back and spit some fire on Sunday. But you're right, it's going to be a really exciting game to watch Dan against OMG. It's kind of like the young blood against what was the young blood of a very similar style in previous splits.
And how do you feel about OMG? Because honestly, yeah, they're coming out 5-0 in their own group and now going into cross-conference. Personally, it feels like they've had some really rough games in their own group. I think that for OMG specifically, they've been a lot of disrespectful games with really bad compositions, scaling compositions. We even saw them in the most recent one going up against Newbie. They had they had outscaled compositions, but they were definitely losing really early on. And it feels like if they do that up against WE or EDG, they will not find themselves with the wins that they have currently.
Yeah, that's the key word that you said before, is disrespectful. They were drafting for themselves. They're not drafting for their opponents. And when you look at OMG, we have to really dissect how they play against the best teams of Group A now. Are they going to take it deadly serious against Dan? Are they going to treat every game against EDG and WE like it's super important? They're in the ramp up to Rift Rivals as well. They've got a lot to prove.
And it does create this bit of interesting dilemma looking in between Group A and Group B, because we have to get to the question, which of these two groups is actually the better one? Which of these teams coming into cross-conference are we expecting to take these wins?
And surprisingly, whilst it may be a question that we have to ask, I don't think anyone will be confused in the answer being that Group A is just better than Group B in almost every single way. Not to say that Group B is a bad group, but it's stacked in Group A. The fact that you've got Ime and Snake in 5th and 6th, just as names, just as brands, to be a part of that group in last place is shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be really interested to see how Ime and Snake specifically goes up against Group B teams, and if somehow if they're able to scrape these wins, hey, sure, that's great for Ime and Snake. But that really shines a bad light on Group B, and we'd have to see if the current roster situations, a lot of these teams on Group B, is what's really hindering them if they can grow throughout this cross-conference setting.
It'll be a lot of opportunity to look towards that, but of course, we'll check in with those wins as the weeks goes on. Getting into our first matchup, let's run through the lineups. First up, it's Dan Gaming versus RNG. You can see Lies, Karen, and Gung returning with Choo Choo and Kat in the bottom. No changes since they've made it into the LPL.
Yeah, no reason to change any one of them. All of them are fitting very nicely in the team that they've been playing against. The team compositions have been very much similar to LSPL. They've just been getting wins, and there's no reason to change up any of that.
Absolutely. Their opponents, though, they've been struggling a little bit. As a result, we've been seeing a few changes. In the top lane, Let Me making his return, along with MLXG. Still seeing Xiaohu, Y4, and Ming for the rest of the roster.
Yeah, Y4 here, still no Uzi yet, not going to be playing for a little while, but we do have Let Me back and MLXG back, who just went on hiatus for a single series, I should say, not split. Once again, he's going to be returning. So RNG, this is closer, almost back to the full strength side that we saw in Spring Split, just missing out on Uzi now. And I mean, Let Me and Koro, there's debates to be had there. MLXG, Yeehan, there might be debates to be had there. And ultimately, I still like what RNG are bringing out.
So let's get into it. I mean, Koro has been phenomenal for RNG. He's been bringing leadership. He's great in side lanes. His teleports are playing really well. But now we're seeing Let Me pulled in for what we expect to be a difficult matchup if Dan continue with this forward momentum. How do we compare these two?
It's difficult, honestly. I think that with Let Me, he had one bad set, I would say, going up against Si Yang in OMG. They had a bad set there. Koro played surprisingly well. My take on it is that I think that it is something you should expect to see a little bit more often between Let Me and Koro. I think both of them are still playing very well. Spring Split was very good for Let Me, and I don't see a reason to just completely bench one or the other.
Yeah, he was coming into his own by the end of Spring Split. Honestly, the Gragas plays that you were mentioned when we were talking about him before, couple that with the jungler, the big plays that he was having running around on Summoner's Rift. Like, there was a lot of positives behind Let Me. And bringing Koro in, naturally, you'd say it's an upgrade. He was the captain of EDG. He's a communicator. He's a shot caller. He's able to actually make big teleport plays. And he came up into being a star during the window when everything was about side wave control, about carry top laners and making a massive splash yourself. And he learnt about all of that. But Let Me has started to crop up and be a threat. So I like that they're able to swap and interchange between them. Ultimately, I think everyone would still look at Koro and say he's perhaps a better player, but I think Let Me has the potential to be great as well.
Yeah, which surprised me because Koro, one, being on the bench of EDG for quite some time, whenever they showcase his play, whenever they put him on the front lineup again, he just comes out poorly. And so for Koro, have a change in setting and to play much better than we would have expected is great for him. It just makes it a little bit more of a toss-up of who actually showcases, who comes out in the front lineup.
Now, another face that you're seeing on your screen, not currently, but just next to him, MLXG making a return. As you said, Rusty, he's been sitting out, and currently, MLXG is the definition of hot or not. There are days where he goes big and he returns to his form that he had in spring, but he's also had some of his worst performances in these past few weeks, I think, of his entire professional career.
Yeah, he's not able to mask his inability to path anymore with the champions that were running around. He'd play the likes of the Jarvan, and I mean, Jarvan's a fine jungler, but he was almost dying to the camps and never ganking at the right times. And I feel like MLXG got exposed, so he has to go back at the drawing board and just kind of reinvent himself so that he could really perform on stage again.
Yeah, I just wanted him to simplify his role, especially like in the spring split, play around Xiaohu. That's all he did, pressure the lane, and just make it a simpler game for himself, and I think that's what we'll see here.
Rusty, then, we are now into Champion Select. Who do you have to win this series?
I still think Dan will win it unless Xiaohu just goes insane.
Okay.
There we
Well,
have
then, well, you heard it from the analyst himself. We'll check in with Rusty at the end of this game number 1 to see how he is taking stock of how Dan is playing. But you can already see it on your screen. It's pick and ban, Dan Gaming versus RNG. With side selection for game number 1, Dan are now on blue. RNG find themselves on red. Looks like,
There we have it.
yeah, Talia first picked away from Dan Gaming. We were going to get to it, but seems like they did before us.
Yeah, immediately so. I wonder what that one ban is for Dan Gaming on the left side. Can't exactly see it. But Talia being the first pick is not surprising because it is a 90% ban rate for anybody else who goes up against Dan. It is an immediate takeaway. And it's great for Goong to solidify it because Xiaohu has had his most, or at least most of his games played on Talia as well this split.
As a response, though, we're seeing RNG in traditional RNG fashion heavily prioritize that bottom lane. It's Kalista and Thresh, one of the strongest duos in League of Legends right now.
One of the strongest. That's the big point to take away from that because now that they know they're going up against such a short-range, skirmish-heavy composition, they can outright just pick up Tahm Kench and Caitlyn. Just a composition that does well going up against it, or at least being able to farm out against it, and knowing that they have Talia that they can save them or pressure the bottom lane immediately.
They follow it up with Kha'Zix in the jungle, and Raz, they have already picked up Karen and Kat's champions. The two of us were talking a little bit earlier about why this big ban would be interesting, because Karen and Kat are so important to Dan Gaming's success in how they play around Vision. And now that they have this very mobile duo, they're going to be all over the place.
Yeah, they will be. It's one big focus for me has always been in the pick ban for Dan Gaming. When do they actually prioritize the champions for Kat? Because Kat goes into the second phase, and that's when he looks to pick out his champion, which showcases, okay, when do they want to showcase Choo Choo's champion, which is sometimes if they save it for a second phase, it is a surprising Jhin pick. So we might see Jhin here. It would be surprising because up against RNG's current composition, it may be difficult within the laning phase.
Yeah.
So I just want to see if they sacrifice laning phase here for the greater good of the composition.
Well, I mean, they've already got 3 good things going for them. How hard can it be to ask for a 4th and a 5th? RNG, though, they seem to be intent on preventing that from happening. They've banned away Rumble, Galio, and Shen from Lies. 3 very mobile top laners. He's been pretty good with his teleports. And now the Jarvan ban as well. So seems like RNG, they've got their eyes on that top side of the map instead. Whereas Dan, they're just going to continue banning away Xiaohu's pool with that Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Lies is going to be in a difficult position, especially with Dan banning out the Gragas for themselves as well. So I want to see what he is willing to pick up. We can go straight towards carry champions, but I haven't been too convinced of Lies' ability to be on a Fiora, for instance. So I want to see if Let Me gets the opportunity to pick up, let's say, a Kled. Kled is a simple one. Kled is one that Let Me has had a lot of success with. Camille as well. But that's where the big challenge comes through. Maybe they just hold on to it for last pick.
Yeah, we'll have to see what RNG say for it.
Renekton.
Instead, Renekton picked up right away, so Let Me's going to get himself a pretty good lane up top.
And Renekton is thus far the most picked blind pickle top laner right now globally. It wins just about every lane, and even in the most difficult lanes, which would currently be like Kennen and Gnar, you can just look to pressure jungle, which is MLXG's Lee Sin, and just make it far easier for him.
There's the Jhin that we were talking about for Choo as he's taking it into Kalista Thresh in the bottom lane, and Kled is actually the pickup for Lies up top. This is actually the first time we're seeing him take this Kled in the summer split, so we'll have to keep an eye on his progress with it.
Yeah, so Kled going up against the Renekton. Renekton will always have the shove onto that one. The only fear will be on Kled, and if he can actually look to get a favorable trade. That's the only we've seen time and time again where Kled is somehow able to stun out and skirmish up the matchup and get a surprising first blood. So Letme's been on both halves of this one in solo queue. So I'm sure that he'll find a way to be able to deal with it, or at least just recognize that that's a possibility.
Yeah, that is a big hope. We finally see our final ban on the screen behind us. I don't know if you guys can tell what that is, but that's Corki as the final champion from RNG. So with that all locked out, we've got ourselves a pretty solid comp from both of these teams, a lot of mobility on both sides, and that was something that we wanted to keep our eye on through this matchup because Dan Gaming, we mentioned they win a lot of their games because Karen and Kat are so good at playing around vision, setting up wards for their team, which enable them to make those swift decisions, the swift invades. Well, now it seems like they might be matched because there's a Corki, there's Thresh, there's Lee Sin, people all over the place to catch them out of position if they overextend for these wards.
Yeah, and overextending is a good point to make because right now Dan Gaming has a lot of the ability to push forward initially. They have the priority, especially in the mid lane matchup. So for me, when they do push into these wards, they have to be able to have these side lanes pushed out first, which I think they've recognized because they've picked the Kled. Going into mid game, Kled is going to be a champion once they get into the side lanes, once they get into these 1-4 situations where they can rely on pushing for Kled's top lane or bot lane, depending on where they prioritize, and just look to get in deep vision. And it's gonna if they can put that down, then the big fear is obviously getting flanked in by Kled once they go towards Dragon, once they go towards Baron, and that's been Dan's ticket so far, is that they can make those flanks happen, and they are willing to make those fights happen immediately if they get a slight opening.
And I think the thing that's so exciting is that we see them pushing out these side lanes and looking for these openings, even when they find themselves at a gold deficit. They're not afraid to play around the map and let Choo sit under a tier 2 that could be broken very early. I mean, heck, even in their very first match against EDG, I always love to harken back to this because it's such an amazing story. They were smashed at 15 minutes. They were down like 8,000 gold.
Yep.
But still, they were able to come back by playing those side lanes, by getting CS on those important members. But as you can tell, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 1 between Dan Gaming and RNG. Hopefully, we'll be getting this a little bit smoother rather soon. But for now, Let's continue taking a look at our expectations for these teams in this matchup. Of course, we know the play style for Dan Gaming. They are swift, they are decisive, they move as a cohesive unit, but their laning phase is not exactly top tier.
That's because they end up. It feels like they don't really pick for their laning phase. They pick for once they get into the mid game portion of it. So and on top of that, even when they don't pick for their laning phases, except for Lies, I think is the only exception on that front. I would say that they're, or at least in the bottom lane specifically, tough in laning going up against top tier laners like PYL and Imp. Like when they go into the obviously, they're not in Group B, but there's a lot of AD carry strength currently, especially within their own group when they went up against EDG.
Mystic and Zet, yeah.
Yeah, and they, Mako and Zet, and they definitely got demolished on that one before they ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions to be had when it comes to their laning strength, because I think Choo, he works very well in team fight settings, but his laning phase constantly falls behind. So for me, that is a good point to focus on, and I want to see if they can get out of the gates pretty good.
Yeah,
right from the early game.
Y4 is on his Kalista in this game, and now that we've got, Ming on that Thresh as well, that creates a big threat because Y4, to be completely blunt, he's not Uzi. He's not the huge mechanical outplay that we have seen from Uzi from time to time on the international stage.
That's just true.
But he's still very talented on this Kalista. It's been one of his go-tos. And a lot of the pros in China are going to Kalista because she is so good at getting favorable trades in the current matchup. Whereas you look at the other hand, and Choo is on Jhin. He's going to fire 3 shots, toss a Q, and then hopefully land a crit on Kalista before walking away with his movement speed.
Yeah, usually. And so for me, Kalista, especially tagged along with Thresh, because if you have Kalista and a kind of a weak support, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you have the Kalista Thresh matchup, it works very well for you. Once you get into the level 6 mid-game portion of that, then you just turn into a front-to-back team fighter. You can throw in Thresh, get those proper hooks. So I like to see this kind of composition coming out of RNG, that they can play heavily towards Ming's strength as an all-in engager, and immediately you can see that they're starting to just pressure out in this lane.
Yeah, it's about 3 minutes 30 in the game right now. Again, we're trying to make sure that the signal is nice and smooth. So let's continue talking about our expectations with this. Again, we've got Talia versus Corki in the mid lane. So we're finally seeing Goong return towards that Talia. It is the most banned champion against Dan Gaming right now, but still it gets through every once in a while. And it's up against the likes of Corki. Not only that, it's 7-12 Corki, who just received a few tweaks.
Yeah, before we even get into Corki, because you just mentioned the Talia ban, right?
Yeah.
The biggest point for Goong has always just been the fact that he is very meta-dependent, especially when he was in Korea. He would have a few picks that he would be very comfortable on and very swift on. This time around, it is the Talia, the Ahri, Orianna just a little bit. Jace has been in there, but if teams end up banning them, then he just doesn't seem as complete as a player, and that's kind of a big fear for the team if they have to get up and get these wins for themselves. But as you mentioned, going up against Corki, who did receive, I would say, buffs. They're changes, but they're definitely buffs in the sense that it's much easier to pick them out for the mid lane because you don't get the 50-50 on the AD. You can itemize a lot more for the magic, more magic penetration. Like fourth item into Void Staff.
It's up to 80-20 now, isn't it?
Exactly. So that's nice to see, and I'd love to see Corki, especially once you get to the 7-minute, 8-minute point where you can just pick up the package and move on to what your team needs for you to do. It's a very mobile pick, so it's very safe in the lane because you're Valkyrie. And then, of course, once you get package, it kind of acts like a ghetto Talia.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what
So
I'd like to see.
with the Talia wall going all over the place and roaming, suddenly you have to move outside of those 60-minute package windows to look for the plays. So perhaps that could be an opportunity for RNG to stall out those aggressive maneuvers that Dan loved to use.
Yeah, it's definitely something they can do. And I think that the way currently RNG playing towards Xiaohu so he can actually look to roam outwards, which makes the matchup all the better. The fact that we're seeing Xiaohu versus Goong and they look to roam quite as often as possible makes this so much better, which also means that jungle interaction is definitely going to be a primary focus. Realma LXG is going to be playing towards him, and Karin, hopefully, is going to be playing towards him as well. So that's going to be fun to see. I do think that Karin usually goes towards the counter jungling aspect, so you're going to be seeing Goong pushing up forward and not necessarily having the help because he wants to help Karin rather than the other way around.
Yeah, and even if not the counter jungling, Karin is so good at tracking the enemy jungler when he's not being tracked himself. That sometimes has been a bit of a weakness for him.
Maybe up against Kandi, yes.
Yeah.
He got demolished up against Kandi. He did not expect the mind games going up against Kandi. So WE definitely had his number, but that's just because WE, best team currently.
I think it was even when they played against Invictus Gaming, Ning had a pretty good job of tracking that because if I look at this, it was Kha'Zix once again from from Karin who played that against IG. So,
but he's had a very consistent time in the LPL thus far, and Karin's been a great carry for them in the LSPL, which has been, for me, surprising that he's able to just carry that over to the LPL also well with the jungle competition that he's had up against Clear Love, up against, you already saw Kandi, though he got blasted by Kandi on that one. SOFM, there are so many high-tier junglers right now in the LPL that he's immediately able to just mesh right in there and just assert himself. Is great to see.
Yeah, it's something that's so exciting for the team because Karin and Kat work so well together with this sort of jungle support meta that we've seen. Of course, on the other side, for RNG have been swapping. We've seen MLXG, we've seen Yeehan. That being said, Yeehan, one of the best supportive junglers in the spring split. He had literally the highest stats of any player in terms of wards placed, wards cleared, and control wards.
I mean, you're just going to have that
in
if a
4
guy
games.
if he just shows up for 4 games, sure. He hadn't had a losing moment.
Yeah.
So that's the big point where, Yeehan has had great games when he was able to just fit right in there at RNG's peak. We want to see him actually under pressure. Hopefully that we can see more of that. For MLXG, historically, he's just been an invading jungler. Teams plays towards him. So a complete opposite from what he's expected to do on RNG. And in Spring Split, he's, of course, able to do quite well for himself, which is why they were able to get a run-up position in the playoffs. But he's starting to get really picked apart. And the pathing point is very fair, where initially it was like, oh, he's just on a lease. Of course, he's not going to keep up in farm. He's just trying to pressure lanes. But this time he's not doing it. This time he's not really pressuring Xiaohu's lane as much as you would expect him to. He's just getting outright picked apart before he even gets to the lanes. And then later on in the game, in mid-game, late game, he's just making poor decisions in walking up when the team needs to stall for time for an engage to happen. So I think that's my greatest point towards MLXG, is that if his role is to just pressure lanes, he was doing it quite well in Spring Split. I want to see him continue to put that pressure. But then, of course, mid-game, late game, probably just kind of relax.
Yeah, it creates sort of this scary conversation around MLXG right now because we hope to see him return to form. We expect to see him return to form, and that's something that happens so consistently in the LPL. There are so many good players that do amazing things for a split or two splits. And again, of course, there are exceptions, people like Rookie who just continue to be at the top of their game for such a long period of time, but they never get to see widespread successes in these wings. Of course, MSI stands out as an example, but a counterexample, I should say. Do players just being good deserve to win?
Wait a second. I don't know what question this is. I'm going to hit you up and say one thing.
Yeah.
That, first of all, I think there are a few players that actually see constant success.
Sure.
We've seen Xie, who's had that constant success. I think MLXG is one that has had technically constant individual success, even though he hasn't been on teams that have necessarily had a large amount of wins in his history. But he has been a high-tier jungler.
Of course.
And specifically, the problem with MLXG, as you've mentioned, is that there are a lot of competition around lately. So I would say that it's safe to say that there's no expectations of him coming back up. A lot of people will because he has such a massive name.
Yeah.
But there are so many top junglers like World 6, who's coming up, and apparently Jieko, who's right behind him.
Yeah. So then I guess to rephrase the question, it becomes a term of trajectory looking towards MLXG. Actually, we can return to that question in a little bit, as it seems as though we finally got a little bit more of a smooth stream. We might be seeing first blood here as Cat is collapsed upon by 4 members of RNG for first blood at the 10-minute mark. And now MLXG, he's going to tag Choo-Choo, flash kick on back, and tries to get some damage, but the roam from Xiaohu picks up a second kill for RNG. And 10 minutes in, we got to take a look at the scoreboard. Looks like Infernal Dragon for Dan Gaming, and RNG might have ran them off from the pit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sticking with us through these technical difficulties. Hopefully we've smoothed things out, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this, and let's take a look. All right, 90 to 90, 40 to 40. Close to even in CS all across the board, but of course now we've got those 2 kills from RNG, and it's still even in turrets.
And just to hit your point, before we even got into this, I guess that answered your question about MLXG coming back in. He was able to pick up himself a nice kill. So now he's 0-0-2, getting 2 assists for himself. As you mentioned, they were looking to chase them off the dragon, supposedly. So already, right from the get-go, a nice start from RNG. And
now that brings us to the mid lane, where Ming, with a bit of gold, some boots, and a sightstone, is going to start pressing forward with Xiaohu, leaving MLXG to match Karen on the other side of the map.
So right off that, he goes back to base, Xiaohu does, and he gets himself the package. And of course, the package is scary because you just have to concede a lot of pressure if you're Dan Gaming. So they're just clearing up a lot of wards, and of course, it's near the bottom side of the map with that Dan Gaming bottom lane of Choo-Choo and Cat already losing out in the initial fight. You got to expect that suddenly that bot lane might feel the pain very soon. They already lost half the HP of this tower.
Yeah, Choo-Choo, you can see he's only down about 9 CS, so he's keeping close to even in gold, but why 4? Consider that an extra 15 CS because of that kill that he has as well. And that was first blood, so that's
going?
400.
Yeah.
So we'll, again, keep track on whether or not this match continues to play out in that manner. But, again, this is... it's a difficult conversation to have, right, about looking towards our expectations for the game and looking towards our expectations for these players because it changes so frequently. And hopefully over the course of this game, we'll get an opportunity to continue to watch MLXG return towards that spring split form and demonstrate that he does deserve the titles that he's currently chasing down, as Karen is just going to try to scare him away from a ward and finds only some punishment instead.
Yeah, right now, MLXG, he's playing it safe as he should because he knows that Xiaohu's going to have pressure in the mid lane. So even though maybe he's going to concede that control ward just for a little bit, you can replace it once Xiaohu has complete control, and Goong's going to be able to take that wave. So right now, you can just see he's playing it safely. That's what you have to have. That's what is lovely because they already have pressure coming in from Xiaohu, who's doing quite well for himself. Has components to wards getting a Trinity Force, doesn't have it just yet. what that does mean is that Choo, who's already far behind, definitely has to play a little safer.
Oh, we've got a Fate's Call knock-up onto Choo. He's quickly consumed by Cat, who flashes back, but the hook pulls the support back in. Even teleport being used. It's going to be a charge. Rushing in as Lies follows through from behind, but the rest of his team isn't there quite yet. A big flick knocks him back as Karen tries to get in. A hook is going to stall out Lies. Z fires a shot. Goong finds one. We skip forward 30 seconds, and it looks like Choo is trying to trade some shots with Y4 as Cat respawns, races back in. Karen with the flash execute. And Dan Gaming matched the fight, even going so far as to pick up his jungler to carry him towards that Renekton. Leap, is he going to tag him with the slow? Decides, I don't know, he's only level 5. Can't quite do it yet.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Or level 8, I should say.
Yeah.
No evolve spikes.
He might surprise you. So already, Dan was able to just push that out there, but I liked the play from RNG to begin with. They were there first. The TP from Let Me was immediate, so he was able to immediately answer Kled, so Kled couldn't really get anything off that. You would have expected, though, for RNG to take the kill and back away. Apparently, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
They stuck to the fight long enough for Tom Kench to come back alive.
I think something that we didn't see just off the screen, there was another teleport from Lies behind RNG. So he was trying to pen them in and force that fight, which was why we saw the completed teleport from Let Me and the rest of RNG rushing forward into a turret.
Yeah, I mean, once they saw that come through, they already had the kill. They can back away from that point forward.
Yeah.
And so I think that would have been the right call to make. It's hard to tell simply because we didn't know what they saw in the elongated fight.
Of course.
But at the very least, you can see that RNG is active on the map, even if it was to their demise on that front.
Brings them now to a 500 gold lead over Dan Gaming. Still not seeing any turrets taken, but it's a minute before this next dragon spawns, Infernal, in the pit. And Dan, having already picked up the first one just 5 minutes ago, means that this could be something that RNG have to worry about, especially because they have a Corki on their team who scales so well with both the AP and the AD scaling from that Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, so it's great to see Corki once he's able to scale up to the points as you mentioned, but also just get the 2-item spike of Trinity Force, Rapid Fire Cannon, go towards the bot lane, maybe get an IE afterwards. Of course, that's the standard. But these are very expensive item points to get Trinity Force and Infinity Edge. If he's able to get that much gold, because he's already getting a lot of Sys gold, how's it going? Then, of course, you already have a Corki that's going to blast you up. So I think that's what's great to see, that he has gotten this much of an early lead. He's already had pressure in the lane this early on. And so we might see Xiaohu, apparently, take him down.
Yeah, and he is a huge player for their team. Already they've played around him in that mid lane, trying to get those few kills before his collapsing bottom to get the secondary fight that we saw. So, again, we could continue to watch towards that in this game. But then towards that top side of the map, we've been seeing Let Me versus Lies. Let Me has teleported in. He's been even in CS with Lies so far. It seems as though that laning phase worked out rather fine for the two of them. But I expect that impact in these later game fights are going to change.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's probably going to be interesting to see what the CS differential is between both Kled and Renekton. Because if the TPs are coming through, usually it's going to be good for Renekton because he's able to set it up first by pushing waves into the turret and then getting a favorable one. But if these fights are happening before he's able to get that for himself, then that's going to be great in Kled's favor, just simply because he's able to impact fights on level 6, which really hard to deal with.
Which we saw,
Yeah, exactly. But still keeping up in CS.
Hopefully we'll keep an eye on that. Again, the junglers have been moving all over the place as well. We're going to be getting right back in the game as quickly as we can. We apologize for the technical difficulties that we're having. Hopefully we'll get everything resolved. We've got our whole production team working super hard to get this nice and fixed for you. So thank you so much for sticking with us. I suppose then I'd like to return to the conversation that I posed earlier.
Go for it.
Looking towards these players' career trajectories.
Okay.
This is something that the players, of course, have to keep in mind as well, because when you're Faker, you don't worry about what's happening next. You continue to worry about being the best. But when you're someone like Y4 or someone on Dan Gaming who's coming into sort of these stronger organizations, these stronger leagues, you really have to make a name for yourself.
That's true. And a lot of it comes down to, you already mentioned it, how are you going to be able to perform game to game? One good example is Goong, who's had high highs when he was in Korea. And then he goes into the LSPL for quite a long time. People were like, this guy's career is already dead. Like, where is he? That, for Goong, he's being able to come back just based off of consistent performance, being able to get his team back in it. You already mentioned Y4, who is hopefully performing well enough, because it seems like he's in a temporary role. Maybe if Uzi sticks man, but if he has a good enough set, good enough personality, then of course that you have a place in RNG.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to keep an eye on his performance. We have to apologize for the difficulties again. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we try to figure out what's going on. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. We'll keep you updated with what's happening, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. So hopefully we'll see you soon.
皇子做了一波勾引，
两段一都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现一，
闪现预判的一个位置。
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了一血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大招
炸到了，峡谷前锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是芭蕾的同时的输出也很高，把锤子机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下，又是盖到5个人，我的天啊！看一下复仇之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，复仇之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下1丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌，
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦，你
Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口吐的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴一个人给突死了。
刚讲完这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，击飞到了一个劫持，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出在这样的一个隘口也招到很好的一个效果，两边的一个前排，最后看到客变已经进场了，夕阳这边是追着对方的狼行，看狼行也想要上到，还在输出，还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实皇子大招已经盖得非常的好了。
因为对方闪现交光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话，路里的大招是弹起了几个人，后面的话，夕阳的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯诺老贼给杀了。
梅鲁斯给到了，这边要打了，
大家拉一下，
给个大招，杜云比这边被套了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
这个布罗有
跳回来，再丢回来一个绿毛，这边皇子在第一场打了4个，弹起来4个人，这波皇子配合路的伤害打得很足，最后一边被挂了个虚弱，
有没有机会？
完了，维鲁斯这边被弗洛什毛收掉，又是打出不同的被动，3杀、4杀、5杀
，kill，
全部帮忙扛伤害，
他 kill。
叫了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有舍得交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了夕阳，塔也定到，但是支援来了呀，这个位置9桶喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把爆裂球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E，9桶想往上走，勒弗兰过来，3打3开个洞带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边一丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个激斗血量很低，被随身手枪一枪给崩掉，巴德过来一个大招，2个人愣住了，然后
2个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼，第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了，然后露露大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招冲一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这时候老贼的一个输出距离够吧，远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了，这边夕阳非常的看，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，春哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看这边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到这个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波诺打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了，
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接击死2个人，卡萨丁 double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？我有这一波落的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样从后面
还没开了，有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开。然后随时改了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对手放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人。接2个发展大的位置，拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后2哥出其不意这一波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上9筒进场。
这边皇子做了一波勾引
，2段 E 都用光了，只能靠自己的一个闪现，还有个闪现1，
闪现预判的一个位置。
哇，这个位置是让夕阳的闪现后还是被捡到以后，皇子闪现补了一下 Q 技能，蜘蛛拿下了1血。
这个都是清掉了很多兵的一个血量，大招
炸到了，峡谷前锋会没有，而且被炸回了一个夹子上面，绿毛这边受到一波输出，但是芭蕾的同时的输出也很高，把垂直机给喷死。皇子交了一个 T， 这边想骗一个 T 以后就走，但这一脚看一下又是盖到5个人，我的天啊！看一下复仇之矛这边能不能造成一个奇迹，正面又有一个人被晕住，是西叶在上面已经被 OQ 杀掉了，妖姬又带走了一个双杀，复仇之矛拼命的在堆叠自己的毛，血量剩下1丝，赶紧逃到自己的一个高地内。
他现在有双招，其实不慌，
想趁着剑姬不在做一个小小的回推，但是兵线，哎呦
，Oh my god， 什么
？3下点死了，右边再交闪现，好吧，你不需要春哥，我知道了。
我没反应过来，反正我看到他在吐女警，正打算开口吐的时候，女警已经死了。
他有无尽啊，连着爆了大概2下，直接这3个人被大嘴1个人给突死了。
刚讲完这个狼行就传了瑞塔所提到的这个线眼正面闪现不容大招，击飞到了一个劫持，几乎是在飞天的一个状态，大招盖到了3个人，但反手老鼠的一个输出在这样的一个隘口也招到很好的一个效果，两边的一个前排，最后看到克烈已经进场了，夕阳这边是追着对方的狼行，狼行也想要杀到老贼，还在输出，老贼还在输出，最后是被螳螂给带走，螳螂想走，icon这边正面也是把大腿直接给锤爆以后往前冲。
看一下这一波，其实皇子大招被已经盖得非常的好了，
因为对方闪现招光了，这波盖下去以后，我们来看一下
锤开，但是这一波的话，露了一个大招是弹起了几个人，后面的话，夕阳的一个进场直接是分隔了阵型，再加上老鼠找了一个不错的位置交闪现，回身能够输出。
这波螳螂其实已经做得很漂亮，他先往下离，然后绕了一圈过来，是把斯诺老贼给杀了。
梅鲁斯给到了，这边要打了，
大招拉一下，
给个大招，杜云碧这边被烫了一下，绿毛这边没有人保护，
对这个布罗有兴趣
啊？再丢回来一个绿毛，这边皇子在第一场打了4个，他抬起来4个人，这波皇子配合路的伤害打得很足 ，Fury 这边被挂了个虚弱，
有没有机会？
完了，梅鲁斯这边被弗洛什么收掉，又是打出布罗的被动，3杀、4杀、5杀 ，Kill， 全部帮忙扛伤害，他 Kill。叫了一个闪现，鳄鱼没有舍得交，
但巴德大招来了，巴德大招这波定到了夕阳，塔也定到，但是支援来了呀，这个位置9筒喝口酒想往下走，巴德先把爆裂球果 A 掉，再挡他的 E，9筒想往上走，勒夫兰过来，3打3开个洞带过来，平 A 收掉 Amy， 大招套给了解扣，解扣这边一丝血没有被 A 掉，走动过去，剩下一个棘斗，棘斗血量很低，被随身手枪1枪给崩掉，巴德过来一个大招，2个人愣住了，然后
2个人想法不一样，关键是。
把这个喷射球果 A 掉，过来打一套虚弱给鳄鱼，第一套伤害打上来的时候，自己已经钻洞过去，把这个 Amy 给 A 掉了，然后露露大招还把解扣给保下来了，这个真的是最伤的。
利用岩雀的一个大招冲一下路，但皇子一个 EQ 配合亚索进场，这时候老贼的一个输出距离够把远方先给一个和平使者，对方那个金身已经被逼出来了，这边夕阳非常的坦诚，后面还在打，而且亚索这边带走一个双杀，春哥站起来以后，老贼也带走一个双杀，没有，是一个3杀团灭。
这边可能要越塔了，我们看那边 EQ，
哇，这一箭射得很漂亮，
但是没有大到那个仇恨人啊。这边是扛塔的人，其实并不是杰拉。
卡萨丁绕后了，这个巴雷特
的位置被扣到了3个人，这波洛打得很不错。
卡萨丁要收割了，
跟卡萨丁踢进场，直接踢死2个人， double kill， 卡比这边还有闪现，但是绿毛这边怎么跑？又是一波 RE 做过来，2段的 E 技能再加一个闪现吗？我有这一波落的控制打得太足了。
A 人应该是准备开车了吗？这样很后面
还没
开了，
有点受不了了，顶上去被刷开，然后随时改了一个大招，切断地形之后，肉的对手放出大招，其实是没有打到任何人，接2个发展大的位置，拉到3个人以后，球头顶上来甩了一个大招，这一波是 Dan 的一波成功的团战，没有意料到这样的一个损失。我们再看一次，顶上去瞬间被刷走以后，这一个垂直的大招分隔地形，肉的大招让 Dan 给闪开了，然后2哥出其不意这一波是连环的控制，发条大招卷到以后，垂直同时被投掷出去顶了一下，然后再加上皇子一个大招，再加上9筒进场。 妹不想放弃，下面有一个克烈撞了进来，现在在此场上 IG 只有3人，但这个伤害还吃得住。不过此时加里奥进场，就成功打出一个相当不错的击飞。Rookie 在这个关键的时刻按出了一个血池，接着他火箭腰带向上
，AJ 倒了，
踢回来了这一脚，您踢回来了一个金角，被斯莱吃掉屠走，但是超风闪现跟上，女警走不掉了，斯莱的自己要被带走。 先动9筒了吗？看下去怎么说。一个一闪杀过来，被计划解掉，但是炸了一下，闪现过来劈了，谢这边没有拦，很尴尬。这边路人只能给出一个大招保护，但是没有伤害。再跳一次，还有没有办法接他 Rookie？ 拉开一座塔的一个差距，这边双本又来了，一看完美的一个连招，踢回了一个 Mouse 这边是没有被 Crystal 给击飞，但是被刷了一下，还没有办法打出自己的怒气，马剩下一点血 ，OQ 一个很精准的 Q 技能，在塔下穿刺掉了 Mouse 的克林。
伤害很高的，又来了，嘲讽又嘲讽到了，感觉就是指向性技能啊，但是没有杀掉吗？
大招往后拉，然后就把发条杀了，救赎再抬了一口血 ，Rookie 进了，还在场上奋战，再给一个魅惑，哇，角度刁钻，竟然从一个斜角度命中塔下的女警。
中路没推到，大队减速到了，是的 ，R 直接过墙，能量倾泻 ，R 回来想打净化减，漂亮。 看一下啊，这波狐狸 ，R 上去，能量星也跟过来 ，R 下来被减到净化秒解，然后 R 带法球的位置，但是盲僧已经把人头抽掉了。
从上面跳下去呢，有给到一个
闪现下来一脚 ，Q 回去漂亮，一气呵成。而且逼了对壁的一个中亚出来，回来是否跳进场，直接后排被秒了。老干爹这波为什么不撤呀
？9筒这一波立大功了。 IC 现在输出，看一下凯南换掉了之后，但感觉自己也是要死。
这前期现在因为直接秒了个蜘蛛，再往回 R 了一下半血了，交了个闪，一个 E 技能没有刮到，还有中亚的 Q 一下，一个大队又戳死了，3个打1个被杀了2个。
Rookie 有闪现有疾跑的情况下，这一波看扛地的有机会了。闪现绑没有绑到，这边想先杀前西叶被他打了一下，没有套死了，
打死了。
我们这边是千里来追杀，虽然歪风扭掉了2个技能，但PN0举起了盾，把这个毛全部收下，而且后面硬核的伤害已经把歪风的闪现给打了出来，现在远远的利用神话巨炮在吐，歪风这一波的一个拉打非常的漂亮，把血量给回起来，想要去送塔，一个 Q 技能往前丢毛，再跳一下，这时候再往右边走，但一个 R 技能扭掉，大举再往后跳，这边已经跳到了对方的基地里面了。我的天，他要冲到全省了吗？要打阵了吗？最后是看到了双子星塔实在装不下 ，SQ 的歪风成功的阻止对方拿到他自己的300块钱。
挡一下卡丁，哎呦，贴脸这一剑没装就过去闪现喷杰拉，把杰拉喷死了 ，ADC 自己找机会。中路看似补兵，其实暗藏杀机，突然。这个位置 W 一开就上来点了，然后走位把这个兵剑躲掉，闪现过其他大招喷死杰拉，然后一个比较完美的走 A， 再杀艾希。远古巨龙的血量非常低了，看苏尔在这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段。 大到了，想先杀Titus 这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是暴露。
拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。
哎，这边的话，感觉两个人要完成 PK 了。哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了。哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第二段给挡到了。
怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，
自信
打出来了呀，
很可怕了。
这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是绑了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 那边是
看见这边吸血
没有伤害
了，
没有伤害，还是那边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。
一个人成功的守住了 RNG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边的看到这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。
6的血，1600多血，1400、1500，谁的龙下子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
秀了，这波斯科特秀了，看一下这个梅口也过来，
哇，完了，
又砍了一脚，哇呀，这一波的话 QG 打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
打龙没血。但这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个妈，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉EDG有点失误。
上台传了过来，艾伦这边残血，这边探塔的位置非常好，但是全部杀了过来，一个大招，
酒桶这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
勾起了一波机会，泰坦来了，大概给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，莱蒙的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打完，
阿龙走来想 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一斌的状态很好，一般没了，又是磕到了艾罗莉，这波 Scott 被秒，对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
先手打兰博，兰博中间上路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
砍死马老贼这个位置，
大招打到3个人，还看一下正面的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是扛不住。老贼在后面被收本给偷掉的话，那 RNG 这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招大到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现。ICON 这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
ICON 在后面猥琐，等到对方能走进这个腹地，一个大
4个
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上。
姿态进化交了以后，还是被毒死了。
我看到这边弗兰多路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 DP 加 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。直接开大招，
水银解掉4星的网子，但是打的比较散。
哇，
最后一下
穿过了 UZI 的身体，打到了麻辣香锅，把香锅给打死了。
这一波有 TP 这局想打，闪现想挡箭没挡住啊！这波过来吸的是 Z， 看一下，Z这边直接被大招顶起来，反而 JDG支援更快，金刚也进场直接大招盖住了马尔扎哈，完手还要打，做火枪弹给出来，但是已经扛不住了，大招回来，义父这边被射手专注黏住，回身地上地狱打到给自己一个小小的加速，最终瞎子过来帮忙挡住了这下万箭齐发，但是Z这边攻速太快了。这个现在蛋糕里下毒的人很少，看这波杰又来了，上一波没杀掉，这波过来，杰大招大出来了，但是这下
给下一出的没有被大到，但是 Scout 过来大招一波
到了，
再杀一个普攻，直接带走 double kill。
这波2个人感觉把目标选择错了，而且下路也同时开打，皮眼雷这边差1滴血，开启一个大招套了一下，这边贝特还有一发子弹打出来，一个 W 没有定到音波，但音波这边1v2有点难受，一个爆头再跟上来，一枪是点死了对方的辅助，一个 Q 技能加一个
雪崩，雪崩。
哎，这边有机会，艾克在哪里？要接贝特，
定住了贝特这个闪现的位置，
置实在是
高队的
太差
伤害
了。
够不够看？伤害够不够？伤害好像不太够，还是最后一枪是敲死了对方的。
完了，这一波有点炸，他们那个还有个中亚没有点出来，这边闪现上去，
金钩也是被控到，哇，这波老爹找到了一个千载难逢的机会。
没有中亚杀了，死了。虚弱给一下不一定，直接回去。死了，还是死了。闪现给个标速，来闪现过来了。哇，这个时候大树进场，硬普已经死了，大树再走过来还要捆后面的Funny，回身捆一下，然后螳螂跳上来打一套，把引出的闪现打出来，有伤害，艾罗丽有机会，吵死了，艾罗丽这波有点冲动了，其实，但大树应该能完成接下来的收割。哎，这一波大招杀掉2个，这一波Funny用中二杀了，还活了下来，3杀。
开车了，开车没有传送。
这波 GT 是想抓硬普，硬普这边招了一个治疗。
对，听说你是老人家的核心，而且后面还有克烈。
哦，Q 没 Q 到，而且克烈这波是没大的，挺可惜的。闪现过来还要追，
伤害很高啊，杀了1个，这边做7没有了。
感觉老横的这波有点溃败了，引出的这边解一下控制，野帕路的还要追。
下一发定，
闪过来谁？法王过来跳过来，只能反打。
哇，这个闪现给的好，直接躲掉了顺的一个嘲讽。
这边高的位是被拉
完了，这波老爹感觉要黑啊！要扛打，要
哇0换5。
GT 依然是比较难打，这边维鲁斯后克依然
开车开
9总直接过来，一个人炸到4个人，哇！发梁博迪被秒了，没有丢出技能，这怎么办？这边兰博也死了，小鱼被杀掉，只剩下下路召唤组，9总再次1到小西。
一波了，开得好，这个小虎跟 Let Me 无间配合。
现在的话，小狗这边是跟进出了一个水银刀。
但你觉得小狗这一把有什么太好的环境吗？闪来没有回来，卡米尔有没有大招把卡米尔推出去的？
这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。
哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗
全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个卡片子上，妹狗这边肯定要被
完了，这一边感觉小狗要跳起来了，
又在第3跳，
好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了。
这种出招的维鲁斯只能是一下一下的。
啊，是的，外面开大了，剩给一个大，看看要跳谁。傻窝是被粘了住，这边有一个红 buff， 傻窝这边
这个大招直接给他引出的，引出了这里，
引出的这边还好比较肉，小雨也是被秒，这边是传送过来一个克烈，要他3打5吗？
哇，好凶啊！
胆子非常大，这个克烈要杀高的位，高的位被他这个虚弱，高的位这边还没有死，一个 W 俯冲，这边金箍可能有点扛不住了。这一波的话，GT的选择会不会有点太冲动了？金箍的克烈坐骑没有打出来，直接被秒掉，瑞帕鲁又被变羊，这边一个小雪人
没有定，
这边跑速很快，反手
一个
出的，
这边不敢追了，这个瑞兹好可怕，
又是一发技能
回家，
传送过来，感觉这个瑞兹要收割了。哇，这边是 BOSS 的一个哇，3杀4杀的瑞兹配合女警是完成了收割。
这个位置是节俭截到了小鱼的位置，
局能不能救出小鱼？
这一炮打到了，
伤害很高，是一丝血的翠神已经是闪现躲过，但是哇，后面威斯特被爆裂果实给炸下了。
Miss 这个直接给他一个快餐，一个快递，直接拉他下来跟我皇城 PK。
这一波就不掉一堆卡，这一波就是
赚，这一波
伤害很高，要追吗？
这波还要追，
放得很远，
有红 buff 有机会杀，漂亮闪现滴到了 ，AJ 这边没有闪现的，
逼出了一件大招，
红 buff 一直粘到 ，AJ 这边很难受，好像直接敲死了，开口这个 W 的预判。
QG 其实是打大龙的时间很快，想要出来看一下克利的这一脚又是一个2-3。
这没什么办法了，因为南枪闪现刚才抢大龙用掉了。
一泽软闪现红 buff 留人，留下一个合同
倒下，有可烈又是一个金钟罩往上飞，龙选择开大招，但这边直接被 EG 给点死，只剩下 Endless 一个反向逃跑交了闪现，还是被 EG 拿下一个quadra kill。 时间上面可以被拖过去。现在 Q 的一个时间已经结束，但是RNG 选择是这边要开团，看到的是小五原地给了一个鸟盾，以后夕阳已经进场，马拉松这边被控制，剩着一个 W 打高出一个区域，正面的酒桶已经是被打出春哥，小五进场被瑞兹给吓到的话，雷米进场在后面的输出，看一下小狗的位置，小狗在被左边的瑞兹逼迫了一个输出之前必须要拉撤，雷米这边原地又被打出一个春哥，那这样的话 ONG 这波团感觉要赢了，但是马拉相光再一次的进场，现在就看小狗的输出能不能打赢了，没办法，正面的2个前排已经倒下，现在这波是司马老贼的局了，追击两边右侧的人，最后是露露跟纳尔同时找到小狗在正面，虽然带走了一个复活天使，但小狗这边有射手的专注，瞄准的是后面的涡六，现在还在做拉打，小狗他最后一时间换掉了生的春哥，但没有办法，司马老贼这边上来跟上2枪，拿下了这个人头。
罗莉现在血线有点低了，血线有点低了，一剑献给了大招，这波能不能下来？完了，伤害爆炸，
大秀已经残血了，这样的话大秀只能撤，把那个生姜系列血已经被
没扣，血量很残，会不会被秒掉？
都挂了，夕阳也死，
没了，卡兹克要自杀了吗？
哇，杰拉去吃到卡兹克，这边是人头，看看 Mistake 跑不掉啊，这残血的 Mistake 一直在打伤害，但是没用，又是被艾希2剑破败西死。
他要有机会去摸塔了，他有无妖，
技能全部都掉了，没什么意义。艾克等级要领先了，
是的。
AP 人1技能来躲技能的话，伤害
哇，好凶啊！哎，这
踩到一个加强
有鱼，吃到鱼了，但是怎么说金身？
皇城 PK 最后2边的上单都传送过来，
金身我再来，你来完金身我来。
哇，
但是我有队友的支援啊！圣枪哥还有金身的，我觉得艾吉特老师金身气死啊！
来看看队友落地，金身，姿态一个1技能砍死
3个金身，但是我都是后用的金身威力太大，我的队友可以空架，
还在一脚踢到 Q2，
但是会被晕住吗？不会，
但是克雷打艾克打
能打得过吗？小人能 Q 住吗？
下克没 Q 到被秀了，闪现，断一绝这下。来了，
这边正在主动发难的，
这有大招的，看怎么秀。如果哇，这个要被踩吗？
金身相按，但姿态也还有个金身打
招。哇，有鱼，金身再来。
哇 ，The winner is Rookie。
这边要杀泰坦吗？能不能杀掉？
杀不掉啊！这个盾给出来一剑，射到了笨。
连拳打到风下走位 ，W 这4个人
被关住门来打呀！这边笨交了一个闪现，
在这个岩拳打到还没有上去，踩过来3个人。这一波岩拳的沿突，这边又是秒到了7的拉。
95期的伤害不足以秒掉这个Scott，还能追击。
到后 TP 到后，绝命一波了，绝命一波。正面大倒 AJ 能不能开起来？很关键 ，AB 进场，哇，希拉这个推起来，而且救赎之光洒在众人身上，给鳄鱼回到了半血左右，先勾到了 AB。
一闪打到金角，就是要秒金角，大招秒金角，秒掉了。
闪现水炮，伟神这边上去想收雅典娜，直接被节俭，雅典娜打一个喷射球果没有下去，面前还有一个激斗一个 W， 雅典娜这边还在风筝，但后面伊普已经处理到了后排，这波老人打了一个团灭出来。龙血量很低了，看一下 AB 下去能不能抢到了 ，AB 抢到了大龙，而且这个时候伊普进场，
全部的
全都倒了，
只剩奔赴，直接跟大招
哇，金角起来也被收了4杀，大招开来跳下去 ，QA 惩先惩掉了，然后 AB 的第2个惩再加 R 闪调角度踢到双 C。
酒桶过来了，这一波大树要回家，大树有 TP，
对，但是后面有没有眼位？后面眼位还挺不错的，这边如果打起来的话，大树有一个很好的 TP 眼位，
很好的位置，但这边要封住了，
哇，这边的话其实不用杀人，就直接拿塔就行了，哎，这边还要杀人，
秒了，哇，这一波大招放的太好了。
果然是来针对这个Duke，
这波垫的很漂亮，塔伤把他给杀掉，而且 Kingo 现在的热能是只能用一个 Q 技能回烧，最后 Duke 2下苦 A 带走 double kill。
哎，他有个红哎，这还有个红啊，
被晕住了，但是哎，这个
反向火箭腰带
回来直接大死了，闪现没有躲掉这一下伤害，下一个1技能感觉要杀掉啊，一个人单杀了对面的艾希，这一波。打出一个3环加速，水炮被一个1技能躲掉，没了。还有30秒钟，这里一个 Q 到士兵了，
大招炸回来了，
送这个水炮，而且回身一套圣江洗礼是灌掉了辛德拉的人头。
盛江哥在前面继续留人，
还在留，撒乌 K 这边跑快，但是跑不掉，虚弱到金凤这边金水烤火拖时间，但是起来之后还是要被收。
这边直接跳过来打到了激进，先打一套分级。这个话1D刮了一个刀，打残了之后的话，星盘过来 W 没有推到，回头一个一拳是打断了龙的翼。那这一波小虎能不能跑掉？差的一发普攻往后一个闪现，先是秒掉了蜘蛛之后的话，3个人全是残血，又在踩了一个夹子往后溢过来之后，龙这边也是跑不掉了。
关键是又是上墙壁上来，然后想要打断你们。
哦，一个 Q 闪过来直接收掉了，溢过来的同时的话，这边已经追不到绿姐了，可以打歪一个破败吸口，2发普攻直接收掉，拿到了双杀。这波还想再杀吗？一定会在等一个1+W 的机会。这边弹过来之后的话，一个近身，这边的话辅助过来给了一个盾，最后是全部死掉了，团灭 S 一波。
可能以后这也是为什么
你先来看一下塔下这一波，3个，哇，男枪最肥的卢锡安直接把男枪给终结掉，而且鲁乔这边吃到了 Key 的以及圣江洗礼的伤害。
这里的话，看蜘蛛的支援速
有没有
度了，
蜘蛛来了，
连炫也来了，这波不好说 ，W 要反打了，
炸开2人，蜘蛛过来一发 W 技能，这边夕阳
要反打了，夕阳那边怎么说？夕阳没有大招的，
交闪了，但这里面封住了，
这边抬了过来，夕阳那边反正捆了一下，能不能换掉一个？没有换掉，蜘蛛这边掉起来，救护线还是没有死，抓了个闪现，蜘蛛这边又烧了个闪现，哇，我的这边很尴尬，
踢得很漂亮，
这边要被粘住了，这边严选疯狂的 Q， 这边又踹过来，哇，这边3个闪现，莫德六这边又被捆了一下，这一波打了个0换3
，W 这一波细节太好了，捆住盲僧。
那这波可能命要进去了 ，SB 直接是一个一闪进去，先是开到了1D后，发了一个大招拉到了3个人。这边的话1D后回头的话也被录了一个大招弹起，又在后面疯狂输出，又是一剑直接点死了维克多。哇，这样的话奔吉还有一丝血，这个龙可能会落入到安基的手中啊。这边的话九头。这边的话，鳄鱼想要切死这个蜘蛛，但是的话，最后还是在春哥起来之后，一丝血的蜘蛛配合 AD 收掉这个鳄鱼人头。看这边九头能不能够抢龙，一个 EQ 下去，但是的话下去慢了。
再来上路抓一波蒂娜，可成功吗？反抛了一个大招以后，伤害被虚弱给限制，但是
上来这个大招
3，杰拉击飞了 Scott 这波被小鱼人再次进场犄角后面给点掉 ，Miko 这边也是走不掉的，双杀拿到手以后，而蒂娜再往前拿下一个人头。
好，这波是在野区里面，
这个
想抓一下，
直接开了疾跑，1技能推到净化解掉，由 Lucky 给自己一个1，救赎之光下来 ，Lucky 还没有死，海浪到来，哇 ，Duke 这时候进场直接正面先把 Republic 给收掉，金柱的金身被逼掉了，闪现躲过娜美的一个水炮，后方。Lucky 还没有走远，又是一个 Q 技能打到了 West，Duke 的一个飓风剑打出了很不错的一个效果，小鱼很生气，下方闪现一个1技能，终于是把这个 Lucky 给收掉了，但是卢锡安也在正面战场拿下了一个 double kill。但是后面的话，瞎子能不能够再留下一个？但是自己被留下了，所以赶到一个1技能，船长一个大招，这波跑不掉了。那人头是给到了辅助，但是 Sober 这边也被打残，
极限吊起来，
赶到了岩
尖叫点了一枪，伤害还是不够，
金角闪现 AA 不出来
，Q 被躲掉了。
哦，这个小走位，Sober还在
还是被躲掉了，卡都没了。
哎呀，
这波是先开尾神，尾神这边被定到，
好的，尾神秒掉了，把大招砍出来了，
开出来，但是伊普被打残，伊普这边交了一个闪现，还在输出。哎呀，麻辣这波一招踢回来了，这样的话老哥这边双这边直接阵亡，
而且盲僧现在还有个春哥再度复活，
艾米血加一下，哎呦，直接被蓝
来踢这个大招放的。
朱莉有先抓到位置，让队友调整一下阵面。勾到西叶了，勾到西叶，西叶直接被勾到了锤神大招上面，被秒杀。哇，正面的团战有点难打，但是这边也中招，2个剁下，这一波太强了，957这边感觉是走不掉了。赶紧用大招掩护一下队友，这边想要反打，还没一箭射到是朱茵碧，这边勾到了
谢，这波有金身了，
露露大招也套下去了，救赎照下来以后，957这边绑上朱茵碧，朱茵碧有双对，这边落下是坦不住，大舅子的一个伤害由康帝这边正面已经把卡比给打残，但是可以的忽然一脚把西叶给踢回去，踢到正中央，这时候要看一下大舅子的输出，大舅子反向闪现以后，卢锡安还有闪现，这波就看小虎能不能秀起来了，秀得好。 这个五杀的局，
这个就可有意义的技能情况下，他还是不好秀的。
啊，在兰博这边要
直接交了
过来，脚闪现要来追击
一个夹子，
一个夹子，雷米进来的位置很不错，把对方给烤残。雷米已经是扫下了小五往前，一个 Q 技能透底之光穿掉两个人，威武士拿下双杀，最后是把酒桶给杀掉。另外一边麻辣香锅在追，血量不是很健康的一个 Lucky， 一个 Q1连续。
这一波是被辛德拉截在外面，被推到了，然后一个大招是不是换下去？
哦，这边
吃的话就没抢龙，
吐出来要惩戒，拿到了，这是什么样的鬼战法？是塔姆带着打野过去抢掉那个大龙，这边兰博到达一个战场。
对吧？乌德凯其实在前期的压力都非常大哦，这边直接是1到2个人配上一个大招，我的天，这一波瞬间爆炸！辛德拉是配合瞎子一人一个人头。哎，这边的话，先手打到军受到击不够，这边直一个闪现过来，狙击被秒了。这一波一个嘲讽到了2个人、3个人，全部被留下。哇，西武给对面拿到双杀之后，击不够开了一个大招跑了。
Kid 的位置并不远，看一下能不能成功的夹到。首先
2辆车一起开
，2辆车同时来，这时候就是强抓 Duke 开启大招，大树够不够弱？用 W 为了一小段绑到的是小虎，最后雷米是扛着塔的伤害终于是落地。Kid 这波上来的一个大招伤害还不错，麻辣香锅来了200滴血，差最后一枪，但 Q 技能缓速带由雷米粘上来，3下最后一下普 A 能不能砍出来？砍出来，打出怒气上车，这时候再往一个 Q 技能打到，最后被石化，小虎只要闪现过来，最后是雷米一下普攻。
哎，这一波一人后的位置，哎，还可以直接一个一闪，但是这波一闪的话，想要切女警的话也是被操控到了，一炮双杀。那这样的话击不够，往后想交出一个大招，被闪现直接挡住了，3个人全部倒地。瞎子能不能够再留下一个？但是自己被留下了，松本赶到一个一人，船长一个大招，这波跑不掉了。那人头是给到了辅助，但是松本这边也被打残，
极限吊起来，
能不能赶到了眼前？
点了一枪伤害还是不够，
金角闪现 AA 不出来
，Q 被躲掉了。
哦，这个小走位，松本还在
还是被躲掉了。卡都没了，哎呀，这波是先开北神，北神这边被定到，好的，北神秒掉了，把大招开出来了，开出来，但是伊普被打残，伊普这边交了一个闪现，还在输出，哎呀，马上一脚踢回来了，这样的话老哥队的双这边直接阵亡，而且盲僧现在还有个春哥再度复活，艾米血加一下，哎呦，直接被蓝波烤死，这个大招放的。杜密有先抓到位置，让队友调整一下，
勾到西叶了，
勾到西叶，直接被勾到了锤神大招上面被秒杀，哇，正面的团战有点难打，但是这边也中招，2个勾剁下这一波太强了，957这边感觉是走不掉了。赶紧用大招掩护一下队友，这边想要反打，寒冰一箭射到的是朱茵碧，这边勾到了
谢，这波有金身了，
露露大招也套下去了，救赎照下来以后，957这边绑上朱茵碧，朱茵碧有双对，这边落下是砍不住，大舅子的一个伤害由康帝这边正面已经把卡比给打残，但是可以的忽然一脚把西野给踢回去，踢到正中央，这时候要看一下大舅子的输出，大舅子反向闪现以后，现在还有闪现，这波就看小虎能不能秀起来了，秀得好。这个五杀的局，
这个就可有意义的技能情况下，他还是不好秀的。
啊，在兰博这边要直接交了过来，脚闪现要来追击，
一个夹子，
雷米进来的位置很不错，把对方给烤残。雷米已经是扫下了小虎往前，一个 Q 技能透底之光穿掉2个人，威武士拿下双杀，最后是把酒桶给杀掉。另外一边麻辣香锅在追，血量不是很健康的一个 Lucky， 一个 Q1连续。
这一波是被辛德拉截在外面，被推到了，然后一个大招是不是换下去？
哦，这边
吃的话就没抢龙，
吐出来要惩戒，拿到了，这是什么样的鬼战法？是塔姆带着打野过去抢掉这个大龙，这边兰博到达一个战场。
对吧？乌德凯其实在前期的压力都非常大哦，这边直接是1到2个人配上一个大招，我的天，这一波瞬间爆炸！辛德拉是配合瞎子一人一个人头。哎，这边的话，先手打到军受到击不够，这边直一个闪现过来，狙击被秒了。这一波一个嘲讽到了2个人、3个人，全部被留下。哇，西武给对面拿到双杀之后，击不够开了一个大招跑了。
Kid 的位置并不远，看一下能不能成功的夹到。首先
2辆车一起开
，2辆车同时来，这时候就是强抓 Duke 开启大招，大叔够不够弱？用 W 为了一小段绑到的是小虎，最后雷米是扛着塔的伤害，终于是落地。Kid 这波上来的一个大招伤害还不错，马上小虎来200滴血差，最后一枪，他 Q 技能缓速带由雷米粘上来，3下最后一下补 A 能不能砍出来？砍出来，打出怒气上车，这时候再往一个 Q 技能一个 Q 技能打到，最后被石化，小虎夹闪现过来，最后是雷米一下普攻。哎，这一波一人后的位置，哎，还可以直接一个逆闪，但是这一波逆闪的话，想要贴女警，女警的话也是被嘲讽到了，一炮双杀。那这样的话，击不够，往后想交出一个大招，被闪现直接挡住了，3个人全部倒地。
暧昧不想放弃，下面有一个克烈撞了进来，现在在场上 IG 只有3人，但这个伤害还吃得住。不过此时加里奥进场，是成功打出一个相当不错的击飞。Rookie 在这个关键的时刻按出了一个血池，接着他火箭腰带向上
，AJ 倒了，踢回来了，这一脚您踢回来了一个金脚，被斯莱吃掉突走，但是超风闪现跟上，女警走不掉了，斯莱的自己要被带走。
先动9桶了吗？看一下自己怎么说。一个一闪加后来，计划解掉，但是他炸了一下，闪现过来劈了，血这边没有蓝，很尴尬。这边路人只能给出一个大招保护，但是没有伤害。再跳一次，还有没有办法接他 Rookie？
拉开一座塔的一个差距，这边双分又来了一套完美的一个连招，踢回了一个 Mouse 这边是没有被 Crystal 给击飞，但是被刷了一下，还没有办法打出自己的怒气，马剩下一点血 ，OQ 一个很精准的 Q 技能，在塔下穿刺掉了 Mouse 的克林。
伤害很高的，又来了，嘲讽又嘲讽到了，感觉就是指向性技能啊，但是没有杀掉吗？
往后拉，然后就把花雕杀了，救赎再抬了一口血 ，Rookie 进来还在场上奋战，再给一个魅惑，哇，角度刁钻，竟然从一个斜角度命中塔下的女警。
中路没推到，大队检视到了，是的 ，R 直接过墙，能量倾泻 ，R 回来想打净化解，漂亮。看一下啊，这波狐狸 R 上去，能量倾泻跟过来 ，R 下来被解点到净化秒解，然后 R 带法球的位置，但是盲僧已经把人头收掉了。
从上面跳下去呢，有给到一个
闪现上来一脚 ，Q 回去漂亮，一气呵成。而且逼了堆逼的一个中亚出来，回来4狗跳进场，直接后排被秒了。老干爹这波为什么不撤呀
？9桶这一波立大功了。IC 现在输出，看一下凯南换掉了之后，但感觉自己也是要死。
这前期现在因为直接秒了个蜘蛛，再往回 R 了一下半血了，交了个闪，一个 E 技能没有刮到，还有中亚的 Q 一下，一个 W 戳死了，3个打1个被杀了2个。
Rookie 有闪现有疾跑的情况下，这一波看扛地的有机会来，闪现绑没有绑到，这边想先杀前西叶被他打了一下，没有套死了，
打死了。
这边是千里来追杀，虽然歪风扭掉了2个技能，但P0举起了盾，把这个矛全部收下，而且后面硬核的伤害已经把歪风的闪现给打了出来，现在远远的利用神话巨炮在吐，歪风这一波的一个拉打非常的漂亮，把血量给回起来，想要去送塔，一个 Q 技能往前丢矛，再跳一下，这时候再往右边走，再一个 R 技能扭掉，大举再往后跳，这边已经跳到了对方的基地里面了。我的天，他要冲到全省了吗？要打阵了吗？最后是看到了双子星塔，实在装不下 SQ 的歪风成功的阻止对方拿到他自己的300块钱。
挡一下卡丁，哎呦，贴脸这一剑没装就过去闪现喷杰拉，把杰拉喷死了 ，ADC 自己找机会。中路看似补兵，其实暗藏杀机，突然。这个位置 W 一开就上来点了，然后走位把这个兵剑躲掉，闪现过其他大招喷死杰拉，然后一个比较完美的走 A， 再杀艾希。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast. Again, it's week number 4, and we hopefully finally have found a resolution to some of our technical difficulties. Once again, my name is Dom. We've got Raz with us, and let's hop right into it and take stock of what's going on in this best of 3. We've been watching through our slideshow behind the scenes, and it finally seems to have calmed down a little bit. Game number 1 went to RNG with a 37-minute win. And game number 2, Dan Gaming now find themselves 8 minutes in and up by 800 gold.
And it's a strong finish too, so for people out there, if you want to be able to catch that one, you can catch the VODs. I'll link it afterwards on my Twitter. That being said, oh, he got caught in rotation, but he still got blue.
Yeah.
That's all that matters, Dom. That's all that matters.
It is. But again, the champion select, completely different here in game number 2. I feel like we might as well have to take a fresh start of things, and to fill people in with what happened in game number 1 as Ming is about to check into Karen, play out of the Dragon Slide, flash out of the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Goong continues to trade with Xiaohu in the mid lane.
But number 1, what really showcased was, of course, Let Me's strength. Let Me was a major carry on the Renekton, was able to bully out the bottom lane, put himself on a side lane, get a Blade of the Rune King, and was just all up in Lies' face. And we saw strong team fights coming out of Ming, so Ming back on the Thresh. Showcased a lot of strength in the last game when he had the Callista to throw him in. This time he won't get that setup. So I want to see, because it was banned. So at least now that's set up. He's like, all right, no more Callista Thresh for him. Ashe Thresh still is threatening.
And in addition to that, the MVP went to Xiaohu for his Corki. Massive performance on that in game number 1. It was, in fact, not banned in game number 2, but he decided to pick something else as Ming shields himself from an ace in the hole of Choo Choo while Y4 is missing. Looks like this bottom lane is going very different in game number 2. A 23 CS lead as Arrow's ready for Y4. He's going to tag it onto Cat, who takes a turret shot, shields himself up as Choo Choo answers.
Yeah, he's not going to feel that much of the damage there. He's just going to be able to continue the pressure along with Choo Choo. That's the major weakness you can see here. 91 CS to 72. And with how Ashe has been itemizing, you could tell that she's been getting pushed out. Hasn't been outright killed, quite obviously, because it's still a 0-0 game. But going towards Blade of the Rune King, but still prioritizing the outright attack speed.
I need to heal more, is what that says to me.
Vamp Scepter as well, so it's just been weird itemizing points and cannot trade up against Caitlyn here.
Lies spots Ming up top as he trades with Let Me, but Xiaohu's being brought as well as they see Goong going towards the bottom. That's the charge. Lies tries to build up some fury under the turret to prep a stun as a cast pins him back. There's Xiaohu, holds onto his flash and dies. A successful dive for first blood from RNG, but bottom, the first turret has fallen for Dan.
That's true. One thing I really liked about that top lane play was that fact that Xiaohu used his clone to fake the fact that he was already there and had the Renekton cornered, so Renekton had to stay still and realize, wait, I could have kept moving backwards and it stalled time. So that was just a small, minute point, but it was, I like to see how Xiaohu plays onto the block.
Gets that assist with the fake out. He's actually up in CS over Goong right now, but we do see continued pressure onto this mid-tier 1 as Dan complete their rotation from bottom lane. A hook narrowly misses Cat. However, Let Me is able to use his presence top to finally finish off and answer back with a turret of their own. So RNG, despite not getting first brick, get the better of the trade as they pick off the top tier 1 and a kill.
And it's going to push Dan away from sieging onto the mid lane turret, but it won't stop them from going on to Ming.
Diving onto Ming. Cataclysm plus Goong shows up. 4 members of Dan erupt from the brush like Fnatic.
That's the thing about Dan. You never expect where they're coming from. They would have expected Dan to just completely move away from the mid lane, try to work towards these side waves, especially top lane. They couldn't continue to siege mid because Let Me had pushed out top and Ashe was starting to get the bottom lane pushing. So RNG thought, okay, maybe we can start putting vision down. No, you can't.
It's not safe.
Got to bring more members.
Nothing safe from Dan Gaming. And again, Dan Gaming, in all 5 of their best of 3 so far, they have not gone to game number 3. With game number 1 going to RNG, perhaps this could finally be the time that we see Dan Gaming dropping once again after their defeat to WE, or perhaps something different.
That's some superstitious stuff you're putting out there. I ain't going to follow those numbers. I'll say this. RNG is a team Dan is expected to beat, not just based off of the fact that current strength is in Dan's favor. And that being said, Cat, can they defend him?
He's going to fight over it. Xiaohu steps on, secures the Rift Herald buff, and takes a Lantern to safety. However, that was teleport used after the Herald went down in an attempt to dissuade anything. So a good outplay gets RNG there and out.
Yeah, RNG have just been starting to play better on the day. It might secure them the second game, but we're just 12 minutes in. Sure, RNG is playing well just out of the gates, But the gold lead is in Dan's favor. They just have to be able to defend the Rift Herald take. Looks like it might be coming into the bottom lane.
Yeah, once again, LeBlanc shows up not once, but twice. A flash gets him away from the distortion, plus Dominus gives him quite a bit, but there's the reset from Let Me. Another clean dive from RNG, but Dan Gaming, they're already trading on the other side of the map, making it another turret, as Rift Herald is even placed bottom, and they've got no teleport with Lies dead.
Yeah, this is a bad decision coming out of RNG. They're trying to trade on the opposite side of the map, but they need to defend this, because when you try to race a Rift Herald's gonna win because he kind of does a lot of damage.
He does a lot of damage, yeah, and continues doesing onto this tier 2 now. And finally, we can see the retreat as that slam crashes in. Not quite as much damage to the turret. He's gonna slowly whittle it down, but finally they will show up and defend, keeping their mid-tier 1 standing as well. So it's 2-2 in turrets. Slight gold lead for Dan when it's all said and done.
Yeah, so ultimately, we're just going to have to see how RNG uses the pressure that they had, because they had the ability to back first. Now, Dan, you're going to expect Lies to have a long push up here. I want to see what Let Me does with his pressure. He doesn't have ulti yet, so he can't set up a play in the mid lane, but I do expect RNG to look for a pick around that area, because you don't want Kled exposed that far deep in the enemy territory.
Xiaohu picks up a blue buff as he's zoned away by Cat and Karen, the dynamic duo. They've got a lot of wards over there, but here comes MLXG. Here comes Let Me. They're pressuring onto the tier 1. Xiaohu steps in as a cask pins Goong to the wall. They turn onto MLXG, who quickly leaps over to safety. No sign of Y4, but he did have that arrow ready.
Yeah, they push them off successfully. Dan, if they go towards the next wave, it's going to be a little harder for RNG to push them off that time around, because Dan's going to be able to get the wards out, but I guess they're just going to go towards the blue buff. But here's the worry. If they try to siege up mid once again after, let's say, this next wave is proven unsuccessful, then Let Me would have had his ulti up. It's very close to coming up, and they can force an engage in the mid lane, along with Gragas Cast.
Oh,
wait a second.
that hook actually landed. He goes in, the arrow. Quickly, Cat scoops up his AD carry, but there are 4 people there on top of him. Makes it to the turret. Xiaohu's exhausted, finally distorts back. Karen flashes away to safety, but drops to Xiaohu's Shatter Orb. Picking up a second kill. Goong collapses in as MLXG goes low and goes down. More shots being tossed through that threaded volley. Another Shatter Orb is just doing so much. Choo-Choo finally getting some shots across, but it's 2 squishy carries against an Assassin, a Thresh, and an Ashe.
And Xiaohu has been so effective in that fight, but that was such a great setup for Y4. His Enchanted Crystal Arrow, incredibly well done to be able to get the pick for themselves. So even though they didn't have Gragas cast for MLXG just yet, they were still able to get a lot of kills from them. So that was really well done from RNG.
Meanwhile, Lies held the fort down bottom lane. He's now 10 CS behind Let Me in this matchup. So Xiaohu's lead feigns in. He's thinking about it.
It's a lot of risk because you might just get crit.
And they're collapsing onto him, but there goes the quick distortion. They know it's on cooldown. Here comes Cat and Karen, but just burning the Mimic to safety.
Ooh, this is really important. So Xiaohu cannot contest with a control ward on the side of this turret. Very well could turn into Dan just outright taking this turret. Then the fact that Jarvan is in the side in this blue side jungle. Here we go.
Oh, that's a trap. They're diving onto Ming. Teleport comes in, but the support is still alive. Goong tanks hits as Let Me shows up. He gets caught onto Choo-Choo. Quick consume as Cat tries to carry him to safety, but there's no safety here. He's pinned against the wall as Choo-Choo goes over. That's going to be Xiaohu teleporting in to try to follow through as Cat finally dies. An arrow flash catches the tank. Goong still firing these threaded bolts back in. Karen turns it around, trying for more. Xiaohu onto the back line. It's 1, but not quite 2 just yet, but soon to be the ace. Goong has got nowhere to go. He actually will die to Xiaohu.
What a beautiful flank from Xiaohu. And a great start coming in from Let Me. He knew he had his ulti up and available. The TP play coming through. I actually thought that was an assured tower for Dan. They definitely thought the same thing, so they were just all inning for it because of the control wards that they had set up. But nope, Choo-Choo is well and truly exposed. Cat has to save him. And you can just see it turning horribly for Dan Gaming from this point forward.
Quick leap over from Xiaohu before popping over the back line. Suddenly, now that the Unraveled Earth is gone, RNG are free to chase.
Yeah, and core members could not do much to help out Tom Kench in that entire exchange simply because Xiaohu was just zoning them to start. And he takes the long path and just finishes it up. So really well played coming out of both Xiaohu and Let Me. it's nice to see Let Me coming back into the starting lineup, and he's just been performing so well.
Yeah, 3-0-3, huge performance in the previous game, as now Ming looks bottom for Lies. He walks right into a hook in 1 versus 2, the Dominus, the box. Even an Abyssal Voyage, Cat shows up just in time to watch his top laner survive. He flashes over the wall. They collapse onto Ming, and they're looking for Xiaohu. Cataclysm, but he distorts back onto Cat, quickly consumed, and spat right back out again. Another kill for Dan Gaming, while the Ocean Dragon is finished off by NLXG.
You know what's hilarious about all of that? The lantern from Ming was placed so MLXG can get in on that, but they thought they can split plays. For MLXG to get Dragon, you probably insisted that that was the right call, and for Xiaohu and Ming to take the kill onto Renekton. Of course, now Cat's going to come in there. And so, yeah, in hindsight, you bring Gragas over, you get the kill, you get out. It's a little unfortunate on the side of RNG, but Dan Gaming coming in hot to protect lives. Really well done from them.
And now that brings us to the 19-minute mark after missing the first 10 minutes of the game. RNG still in the lead in this series, now find themselves in the lead in this game. So Dan, perhaps a little bit more desperate. They're not quite rolling over as they did against WE. They're still trying awfully hard, but they've got their work cut out for them.
That's why RNG has to play this a lot slower, or at least when they make plays, know that every member is in on the play. Because Dan Gaming has the tools to get the members in on there quickly. If Goong is on a side wave, he still has Weaver's Wall to get into the play. Cat, along with his Tom Kench ulti, definitely going to get there quickly. And Lies has TP, or at least he will have TP once it comes up. So they have the ability to join the fight immediately if RNG calls for it. So RNG, once they make the play, they better make a good one. And they better get out, because last game we saw one play in the bottom side of the map where they definitely overstayed and lost to Dan's pressure.
Yeah, well, this time they're playing the side lanes with a 1-3-1, so a little bit easier to try playing around that Dan pressure. Let Me still keeping Lives busy and even going so far as to bring MLXG up there, while Xiaohu, with his teleport coming up in about a minute and a half, he's going to pull Goong towards that bottom side of the map. I don't know that he's actually been spotted just yet. He drops the clone, pops in once, here's the second. Flick catches the clone, but not actually MLXG. Or, excuse me, Xiaohu. He just pops right back.
This is going to be really unfortunate for Goong, simply because Let Me is 3-0-3. He's going to be on top lane. Xiaohu, he's going towards Banshee's Veil's second item. He's going to be on the bottom. I mean, he's already at the bottom lane. So Goong, he has to be picking up waves, but he's going to be falling behind. He's already 4-1. But if he's put in this situation for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, for however long RNG sticks to these lane assignments, he's going to find it really tough to find minions.
Let Me looks to finish off. There's the Weaver's Wall as Goong chases in. But Y4's in the front. The Banshee's popped. Ace in the hole gets some good damage onto MLXG, but he's still standing. Meanwhile, Xiaohu finishes off the bottom tier 2, so the split push is successful. However, it's 21 minutes. You know what time that is. Dan Gaming turn onto the Baron, but here comes the rest of RNG. MLXG is up to about half health now, and they actually pull back looking for the fight instead, but RNG just kite it out, playing around this. And they're moving as a collective unit, but they're moving into a turnaround gank. They target MLXG. He's still alive, but dies. Dick Heron and Choo Choo firing these shots. Let Me split from his team. Xiaohu's so low in the backline. I don't even know how that happened. And another kill picked up. The shutdown. Cat gets pulled into Ming, who flashes away. And with this, RNG are 3 versus 4, but they did kill the jungler of Dan Gaming.
See, that was a desperation play coming in from Dan, but RNG just made the wrong decisions. They brought every member there to stop them from doing Baron. That's great. MLXG should have used that time to just truly back to base and walk on over. That just did not happen, and so they didn't have any time to stall it through. So MLXG shows up, half HP, they blow him up. So that's just now Dan Gaming coming into what is a numbers advantage, almost immediately in the fight. And so just based off of putting RNG in that position to start, they come out, they didn't get a goal lead, but they're still getting gold in their pockets off of that positive play.
They now find themselves recalling after RNG have spawned, which means that Baron vision is going over to Ming. He's heading over with MLXG to start dropping some wards. Meanwhile, Goong's still holding on to this bottom lane. You already mentioned his items having a little bit of difficulty. Well, now he's got to go up against the completed Morellos for Xiaohu instead of the Banshees.
All right.
So he's going to hurt a whole lot more.
Yep.
And looking at this, RNG, they're up by about 1,500 gold. They've got an Ocean Dragon. They've got a pretty strong composition. But can they break Dan Gaming just like they did in game number 1? Can they do it again?
If they keep the same lane assignments, I think it's fair. I would have liked the Banshee's Veil just to chase that one up. Simply, okay, that's funny.
There he goes.
Just simply because with the Banshee's Veil, you can stick onto the side lane and make it a much harder for Goong to find any ability to trade back with the flick. This time around with the extra CDR, he's going to be able to pump out more abilities, of course, hop in a little bit more often. And when they're a little bit below 50% HP, you can't heal up.
Xiaohu's almost got the second chain, flashes in and pops himself a kill. Lies not quite respecting Xiaohu enough to break the first chain with a flash and pays the price.
And when Xiaohu's on the LeBlanc, he does beautiful things. So you're going to have to expect that to happen. Who are you going to put up into the side lane if it's not Renekton? That is my biggest question. So I think Dan Gaming are trying to figure out how to solve that. Earlier on, their decision was just to look to force a fight, have Talia clear out bot, and then immediately force something with Weaver's Wall. That's just turning into a harder option to go for. And so they're just losing objectives just based off that pressure alone.
They brute force down mid, walking through the trap line. Even a flank from Xiaohu into the back line. Shadow Orb not enough to kill. As arrow is dodged by Goong. Karen leaps in, but his mid laner is already dead. Chuchu's at such low health, there's no follow-up whatsoever. He dies as well. And though Xiaohu was hunting for Chuchu, he found Cat instead and is forced to retreat. But he's got teleport ready. RNG have vision over the Baron, and they have got momentum on this map.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Karin's down. That's the only smite, of course. Goong, a lot of damage just off the map. So somehow Dan Gaming has to find a way to block them and try to push them off of it. I think it's an impossible task, especially with Xiaohu's TP coming through.
Yeah, he's going to zone away anyone else from RNG who might try their luck. But Baron finished off with a smite from RNG. That's 5 members with that Baron buff. Not to mention teleport still standing for Let Me. This is about to become real tough for Dan Gaming.
And it all started with that really nice dive in the mid lane. It was just based off the fact that Xiaohu had so much pressure in the bottom lane, was able to push out that wave, gain a lot of control in the enemy red side jungle, and so you just had to respect that and back away from the turret. Dan Gaming just stood their ground, and you can see how much damage was going off on Chuchu that he couldn't join on that fight at all. Now, I don't know how Xiaohu lost a lot of HP. We didn't get to see that side of the story.
We did not.
But it was still enough pressure for them to win the fight and for RNG to immediately move on towards Baron.
They're now picking up everything on the map that they can, any buffs, any residual jungle camps as they start to press in with an actual 1-3-1. Xiaohu, guess he doesn't need teleport to still be a threat in that bottom lane. That's now Cloud Dragon picked up by RNG 25.5 minutes in.
And that's the beauty there, is that they just, even though he doesn't have TP, they just play towards him. They know that Let Me has TP, and so the vision control is going to be on the side of where Xiaohu's currently in. That's the strong side of the map for them. They're going to have to maybe change it up a little soon. Oh, actually, this is going to try and chase down Xiaohu. You can't chase down the LeBlanc.
Yeah, she just pops over the Weaver's Wall and then uses Mimic to get to safety. No flash, but didn't need it.
And that was one of the small openings Dan had because RNG wasn't making anything happen on this side. Right now, you see Let Me look just chunking out this turret. But in the mid lane, nothing was happening. They're still pushing on that wave. So it was nice that Dan tried, just turned into nothing.
And now that means that the top tier 2 has been broken. RNG seems to have found the formula to pull Dan Gaming apart. Wait for them to make those decisive overstays as Y4 gets tagged by a tongue lash and is forced to pull back. Flash, Karen tries to go in as Dan forced the fight, but it's chaos as RNG are just kiting this out near perfectly.
And the next wave is coming very quickly, so Karen won't be able to join fast enough to save that mid lane turret. Yeah, they're just going to pick it up very easily for RNG.
They move forward now onto the inhibitor, still with Baron for another 70 seconds, and they've already broken an inhibitor turret. Let Me still working his way onto that top one, and with this potential swap between top and bottom, they could look for a second. Xiaohu preps the wave, and now Dan make a decision. What do we defend? Looks like it's bottom.
Yeah, they're going to just dogpile top lane. It's going to be very easy for RNG, knowing that the full brunt of the pressure, all that force went towards the bottom lane to stop LeBlanc. And so as long as they play it safely, Xiaohu, safely, as long as no one takes too much damage, Xiaohu,
He's LeBlanc with an Ocean Dragon.
And of course with Gunblade, so he's going to be
Yeah.
healing up. That's fine. I'm just saying, don't get caught during the play. So yeah, it should be very easy to just bounce between mid, top, mid, bot. Wherever Dan goes is generally going to be the wrong answer.
Yeah, doing your best Han Solo impression there, Raz. As RNG right now, they're doing their best Death Star impression, and they are just demolishing the base of Dan Gaming. 15 seconds left on this Baron buff, but that is
6 HP.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
nice.
fairly certain in the time it actually took for the mouse to move over, it was down to 1 or so as Y4 steps in. They actually haven't broken the inhibitor yet. Xiaohu finally leaps in to finish that off, but now they've got the freedom to start moving back and forth on these inhibs. Karen leaps in and gets flayed. That's the Weaver's Wall plus a cast. They're just disengaging away from this. Goong follows through. Teleport from Lies.
Here we
Danner
go.
throwing everything in the kitchen sink against these 3 members, but RNG split up. They are not making this worth. The arrow fires and misses.
Oh
They've
my
killed
God.
the support, but they've lost mid. They've lost bottom.
What I really loved about how RNG played that one through is that
Yeah.
they just protected Y4 in numerous ways.
Yes.
He just went the easy way out, where Thresh and Gragas pulled to the right.
Yeah.
And they still had a way to protect themselves. So there was no one Dan was going to be able to catch out. So this is getting pretty frustrating for Dan. It feels like they just aren't making the right decisions because there are none.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. That Renekton TP was actually beautiful, but it was just flayed away. There was, and Gragas body slammed. It was not going to happen, apparently.
So much disengage. It ends up being a 4,000 gold power play on that Baron buff. Holy cow, with 2 inhibitors down and only 1 still standing, RNG. They've got 3.5 items on just about everyone. They are ready to end the game in a swift and brutal fashion, just like game number 1.
We've been wanting to see Dan showcase some consistent plays, or at least a consistent game, and talk about, let's go for this.
Yeah, they're diving onto MLXG. He's eaten up by Cat and will be killed off by the rest of his team as Letme tries to follow through from the other side. His charge gets stopped by Lies, and he will continue to retreat, but take a look at Xiaohu. He's backdooring for the inhib.
Yeah, he's just going straight for it, and they have to answer this pressure because the super minion's following him through. So it's getting really unfortunate, the side of Dan Gaming, that immediately, first set in cross-conference, and it looks like they're about to get 0-2'd from RNG, which is a nice thing for them, right? For RNG to pick this one up, going into Rift Rivals. Oh, okay, he's just going to pop over the wall. It's a very nice look from RNG. It's very promising in what was an underwhelming group stage.
Yes. Certainly a very underwhelming intra-group play for that first round, first 3 weeks. Again, though, they still actually have to finish off this series, and we have seen Dan Gaming make comebacks, but this is going to be really difficult. As Xiaohu just continues stealing everything he can. 4-1 and 5, 4-1 and 4, 40 CS up. Baron's up in 45 seconds, and the rest of his team are already on it, setting up Vision while he split pushes bottom. And now Dan Gaming, they're forced with a difficult decision to make once again. Will it be the right one this time, or will RNG continue to force them to make the wrong choices?
Yeah, and whenever Baron is up on the table, that's always that decision you have to get right the first time. Yeah, there is not going to be a second time. So I think RNG, it looks like they're not even going to look to pressure towards it. If 20 seconds coming up online, they're not even going to make that risk, especially with how their current lane setup is working well for them. Xiaohu is going to be able to get out of this one.
He pops back, but he's got another Mimic ready along with the Mimic Distortion. Flashes over the wall. Choo-Choo fires 1, 2, 3, flash! Melee ace in the hole for the slam dunk kill. They invested a lot into killing that roaming mid laner, but now it's 5 versus 4, and the Purple Worm has crawled out of his cave.
Yeah, RNG has to play this one safely because the biggest point about that is they got the top lane inhib.
Yeah.
And bottom lane is starting to have a bit of a minion problem. So RNG, they don't have to start Baron. It's Dan Gaming that has to start it.
Bit of a minion problem?
Bit of a
This has a bigger minion problem. And they're even teleporting into the back door. Letme's trying to end the game while Dan Gaming is trying to take the Baron. And the rest of RNG, they don't even need to steal this. They just need to stall this out. MLXG pops over. He gets the Baron steal. 8-second recalls from everyone on Dan Gaming, if they're even allowed to. They're going to try to kill these carries as Letme rushes forward. Cat onto Y4, who flashes into the pit. He stops Goong's back once again as Ming continues to stall this out. finally, Ming goes down. The recalls have been started, but it's too little, too late. RNG with the double backdoor. Xiaohu showing up for the kill shot. Is going to 2-0 Dan Gaming.
Well, that was a good ending. I'll give it that. RNG with a fantastic ending, and we talked about it. You can't mess up the Baron take. You only have one shot at it. And MLXG is able to come in with the steal along with the back door. So RNG starting off cross-conference pretty hot.
Oh, yeah. A swift 2-0 out of the gates from RNG. And they're allowed to take a deep breath and collect themselves now because things were looking awfully shaky. Not just for MLXG, but as for the team as a whole. And now here, joining us on the desk to help break down RNG as a whole. I would love to say break down the whole series, but tragically we did miss game number 1 and the first half of game number 2.
Yeah, look, there's not a lot for me to honestly
Yeah.
be able to break down from what we have seen, though. We've seen a fairly, I guess, reinvigorated look to RNG. It's very refreshing sights to see this from RNG in the first place. The one big thing that I think we should take away from a set like this is that Let Me was playing, and somehow, for some reason, when Let Me was playing, MLXG and Xiaohu look better. It's almost like either the stars have aligned and it just so happens that Xiaohu and MLXG were playing better today, or having Let Me in the team to take the back seat actually forces MLXG and Xiaohu to be the leaders of the team, to make the aggressive calls and to be a big part of their map movements. And they looked good doing it, whereas when Koro's there, perhaps he's actually communicating and causing some communication issues in the team, because either way, this RNG in this set looked really good.
Yep. That's a big takeaway coming in from Koro, who just came in on the team. Second split, you're not going to be able to have a strong enough communication if you're comparing yourself to like Let Me, who's been with the team during spring split as well. So for Koro to come in there, he's been playing very well, but of course it's a team game, and how he communicates with MLXG is a big factor. How he communicates with Xiaohu is a big factor, and those three played together so well along with Let Me is the biggest takeaway. So how they play well to like the solo lanes have always been the biggest focus.
And I guess one other big takeaway from this is that Dan, I don't think, played any differently to what we're used to seeing from them. They are an aggressive side. The amount of time Kench ultimates just to get that pick or into the faces of the enemy, like they were making the same decisions that I expect to see from them in any traditional League of Legends LPL game that Dan plays in. 21-minute Barons is another example for you. But RNG were well equipped to beat that one this time around. Their 1-3-1s, their team composition, you can see the draft. They knew how to beat it.
And I think this actually comes back to what we were looking towards at the beginning of the game, the fact that a lot of us had Dan as winning this series, assuming nothing changed. Well, nothing changed for Dan, but like you said, something definitely changed for RNG.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me, because whenever you look towards the series, you're saying, yeah, well, RNG is playing poorly currently, so how can we expect RNG to be showcasing anything different than what we saw in group stage in the first 3 weeks? But remember, RNG, Demacia Cup winners, second place victory in Spring Split. This team has been the second best team at the top tier in the LPL. So for them, making the adjustments has to be like a small thing. There's not much they have to change because they already had it, essentially.
Yeah, no, I can actually understand what you're saying. In saying that, it's also, for an experienced side, a lot easier to make the changes, perhaps come back to their strengths that they've had in the first place. Because you're right, when they were there, it's easier just to rediscover what was working, not have to find it in the first place.
Yeah, and we did see RNG, of course, take that win in this series. That now brings them to 2-0, and it also brings the groups to Group B with their first win over Group A here in cross-conference. Of course, we'll be keeping track of that over the course of cross-conference. And RNG now, with this continued momentum, spodes well. I asked you guys earlier, what's the difference between Let Me and Koro? And I think we just saw it. There's something intangible that Let Me brings.
Yeah, it helps out MLXG. We saw him having a much better set than we have usually seen from him. And you can see Let Me really punishing these 1v1 matchups with Lies. Now, Lies isn't the best top laner in the league. I would put him on the bottom tier of the LPL, still trying to find his footing. So I think it's a good first step for Let Me. For RNG as a whole, especially since now they're going into international competition very soon, and they get to have that time to rebuild, understand how to play the game, and have like a global comparison for themselves. I think they can only look up from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And realistically, I don't want to draw correlations between Let Me playing and MLXG looking better. I still don't think that is the reason for it. I think that MLXG has actually done some soul searching and he's set off and has looked a little bit better for himself. Obviously, he's going to be the MVP as well. How convenient. Yeah. I mentioned his name and he appears. But at the same time, I think that Let Me had a almost star performance coming out of him. Being able to control his lane in game number 1. You may not have seen a lot of it, but he was like 75 odd CS ahead. He was like 3-0-2 as Renekton. And then he comes back into the opposite side of the matchup where he plays the Kled and gets the pressure from his team towards the top side of the map, gets the advantage in the lane, and is able to basically do the same thing on both sides of the coin. And that to me is the sign of the best player in the top lane matchup. If you can win both sides of the equation, then you are outright, like undisputed, the best top laner in this set.
Yeah, and I think this replay shows it very well, where the setup needed to happen coming from RNG. This was great from Dan to set up on the tower. I thought that for 100%, that was going to be a mid lane tower take from Dan Gaming. RNG had been looking towards it, and immediately once the top lane, Let Me gets his ulti off cooldown, they set up for the play. Great TP from him.
Yeah, the teleports have been very good out of RNG in this set, not just him as well. Of course, Xiaohu teleporting at the same time. That replay, to me, is a very good example of where this whole series went wrong for Dan as well. When you actually compare and contrast both of these teams. Dan, they're young, they're inexperienced, they are prone to making a lot of mistakes. RNG, they're much more experienced, and whilst they'll still make mistakes, still get caught out of position by how fast and hard Dan play, there's often times like this where Dan just don't respect the teleports. And RNG are the type of team that will double teleport in and team fight you, knowing that you've just overextended, you've overcommitted to this turret. Like, it's the easy win for RNG that Dan let them have.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a first, I would say a first experience in which Dan has to learn how to deal with those 1-3-1 positions. This time around, they felt like they were lost in how to deal with LeBlanc on side lane, deal with Let Me on side lane, and when they finally looked to siege up mid after a play that was made, you have to really recognize that the flank play is going to happen. They didn't have a defensive option there. That they just left Choo-Choo going backwards when he should have been pathing to the side along with the rest of his team. So it was one of those situations that they're going to look back on that and say, oh, I mean, we should have 100% been able to deal with this point because it was legitimately the game-winning play coming from RNG.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, it looked like RNG did return towards some more experienced form, like you were saying, Rusty, whereas you look at their play against Invictus Gaming, you look at their play against even Ime and Snake, Dan I'm referring to, whenever the other team forces them to make a decision, it's Dan's sort of brutish bullheadedness that forces the decision to come out in their favor. Well, RNG, when they made Dan make a decision, both options were bad. So even when Dan brute forced down one of the routes, it still worked out in RNG's favor, whereas with other teams, it didn't quite.
I just think that off that point, Dan is making the right plays. Because in this game, right here, that was a desperation play that they had to make to force the Baron run because they had 3 inhibs down. They need to force something. And it was them starting the Baron. And earlier on, of course, they make the same play, but they needed to go towards the Baron rush just simply because they knew that Gragas was chunked out, and it was a positive play for them. Gragas either has to go back to base compound, and that's enough time for them to go for Baron or the 4v5 fight, or he comes into a fight half HP. So I still think that Dan are making the proper plays when it comes to the Baron.
Yeah, but they're not making it with any kind of preparation. They're just snap judgments, right? Like, hey, Gragas has gone to base. Baron's probably the best play, so let's make the best play. There's no such thing as like 3 minutes in advance, I've got my side waves pushing, so I'm going to be able to split push and pressure the Baron.
Not in this game, but they have done it in previous games.
Yes. Well, for some foresight of our own, let's actually look towards our next matchup. We're going to be getting to it in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's week number 4, day number 1 of Cross Conference, and we're about ready to get into our second set of the day, our second chance to see which of the two groups is superior, Group A or Group B. First up with our matches, we saw Dan Gaming take on RNG. Well, once again, already joining me are these two individuals.
Hope you missed us. Individuals, who are we?
You tell me.
He was going to say something rude. I was really hoping he said that, but he didn't.
I gave it a quick pivot. These two folks are joining me on the desk. We've got Rusty and Raz once again. We saw Dan Gaming get 2-0'd by RNG. First time they've lost a game since WE, since joining the LPL. And now Group B leads the charge. But the next representative to take to the ring is Jingdong Gaming.
Oh, so it's going to be a one. No, we're fine. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, Jingdong coming out really poorly so far in this split, 0-5.
Yeah.
Now, we mentioned it right at the beginning of the show that JD, if they can pick up wins, quite obviously, in cross-conference, that would be great if the rest of the teams in their group aren't doing so. Already off on a bad foot. Apparently, RNG didn't get the memo and are winning their games. So JD right now, they're not looking good, and it seems like other teams are picking up wins as well. So we're not going to hope. It looks like they're not going to be able to get right in there with the thick of things with the rest of the team.
Basically means that they're not inflated in terms of skill. Like maybe they've been losing to teams that are better than Group A, but like perhaps that's the case. We'll find out very soon, but that's very unlikely given how they have been performing. They are just a shell of their former selves, and only Doinb seems to be the hope, the shining light that is slowly dimming.
Yes, it really is a crisis of faith for Doinb fans and for fans of that team as a whole, because right now, like you said, it's a mess with what's going on.
Yeah.
Perhaps they could take some solace in the fact that IG are still scrambling to find some semblance of identity, but I think that at least Invictus Gaming, they're a quarter of the way through the puzzle, whereas Jingdong, they're still trying to open the packaging.
That's why IG is going to be pretty happy about JD being the first opponent they go up against, because JD definitely still need to puzzle things together, but IG seems like the Shy has been a great option for them so far, and Duke, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of drive underneath him to perform. And so now with that being said, you see Ning also starting to put out some good performances as well. And so for them to go up against JD right off the get-go is going to be a good lesson for them, so they can see, oh, okay, this worked. We can move us on to the next set. So when they go up against SNG, Newbie, and look to take wins there, that their 2 and 3 current placement in Group A can get a little better.
And that's actually very valid, right? That the substitutes for the Invictus Gaming roster are legitimate threats for the main starting players. So you've got Duke with the Shy, you know, you've got that fact there. It's always going to be sitting in the back of his mind, like, I need to perform better. But then when you look at JD Gaming, you've got Sinyi sitting behind Clid, and you realistically, you look at that if you're Clid, and you're like, I'm set, I'm fine. The only reason he gets swapped is because Barrett is the AD carry, and then he's got Loken sitting on the bench. And for all intents and purposes, Loken's just like waiting to start for the moment that Sinyi's good enough to replace Clid. Because that's actually how this will go, the ebb and flow of these two roles. It's a bit of a mess.
I'll tell you right now, this is legitimately as if you just received a box of puzzles. This is one of your...
Sure. Yeah, he's going to give it a patented Dom analogy.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
I've got you on this one. Now you're sandwiched by Doms. Dom 2.0. And all your puzzle pieces, you're almost there, but they just don't fit. These are just defective pieces. And I feel like that's the case right now with Jingdong.
The defective pieces.
They're defective because they just don't match up. You want Loken to be starting up along with Clid, but that's why it's not going to work, because they're just because of the rule set.
Well,
you
see,
have
the problem
too many
is
Koreans on the roster.
You're trying to build a sunset when it's a mountain, right? You're trying to do the wrong puzzle. I feel like Jingdong, they need to figure out first what they actually want with this team. Obviously, they're trying to build around Doinb. Stop trying to wrap your head around it.
What puzzle are you looking for,
There's just too many analogies right now. Why don't we just call a spade a spade? They're bad right now, and they can't work it out. They need to work it out.
So what's holding them back? Is this communication? Are they guys? Come on.
Okay, go.
Is this communication that's holding Jingdong back? Because they've still got 3 of the same core members from Spring Split, where they went to playoffs, where Doinb was the MVP of the Spring Split.
They have so. It's always been like Clid has been a really big member of the team working with Doinb, right? And then they've always had Kabe, who's been able to push the bill in the top lane. He's always had solo kills in his lane. Usually the teleports were very sound. But I feel like, firstly, Kabe got patched out,
Yep.
Yeah.
So he's now not able to play his Maokai. He's not playing his tanks top lane. He has to play a carry. And already Shen's the only thing that they need to ban from JD now. And immediately top lane now going to get completely blasted against everybody until he actually reattunes himself to the meta. So that's like a many-week affair for Kabe. And then you've got this dynamic duo that is constantly getting subbed out because the AD carry is inadequate for the team in his current state. So Loken has to come in, and Doinby's stuck working with a brand new jungler that is a solo queue jungler that has to play for himself.
And the biggest piece about that, you mentioned it, was in the fact that Kabe did get patched out. And one of those patch solutions was going towards Banner Command, dealing with sideways. Now you're not going to be on the Shen pick. Immediately IG, though.
Yeah.
Duke in the top lane, Ning in the jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, and West and Megan rounding out their bottom lane.
And pretty much not patched out is the name of the game for IG. Rookie's in his Talia patch. You've got Ning with the Lee Sin as well as their opponents, JD.
Yeah, you can see Kabe, Shinyi starting today as it's Doinby, Loken, and Mao showing up in the bottom.
And so, just to hit on this point a little harder, last split, side wave control for JD Gaming was poor, very poor. And they found very small ways to deal with it by itemizing towards Banner of Command on these tank top laners that they can no longer play, and it just doesn't feel right for them. And now suddenly they actually have to learn how to deal with side waves. They tried playing carry top lane, and it just didn't work for Kabe. And so we're just finding a point where who's going to be the second carry for the team? Do they need a second carry? Answer is yes, they do. But now you have to find Loken to find his groove along with the jungler, as you mentioned.
Big scary thing, though, is they're going up against the likes of Invictus Gaming when there are already some very clearly defined threats. You were talking earlier about the fact that Duke is patched into the meta right now, and then there's the Shy behind him, who is just as strong with those carry top laners. Rookie, absolutely massive. The big question mark for Invictus Gaming has been the bottom lane. Perhaps this could be an area of contention?
That's true. And I think that's the case. That's a problem for IG. It's also a problem that it seems like there's Ning is pathing towards top side so much more often. There's even times where he's just outright pitching a tent. And so the bottom lane is definitely going to be on the bad side of that. And I guess the best thing you can say off of it is just the fact that West has been in that position before when he was on Game Talents. They just have to be well attuned to it because previously they had a lot of pressure on the bottom lane, but that's just not going to be the case.
And it's just like they're both weak in the same place, right? And you'd expect that Ning goes towards the top side of the map. He is a new player, and he's going to focus his winning lanes. It makes sense that that's where he's going to go. But recently, Ning has even been looking bottom lane, trying to cover up the weakness and make it stronger again. Almost like the opposite of what Kid did as a jungler, where he just wanted to make sure the winning lanes won harder. And I feel like this second strategy, this extra thing that they're able to do for themselves can elevate Invictus Gaming that little bit further, but I really can't see that happening for the side of JD in contrast of that. So this will come down to if Ning can get unlocked or if somehow the JD jungler shows up to play.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on Shinyi to see if he can pull it together as we are just about ready to get into pick and ban. Raz, who's your take for this series?
Oh, it's going to have to be IG. But JD has showcased that they have some picks that they can go towards. Some cheese, if you might add. Some Gouda. Maybe that might be the same today. But no, 2-0 IG.
2-0 IG. Well, you heard it from Mr. Raz himself. But ladies and gentlemen, we've entered into picks and bans for game number 1 between IG and Jingdong Gaming. Already, Karma and Thresh banned away from Jingdong, whereas Jace and Elise taken away from Duke, Rookie, and Ning.
You've got your staple bans, of course. Take things away from Doinby is always going to be the name of the game. Of course, a blue side Galio ban also being taken off the board here is very curious, but quite simply, by banning the Galio, it means they have a higher priority when it comes to first pick.
That's Caitlyn immediately locked in for West. We saw how much of an importance that champion, or how much that champion can change a matchup. When just in that previous game, Choo-Choo got the chance to take it against Y4 and absolutely smashed bottom lane. In answer, though, Gragas is going to be the follow-up from Jingdong.
Yeah, Gragas also going to be followed up by a Callista. With the Thresh band, you're expecting a Braum to go with that lane. That's basically just how the 2v2 will always start to pan out. So IG, they should be very aware of what JD wants now. As the 2v2, they can either pick and choose as they would like away from it. This is one of those picks that I would almost say is good into it, but maybe not as a second pick.
That's very early for a Bard if Megan were to pick it up. Instead, Ning just giving it a hover, having a chuckle to himself before he decides to lock in Kha'Zix for himself. very mobile jungler.
And alongside the Kazakhs, they may still commit to a support in third rotation here. Just jungle support as your standard top 3 picks. But if they have a top priority champion, perhaps they will look towards that one. Rookie usually will be in the last rotation when it comes to champions. So
yeah,
they tend to hold off on him.
Save the counter pick for the best mid laner in the league. This is one of the most talented players in the LPL right now, and has been for a very long time.
He's still the best mid laner in the LPL.
Yeah, with Bard and Caitlyn now to round out that bottom lane, and Ning in the jungle, you look towards Duke and Rookie to fill things out on the other side. But Jingdong, are they going to save counter pick for Doinby, or perhaps do they show their hand a little bit earlier?
But they often try and pick some outrageous things early, just if it's a flex or if it's something crazy like your Akali's. But this one does make the most sense. Again, knowing you're against a Bard, they've seen the 2v2, they can pick their bottom lane, they can equalize it, and then being on the red side, they can actually start to ban away priority champions and pick it themselves first, because they get the slight edge to the second part of the phases.
Now, Orianna, banned away from Rookie, take away those huge impact champions that he has.
Yeah, Syndra probably as well.
Those things that can just break the matchup right out as LeBlanc is banned away. Also, another thing to note, Doinby's hair, back to black. He has gone to the straight black color this time, trying to perhaps return to his roots. Literally and figuratively. As Fiora is going to be the next ban away.
Yeah, getting rid of the Fiora from Duke. Of course, every IG top laner just seems to be an expert of the champion. There's no Syndra actually going to hit the ban list right now. I don't know if that's just the pump fake. I feel like Doinby may not be the Syndra type, where Rookie is, and being on red side, perhaps that indicates that mid has a counter to it ready to go. Of course, your Corki's running around lately can go Hex Drinker, and usually it is a good matchup for the Corki, so perhaps that's why Syndra is no longer a priority.
6 seconds left. And with a big smile, Loken identifies Rek'Sai as the pick. So Jingdong are going to hold on to counter pick. That means we get to see Duke and Rookie first, but that also means Kabe takes Gragas in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly does. So Kabe gives himself one of the few remaining tanks. In saying that, the Rek'Sai also for Shinyi, I think it was one of the few champions that he did play back in the former split. I think he was with Game Talents at the time. This is one of the few that he was capable of playing well on.
Sounds about right.
So it's good to see him back to what works.
Shen is the pickup for Invictus Gaming, though. This is something we talked about a little bit earlier, how it was a huge priority for Kabe. Well, he first picked Gragas.
Yeah, no, the reason it was a priority for Kabe is it's still a tank, and it still makes a lot of sense that he'll get something like the Gragas because it's a flex pick anyway. They do reveal, obviously, in fourth that what they wanted was the Gragas top, so they picked themselves the Rek'Sai, but you're right, this does leave things open to the counter picks here, as here we go.
Syndra's locked in, and Doinby set to answer. Rookie versus Doinby, MVP of the spring split versus the best mid laner in the league.
Yeah. How he has fallen from MVP.
Still a title that he gets to hold to himself is now Vladimir is the answer.
And that's the counter.
Yeah, Sanguine Pool to the Unleashed Power.
And again, this was very much noted already through the second part of the ban phase. We said the fact that JD put Fiora in the ban list, they prioritize that. They also prioritize Orianna over Syndra, means they're comfortable with Rookie picking it. And that's already risky in and of itself. You don't want to give Rookie Syndra. That's pretty much writing yourself a death wish.
Yeah.
So now they're going to have this star mid laner on one of his better champions, but they've picked the Vladimir into it. One of the few champions that is very well equipped to deal with it. By having the Sanguine Pool, they're able to dodge out on the ultimate. The matchup itself is tough until you start getting those items. But once the Vladimir scales up, he can hold his own. He can team fight arguably better as well.
And again, it is Doinby. If anyone is known for holding his own against not only the enemy team, but sometimes his own, it's that man. So hopefully he's coming into the stage with a smile. He looked a little bit beat up at the end of week number 3, but we saw him laughing and smiling earlier. With this new hair, perhaps this could be the start of something new for Jingdong.
Is that the secret, dog?
It's the hair. I mean, he changes his hair rather frequently, and I've actually not done any stat tracking to the correlation between his performance depending on his hair changes.
Bold statements then coming out of you. Hair is
Well,
directly
he
related to performance?
He has a lot of hair. He's not bald.
Thanks, mate. You've really derailed me. I am so far off where I was going now.
So let's get back to it then. I mean, Jingdong, they're 0-5, taking on Invictus Gaming, who have now picked up Syndra, Shen, and Caitlyn. They are... I mean, something that you mentioned was whether or not Ning could be unlocked to put Jingdong down. Well, now he's got Kha'Zix. He's got a Shen in the top lane, Syndra in the mid lane, plus Caitlyn, Bard in the bottom. He's got his pick of the litter.
I mean, yes, in the way of what lane can I gank, that is accurate, but he's also against a Rek'Sai, so realistically, is the jungler ever unlocked when a Rek'Sai can track you so well? Is one of the big things we'll have to watch here for Xinyi in particular, if he's trying to find his opponent, trying to find Ning. I would say, and I would argue that that should not be what the Rek'Sai is trying to do. He should actually try and have an impact on these lanes, because ultimately, it's Duke and Rookie running through mid and top, and if he's not focusing those lanes, then he's probably going to watch as his lanes slowly lose around him. The best bet would be try and make an impact early.
Yes, well, we do hope that that doesn't happen, but it is Xinyi sort of filling in here. So perhaps Jingdong trying something a little different this time around. But we've loaded onto the Rift. As you can see, it's game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and Jingdong. Looks like a lane start from both of these bottom laners as Loken backs up.
Unsurprisingly, Deathfire Touch for Doinby, as if it's the only Keystone Mastery that is unlocked for him.
Yep.
And a Thunderlord's for support as well.
I think that's the only one that he has taken when he practices. He just never changes his mastery page.
I just don't think he knows there's more than one right now. Like, Thunderlords is still applicable here and there, believe it or not. But no, he will go for Deathfire Touch. It's the Doinby special. He used to do it on Victor all the time as well. But again, JD's team composition, when you really look at it, I don't like it at all. It's very reliant on Rakan. So Mao has to be involved in every single fight. Loken has to be involved in every single fight as well. Look at their committal. Like, if I'm going forwards, what is their crowd control, right? Like, it's all Rakan and the Kalista ultimates. And that's risky against the Bard composition, against the Shen as well. It's actually really hard to execute against that. But they are against a single target team here from Invictus Gaming. Ultimately, if they don't get picked off, JD should still win team fights by that alone.
Perhaps they do. They have to make it through laning phase first. And so far, it looks like things are just about even. Early lane control goes to the Caitlyn and Bard as expected. You mentioned the Thunderlords. We can already see Loken is taking just a bit of chip damage. It's very easy to proc that Thunderlords on that Bard.
This is a fairly standard thing from the LPL as well, of course. Protecting the blue buff, looking for the blue buff, but most importantly, clearing that explosive point. Because that's the way that everyone dies bottom lane at a level 3 gank from a jungler. When you're on the red side of the map, that's when your jungler ganks. So very obvious stuff here. In saying that, Rek'Sai, uniquely powerful being able to get around the map. I would imagine he'll go to Krugs before going bottom.
Yeah, the tunnel's ready. He shows himself, perhaps expecting
or he's
a ward to
wait
be here.
18 seconds.
He's waiting for the timing, but that's a whole other minion wave. West steps forward. He sees this is happening, knows the ward's been placed. Oh, but
that's
a great
done.
cosmic binding. Flash grand entrance. They're targeting West, trying to burn him down. The spears are stacking up. Rend is ready, but it's first blood to Xinyi.
And that was the patience play from JD. Again, we said he'd wait like 18 seconds if that's what it came to. Of course, he had the flash, but there's no point overcommitting yourself. And even with Megan hitting a 2-man Bard stun onto both of them, they still lose their Caitlyn. 2 summoners burnt on the Caitlyn. But at the same time, only the heal is there for JD. So it is a good start. They get the kill onto the Rek'Sai, so the time sink was worth the investment, but the bottom lane is at risk. So from this point, they need to start showing some respect as the 2v2, because it's a good initial opening. They need to continue that lead.
400 gold after that first blood as recall is going to be started. Mao on the invade is spotted out by a ward, but still very mobile on that recon. Should be able to hop to safety once he finds anything worth quite looking for. Spots Megan as the supports are just going to high five on their way past each other. Meanwhile, Doinby, he's going to start getting some attacks onto Rookie. That Vladimir sustain.
Yeah, Rookie's actually overstaying here to try and reset the wave, it feels like, but he'll have to recall very soon, actually. But with about 32 CS, that should be your lost chapter, or very close to. I feel like if the Syndra continues to stay, that means he's actually not close enough to getting it yet.
He's still hanging out right now.
Wasting time.
Yeah, he's got Ning on the side, but with no mana, it's going to be really tough to hurt that Vladimir. Hasn't even burned the health potion on that Dorian's shield.
But he'll be fine. Again, this just means that Vladimir is also controlling the minion wave decently well. I'd say surprisingly well. This early on. Doran's shield, beautiful thing for getting rid of some damage from pretty much everything ever.
Yep. Merc Treads is the first back for Doinby at level 5, so he's going full survival. There's the Lost Chapter you mentioned, plus a control ward for Rookie. As he's just a little bit slower making his way back. Ooh, catches him at the tunnel, but Megan follows through with a second activation.
Still good pressure from the Rakan. Megan playing very forwards, trying to be efficient with his Spell Thieves. This leaves them open to opportunities such as what you're seeing on your screen because the warding is not there from IG. In fact, a lot of the warding was almost like a bait. Like I'm leaving the lane to go to the river to place a ward that I don't actually have to see if we can make something happen. As Ning, you're being watched. You're still being watched.
Spectator right now. Pops over. Ning, he's going to be knocked up. He's got the leap, immediately follows through. Still caught with the grand entrance as he's chunked to half. And Xin Yi, perhaps predicting the pathing of Ning, finds himself now with a health advantage.
I think it's fair to say that he was predicting. Of course, he hasn't left, and he's about to have another tunnel up in 5 seconds. He's looking for Megan.
Swoops over. Cosmic Binding onto Mao. Megan shows up, but West is the target. Flash knock-up. It's 1-2 for the Bounce House as Loken gets another kill. Jing Dong send Xin Yi bottom not once but twice, and it pays off.
And we said the first step was there from JD. Gank the bottom lane, get the first kill. You don't have summoners, and so you're in a risky position. But Xin Yi, he counters it. He watches where Ning comes, prevents a gank from happening, and goes in a second time. So suddenly that first step comes a second, becomes a third with an Infernal Drake on top of all of that. And this is actually a really solid start coming out of the JD side, especially in that 2v2.
That bottom lane was the big question, the big change. The 3 members on your screen right there, Xin Yi, Loken, and Mao, to replace Clid, Alone, Ali, Cloud, and Candy 7 from Chaogu just last split. But now they're finally, I don't know what maybe it is the hair.
I don't think the hair influences the bottom lane that heavily. I think it's fair to say it's more so the jungler being at the right place, making aggressive early decisions, and Ning not really equipped for that. At the same time, Rookie is not winning his lane. He is well and truly pushed out. Top lane is just a tank off, and so there's nothing doing up there. Like, yes, there is actually a sizable CS advantage in 1v1 for Duke, but that doesn't actually amount to anything.
We do see Jing Dong now lane swapping as they send Loken up top. Recall from Kabe to head bottom as Doinby continues to keep Rookie pressed into the mid lane.
They always do this, Jing Dong. Always lane swap. And it feels like, you know, traditionally when someone lane swaps, they want to accelerate the pace of the game by going for the turret. But look at the timing on this lane swap. If that's not abysmal, I don't know what is. They're just trying to hard force, but they don't know how to do it at the appropriate time. So ultimately, they've gone for Berserker Greaves. They'll get it down quickly, but IG are beating them.
Yeah.
Even though JD did it.
West getting a lot of damage, not quite enough on this wave. He's going to have to clear out a second one. Xin Yi shows up to follow through and help it out. The wave hasn't crashed bottom just yet, and barely are they able to get first brick, but as you said, the tempo was in IG's favor.
They are lucky to bounce, and once again, Berserker Greaves helped. The fact that Rek'Sai's there is always going to assist them. Kha'Zix was nowhere to be seen in assisting down in that bottom lane at the same time. He's nearby now, but there's also no Drake to take. So this is actually really good timing, honestly, out of the JD side. Infernal Drake killed. I can lane swap. Again, I like the concept. The only thing that was wrong was the execution, ultimately. So they are still in the right position. They are still making the positive plays.
Yeah, they certainly are. Ping's now going down onto Rift Herald. You can see Jing Dong have warded the heck out of that blue side IG jungle, so they'll see any movements from there from now on. And with Doinby continuing to keep Rookie occupied in the mid lane, that could be the next objective, as the only tier 1 still standing is going to be the mid and bottom for IG. Of course, swapped over.
You can tell where JD are going to go by where the bottom lane situates themselves, just because they are the fed part of the map. So with the Kalista going back top, with Rakan now pathing through mid lane back to top lane as well, JD should be prioritizing the Rift Herald. It does feel like a major part of their focus, especially with the lane you're looking at right now going so heavily in Doinby's favor.
He is going ham. And of course, you wonder, saying, how is it going so far into his favor when it's even in CS? Well, he's keeping Rookie pushed under that turret.
Yeah, Rookie's staying pushed. He's running out of health. He's running out of mana. And every equal trade that a Vladimir secures is a 1 trade for a Vladimir. So ultimately, it is a 1 trade.
Now sees a ward go down. Sweeper immediately to clear it out as Invictus Gaming have swapped their own duo to match this. Doinby, come on, man. Okay, there goes the pause. The turret's actually ready to fire another shot. Seems like we might have identified the cause for the pause.
I think so.
And look at Coppet.
You were doing what?
He's got a big old grin on his face. Even Shinyi is like, wait, what happened?
Sure will work out.
Doinby saying, oh no. Look at that laugh. He knows. He knows.
That's actually very unfortunate.
As long as he has Seguin Pool, I'm pretty sure he's okay.
Yeah, I feel like he could have just used that anyway, but the fact that we paused the game for presumably that reason may indicate that he doesn't.
Not dying.
It may indicate that he doesn't have it.
Either doesn't have it. I mean, even in this case, he's at such low health, taking 2 turret shots and the minion wave. He's going to have to recall. And all of that pressure that they built up top is about to evaporate.
Yeah, there is I guess, serious consideration around the Rift Herald being the name of the game here for JD. If he has to recall, thankfully, I believe Rookie was also recalling at the same time. It just means that there's an equal fight if a fight happens, not a slanted fight to JD's favor, which is ultimately what they'd be looking towards. So it is a tragedy that this is currently happening on our screens right now. At least JD think it's funny.
They've got a couple of smiles. IG, not so much. They're probably wondering what's going on. And hopefully we'll be getting back into this as we try to figure out what exactly was the cause for that mistake there. But so far, this early game, I mean, it was a little reckless. It was a little rough around the edges, but Jingdong, they've picked up 2 kills. They picked up first break. They've got the first dragon. They've got priority over Rift Herald. Things are going right for them.
Actually, everything.
Yeah.
It's I hate to say it.
Completely unexpected.
You hate to see it because it's just so far from what is now known as normal.
Yes.
But JD are doing everything that they possibly can to try and win this game, and it's all working out, even if it's not being executed 100% correctly.
Yeah. And again, to clarify, while Jingdong might not have won a single match, they have won games. They've taken a game off of OMG, Newbie, and Sunin, so not all is lost.
No, they're also playing against the most inconsistent team to ever grace League of Legends.
LGD?
That's definitely Invictus Gaming, Dom.
Okay.
LGD are not. It's IG.
All right. I guess the scale of variability.
LGD vary in a very different, unique way. But IG are legitimately like a 0 or 100 team in how they perform.
Well, so far this game has been slow. Look at that grin. He knows what he's done.
Or he doesn't know what he's done.
Yeah, probably.
And he almost died.
That could be it. Yeah. Just, oh boy. Such a happy fellow. Well, it is good to see him smiling after last week as well, because that was rough.
Yep.
He was
anything but smiley.
Yeah.
Last week he was a little bit angry, one might say.
If you've ever been a fan of Doinby, then don't watch last week's games, or at the very least his response at the end of them.
Actually, just don't watch the last 4 weeks of JD's games if you're a fan of Doinby. Start from now. Start from like the first minute of this game.
Well, careful now.
Keep watching this one.
Because he's going even in CS and keeping Rookie bullied in lane.
Significantly better. Keep watching. Just this one.
Even in the losses that he has good performances.
Nope, just...
Oh, man, I want to see, because he had a couple of awesome Lucian games.
Yeah, he did have one really good one. There was one where he went berserk.
Yeah, 6-0-8. That was actually their victory against Newbie.
Yeah. I remember that one. I do remember the more recent Lucian ones, though, which weren't so awesome.
2-3-0 and 3-4-1 against RNG.
He gets obsessed with farming. That's his problem.
He does.
It's the red dot syndrome that gets everybody. There's chicken pox all over Summoner's Rift, and it's contagious to only Doinby.
Oh, man. And then he also assumes that the Baron and the Rift Herald are chickenpox as well.
The Baron, definitely, yeah.
Did you see them fighting over Rift Herald just last week?
That's true.
It was 13 minutes in, and they were forcing a 5v5 versus
purple,
RNG. Yeah.
Yeah.
They fought. Nobody died. Everyone's at low health. They recalled, restocked on wards, and went right back to the Rift Herald pit to fight again. It was amazing.
It looks like, through some detective work, that they look serious and that they're clicking their mouse buttons, Dom.
Yeah, players are back into this. Doinby, Sanguine Pool is off of cooldown, so he did just turn around and walk backwards. That meant that Rookie
We solved the problem.
now gets to push back into his lane. And Doinby is going to have to catch this wave. So all that lane pressure suddenly bounces and resets. Immediately, Megan steps forward to harass Mao away. So we've loaded back onto the Rift. Ning heads up to the Rift Herald just in case anything were to happen.
IG, of course, now putting a higher priority on the Rift Herald. As you can see, it suddenly got really angry and headbutted the wall in detesting the fact that a Prey Seeker just found him. Don't hit the nearest target, it's fine. Headbutt the wall. You do you, Harold.
Ooh, Doinby.
Does he know? He doesn't know.
I believe he's just outside of vision, but he should be able to see this as Rookie finally shows up with the recall. 2 Amp Tomes to go with his Lost Chapter and Sork Boots, but they're leaping onto Shinyi.
Whoa.
He's got Flash, but takes the tunnels instead. Flashes as Ning is ready to follow through. The quick shield, ace in the hole, save the support. Keeps the jungler safe, but they are
For
under
now.
the turret, and Rookie is on the prowl. He starts stacking up. Stan United. Kabe's going to teleport, but it's too late. There's the knockup. He keeps himself alive. Duke finally gets the kill, but he's taking these turret hits. He drops. It's 2 for 1 as they manage to kill Loken. Even the cask is not enough.
Yeah, Kabe yells, "Get out of here," and throws a cask at him as he's journeying to safety. Duke does go down, so ultimately it's a 1-for-2 trade that you would still say goes in favor of IG, but just turn your eyes over to the amount of summoner spells used for that.
Yep.
And is it worth it is ultimately the question you'd have to ask, because I don't think it was for just 2 kills and nothing else.
Invictus Gaming, though, they finally force a play and are rewarded with those 2 kills, now bringing them only 200 gold behind Jing Dong, but Rookie, he's going to look for a little bit more as he starts hunting for a bit of vision, perhaps trying to keep an eye on Shinyi to see if they rush for the Rift Herald, as they did in their set against RNG like we were just talking about. Instead, though, they just reset the map and send Logan mid.
And of course, Shinyi has gone towards the Warriors Rek'Sai build, as you can see him currently on his screen with not a lot of health bars to his name. Of course, even at full health, he doesn't have a lot there. It's kind of like the AD carry amount. This is lane pressure. It's kind of like to kill your lane opponent or to get some early kills. But against a champion like Syndra, and even against someone like Kha'Zix, you're actually going to be super fragile. So that's very risky to go towards the Warriors build. I don't think it's a bad decision. It's just the way it is. He'll do a lot of damage himself, but he'll take a lot of damage.
Well, another reason to fight and deal that damage has just spawned. Infernal Dragon immediately started off by Jing Dong, ward over the wall. He's going to start it out. It is indeed the second, and Jing Dong, they've brought the whole Fandamli. Getting a lot of spears stacked up. Need to continue attacking. Ning goes in, and that is Infernal Dragon picked up by Jing Dong. Ning stealths back, but dies to Doinby's Hemo Plague on the backside.
And not a lot of summoner spells to contest for the Infernal Drake, Dom, I think is worth noting at this stage. Of course, IG, they don't have the inside track, they don't have the vision set up in advance, and suddenly with 2 Infernal Drakes, Jing Dong go from the Drake pit to the Herald pit, with the added bonus of a dead Kha'Zix to boot. So everything is going well for them right now. This is the beginning of a good series, potentially, for JD.
Or at the very
I'm
least,
not
a
going to
good
say
game.
it that early.
Yeah. The words get out of your mouth, and immediately we backpedal as
Sudden regret.
Rift Heralds is picked up. Somebody's got to take it, though.
Someone take that.
Who's got to? They're giving it to
Of course
Doinby.
it is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Walks from mid lane to pick up the buff and then return back towards mid lane.
Because why not? You know, empower his recall. He side lanes all the time as Vladimir.
Oh, man.
Never change.
It's so amazing because Jing Dong do this so consistently where they very clearly prioritize Doinby, and for good reason. But you also wonder, like,
why?
But why? What does this actually do?
I mean, the fact that he has Rift Herald with lane pressure is fine, because he's going to have to clear this wave, and then he's going to have to look towards a side lane. Again, you should probably be pressuring where your 2v2 is. So right now, Doinby, realistically, if they want to play this out properly, should actually push mid, and he should either bring his laners to him, or he should go to his bottom lane where they're setting up right now, where they're pushing a wave in. Because that also is a viable option. Just means that the mid lane might never actually break. Just take that, Rookie.
Get out of my lane. You could see Ning coming in for a gank, and it's a little bit too late. Doinby's actually heading bottom with Mao right now and just swoops around through the safety of his own vision.
And he's back mid.
Yeah.
I feel like they should just pivot and actually bring everybody towards the mid lane. It does still, you know, against the Syndra, unless you have a Baron buff, you have a very hard time clearing a whole wave of minions and pressuring a structure without Syndra having already done the same. Yeah.
Well, something that's great at pressuring turrets is Rift Herald, which Doinby has.
You put 2 and 2 together,
in the mid lane.
See what I'm getting at?
There's actually, oh, I'm sorry, that was the point you were actually trying to get to. Okay. Recall completed from Doinby, or excuse me, from Rookie is spotted out. Doinby instead just pushes in the wave the old-fashioned way before heading in to start clearing out some of the vision from IG on their side of the map. Meanwhile, Ping's bottom as Recall finished from Megan and Ning leaves West all on his own against what is soon to be 4 members of Jing Dong. And
the turret's dead.
Yeah, he just backs up. Rift
And
Herald
he's
is
been
being
summoned.
dropped. About to charge forward for the turret, but it's about to be finished off beforehand. Finish the turret quickly. Oh, that is very inefficient use of the health of Rift Herald.
Yeah, look, most of this game has been, but they've still been getting it, and that's what counts. So now they're going to continue to presumably pressure only small amounts. I don't think Herald's going to actually do anything now. That was up there with one of the most awkward Heralds I've seen released.
Was it Ning who forgot he had Herald and attempted to place a ward and dropped Herald instead?
It was one of those, yes. That was pretty classic.
Yeah.
It was a Lee Sin, so to be fair,
Yeah.
he wanted to ward hop.
Yeah.
And instead of ward hopping, he summoned Herald. It happens.
I feel like, never mind. Jing Dong now find themselves up 2 turrets to 1, 4 kills to 2, and they're continuing to take objectives. The only tier 1 still standing is in the mid lane, and with another Infernal Dragon in the next 5 minutes. Jing Dong, something is going very right for them in this series, and something is going very wrong
You know what?
for IG.
In all seriousness, do not give your mid laners Herald. Even as a jungler, if like he's your carry on the team, don't give him the Herald. You know why? Because if he leaves mid lane, everyone knows.
You've just been thinking about that the whole time.
Because it's just so wrong. Like if you give it to the jungler or the support, they're invisible. You give it to the top laner, he's able to split push. But if you give it to the mid laner, he's just this gaping hole in the mid lane if he goes disappearing into another lane. Like you very obviously know where he's going.
Yeah. Oh boy, my mid laner's gone. I wonder where. Yep, that's bottom.
You see how quickly IG were even able to bring everybody down there and respond. It's not like the play was a surprise to them.
Yeah. Well, perhaps they will be able to more preemptively read the next plays from Jing Dong, because it seems like they've got their eyes set on a certain dragon pit. When with 60 seconds left before that Infernal Dragon is up.
Yeah, this will probably be the big play where IG need to actually buckle up, go for the fight, commit to the all-in. 3 Infernals with a Vladimir on the team is a lot.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty even in items right now. Infinity Edge plus Morella Namicon and Haunting Guys versus Protobelt and Haunting Guys.
They need the Shen probably to recall, and I don't know how much money he has in his pockets, but get some items, ideally. A completed part of an armor item even. Ninja Tabis, if that's the route that he's going to go towards, would be handy. If the fight is about to happen in 25 seconds. JD, with 2 Infernals, you have to assume that they will look for the fight. They will look for the opportunity. And so, respectively, their opponent should be ready to brawl.
Yeah,
but
they've already
still hasn't recalled.
They've got the wave prepped bottom, pings up towards the top. Kabe's trying to defend against it. There's Duke, finally making his way back. 8 seconds, so he's going to catch that spawn just as he makes it back into base.
Which is good timing. Of course, he has to bring Kabe to top lane with how the wave crashed, and he's a Shen, so he's able to be there instantly. At the same time, he's also got the teleport, and now he's completed all of those armor items that we said were missing from him. This is a good opportunity. The damage was there, you mentioned that already. Morello's Infinity Edge, and now they've also got the tank in the front line.
Doinby gets stunned. They could try to burst him out here. They exhaust. He Hemoplague. Sanguine pools early before the unleashed power and is forced to leap away. Teleport started by Kabe, and somehow the fat man makes his way over those delicious cupcakes into safety.
But JD have started off the Infernal Drake, and here they come.
Doinby's healing up. That's Ace in the hole onto Xin Yi. He's trunked down to half. Mao gets a knock-up. They're diving onto Ning. Tempered Fate stalls it out, but they've killed Xin Yi. That's the smite. And despite the Ren stacks wearing off, Ning leaps back in. Kabe is charging forward.
Ning, this is risky. You need your team to help.
That's a headshot from West. He's firing in. Finally, the Infernal Dragon is picked up just as a stun tags Kabe. He's locked down with the cupcake for the follow through, and they continue to chase forward after killing him. A double kill for Duke. And there's no turret here for you to run to, Jingdong.
This isn't
collapse
safe.
From Rookie and Megan. They finally finish off Doinby, and IG forced the flash out of Mao.
And you know what, Dom? We were waiting for it. We said this is probably going to be a fight. The fight happens, and Invictus Gaming pick their battle correctly, and they execute on it correctly. Xinyi getting caught a little bit too early, I think it's fair to say, not being able to influence the rest of the Drake. And with one member dead on the team, with Doinby already poked down and caught with no ultimate, JD didn't really want a team fight. They wanted to secure the Infernal and run away. That was not going to happen. Bard's able to reset, remove the Callista stacks, and then JD just outright lose that fight. We were waiting for the moment where JD, it looked too good to be true. Well, there you go.
It turns out it was indeed too good to be true. 2,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming as the map is reset. Bottom tier 2 was cleared out for IG, so they have got a highway towards that next inhibitor. Now that Baron's on the map, that could be a very real possibility if Jingdong find themselves getting aced once again. But still maintaining presence in the mid lane, still maintaining presence in that top lane. There are tier 1s for Jingdong to hold on to for dear life.
There's always going to be the concern of the late game team fighting from Doinby on his Vladimir. Naturally, he'll be able to 1v5 if it actually comes to that late in the game. That's just how the Vladimir works. But right now, at 20 minutes in, Syndra's a bigger threat. 100% able to destroy everybody on the side of JD, including Kabe. Not a lot of magic resistance items to be seen on him. And that was a wreck site.
Yeah, Xinyi just got picked off, and Rookie didn't even have to use his ultimate. Control wards are being cleared out as Doinby proto-belts in to try to get something to fight out this vision.
He's just scaring them off. He's got too many interim items with only the proto-belt as a completed one. He doesn't have enough power to 100% kill somebody, I don't think, besides maybe West, who is the fragile Caitlyn.
Jingdong, despite being at a member deficit, rush down mid and push onto the tier 1. Tempered Fate misses from Megan as Ning leaps in onto Doinby.
What's Rookie?
Stun. There's one.
See how much he does to Kabe?
Yeah, he's still holding onto the Unleashed Power. They've even gone so far as to bring Duke as Ace in the Hole gets blocked by Mao. And suddenly this push gets turned into a counter push.
Yeah, they defuse it in the middle lane. They now set up the traps themselves. There's 3 there. This should actually just be the mid lane outer turret going down completely. Uncontested, honestly, coming out of JD. And that's with the Bard ultimate, with the Caitlyn ultimate all missing. They just don't have the ability to fight.
And though Jingdong push as hard as they can, the pendulum swings back and IG break down that mid tier 1 now. And continue to set up vision. Oh! Oh boy. Okay.
No, he lives.
He survives. Did his sheet?
Yeah, his passive came up.
It actually came up during the Leandri's burn. He got the Gleaming Quill, the Fey Feathers.
His passive's just been a good friend to him.
That is really fortunate timing.
Yeah, so he's going to live. You can already see, though, how much damage Rookie is still doing on this Syndra, albeit not a kill. It's a forced recall out of the Rakan. The pressure's still there. You can see it now coming around the Baron area, as that seems to be the game plan now for Invictus Gaming. They've got a lot of single target. There might be a downfall when it comes to team fighting, but when it comes to taking objectives, Kha'Zix excels at it. They've got a Leandri's on the Syndra. It's going to help out a little bit, and Caitlyn has got 2 big items completed. Maybe not a Blade of the Ruined King, but those crits add up.
And with the next dragon being Mountain in just a few minutes, you know IG are going to have their eyes on bonus damage to those neutral objectives. And Jingdong, perhaps they might try to fight once again, as Doinby now has to defend against this siege from not 1 but 2 members, Megan and Rookie. Chunk him down to half and push the Vladimir away. Despite going even in lane, now Rookie is definitely exploded in power.
The problem is they just nonchalantly get him to half health. They don't even put effort into it. He just is at half health because of an accidental or like a single spell coming out of a Syndra. So realistically, the 1v1 pressure, it's completely eradicated. And so are JD's chances without a fight.
They target onto Rookie, though. He flashes. Stand United. Tempered Fate stalls it out. And Duke shows up just in time. Not fast enough to save Rookie, though. Shadow Dash is going to stall this as exhaust onto Doinby. West, 90 calibers out of the grand entrance and continues firing across the back. But Mao and Loken are still firing these shots. Doinby dodges the Cosmic Binding, and now IG are the ones who have been shredded down. And the flash, they've targeted onto West. He has no escape this time.
And there's no
dies.
They're lucky that they're not going to continue with the chase there. Not enough health to follow through. As IG get a taste of their own medicine, the engage that can come out of JD is still going to be quite potent if they can find themselves a rookie.
Currently looking around the Baron for some vision. Instead, they're just going to clear out these wards. Way too low health to start it. Unless they're crazy, Teleport is now being used. Perhaps trying to force Invictus Gaming, and as Loken just dies to Ning. Shadow Dash onto Doinby, but he Sanguine Pools to safety. He should be able to heal himself up quite a bit as this fight turns around 1-for-1.
You lot are confusing me right now. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that he transfused just to get health back, and then someone incidentally dies. The engage here again. We mentioned at the start of the game how important Rakan is. He's lucky that this Tempered Fate doesn't actually save Rookie by getting rid of the Vladimir ultimate. They're still too prepared in the surrounding, and they're always going to take him apart. West does his best to live here for as long as possible, and he's really the only damage threat left alive. Ning's spending most of the time running away as well, but the body slams, the amount of them that are just coming out of Kabe, never really going to end, never going to stop. He was completely dead. Almost takes one with him, and then shortly after we watched as JD died to a Baron.
Gragas looks way too satisfied to body slam into West at the end of that fight there as Jingdong now turn towards that Mountain Dragon with Ning just now making his way out of base. That is the neutral objective, again picked up by Jingdong. So despite being a 3,000 gold lead for IG, in the chaos of these fights, it's still a fairly even mid-game.
A lot of this is still going to revolve around the Baron. You can see Invictus Gaming's vision there in the first place. So whilst we're at an even game, the advantage is still there with map control in the most important areas of the map to IG. So from this point, you are still looking towards JD saying, can you do it? They have got a lot of control wards. They have a lot of control wards ready to go. And they'll start to try and equalize the map, but that's where the big picks get generated. So trying to actually place that vision, if you're not doing it as a team, against a composition with a Kha'Zix, Syndra, Bard, Shen, you'll die.
That's why it's so important for Jingdong to show to us that they have improved their communication, that they are capable of playing as a collective unit, as they might try to tag on. Yeah, body slam forces the flash out of Megan, so the picker becomes the picky.
And of course, having those mobility boots aren't going to save him when Gragas can close the distance that quickly. He's not able to run in a straight line to safety. Getting the flash out of the Bard is nice to have, but at the same time, he's just going to be backlining. So it's a summoner spell. As IG, they start to rotate towards mid.
Yeah, Jingdong actually fall back to their side lanes to manage minions, and immediately Invictus Gaming press forward. Rookie leads the charge, as that's a lot of damage. Fate's call to save his carry as one ult is traded for another, but West is still free-firing on this turret and finishes it off. 28 minutes in, 4 turrets to 2 favoring IG.
And plain and simple, look at the wards behind them protecting them. The fact that Kabe doesn't have teleport, and he's now stuck on the bottom lane responding to Duke, who has got the Shen ultimate. This is very simple stuff coming out of IG, very simple execution, and not a lot of counterplay there for the side of JD Gaming. Even with the 2 Infernals and a Mountain Drake, the vision's the first step, the most important step, and it's not there for them yet.
They're certainly trying, but even so, there's another ward behind them ready to be teleported to in about a minute and a half once Duke gets his TP back up. And while they are now taking control of those side lanes, we're still seeing this answer from IG. They're prepped on their own side of the jungle. They've now got 3 items on West. And they're actually going to try sneaking the Baron here. Loken and Chinyi immediately spotted out. Yeah, not very sneaky.
Yeah, you run away from the Baron. They're obsessed with it. They'll always give it a go. They're kind of like Dan Gaming in that respect, but the Baron will best them this time because IG are very much aware of their plans. They've been foiled again.
They have indeed. Those crazy kids and their Baron obsession. Once again, looping through to set up a tunnel just in case. As Duke continues to push in bottom before sweeping towards mid. He's 3-1-3 right now and is really big. And again, Jingdong reset to take control of their side lanes. Immediately, IG follow through. Shadow Dash catches Chinyi.
And he just gets completely put to sleep. That's the jungler dead for 40 seconds. And Baron is well and truly on the menu for them right now as they kick it off.
Rushing onto the pit, teleport from Kabe to get him forward.
Yeah, quick that goes down though.
Doinby's trying to get in there. It's about 3,000 Hemo Plague. He drops low. Tempered Fate catches Loken. West is still in the Baron pit along with Megan. They're taking a lot of damage. Finally, they kill Rookie. Doinby dies to Ning on the far side, though, as both mid laners have gone down. Mao leaps forward, but is being kited out. The AD carries exhaust. He's firing shot after shot.
Oh, got him.
And gets it. West, along with the rest of the team. Shadow Dash from Duke to keep his carry alive. The barrel slows, and West starts healing up. Ace in the hole as Kabe calls it quits. But that is a one fight from IG yet again.
Very close fight, actually. You have to give some credit to Duke. That flash taunt, or just the taunt itself, actually blocks a body slam. You'll see it at the back end of this as Doinby throws himself in at the same time as Rakan. They're catching out people in the Baron area. Megan legitimately just journeys into tank for West. That's like, it's a small detail, but it saves him towards the end here as, again, they don't get the knock-up. It's flashed. Watch this taunt after the 1v1 here. The exhaust is the real MVP, as are 3 consecutive crits for this. Actually in the middle of a body slam, just point blank, blocks him, saves West's life, and with that Caitlyn still alive, pressure's going to remain.
Kabe denied yet again. 4-1-3 is the Gragas of Jingdong, but it doesn't quite compare to the now 3.5 item Caitlyn and the going on 4 items of Rookie. This is becoming more and more challenging as it goes on. Looks like they decided to continue pushing. Yeah. West steps forward into a turret shot. Oh, okay. So Invictus Gaming tried to finish off the top tier 1. Kabe follows through, making it low health and a quick barrel exploding cask.
Which means they've gone straight onto the Baron again. We just keep replaying action.
We're going back into the fight here. Stacking up the Ren spheres. Meanwhile, Kabe finally dies. He's the tank, though.
The stacks
Loken,
are on,
he's got a lot. Smite is ready. They can finish it off. Tempered Fate and Smite Ren picks it up, but now he's caught in the Tempered Fate. Tagged down by Duke. He dies, but Baron on 3 members of Jingdong.
Accidentally walks into the Tempered Fate. It was so dodgeable, but he's going to die as well. I don't think he was realistically getting out of there in the first place. JD, you're right. They have the Baron onto multiple members of the team, but there has been a lot of back and forth here, a lot of trading from both teams respectively, and IG still with a sizable gold advantage, breaking down extra turrets, setting themselves up to deal with the 3 members still with the Baron of JD. If they can make the play, get a pick now, they can make it 2, they can make it 1, and then it's a really easy anti-Baron power play.
That's what they're looking for right now, is not only the top tier 1, but the top tier 2 is broken. 6 turrets to 2 as IG punish Jingdong.
And ultimately the amount of gold that the Baron secures for JD has just been equalized from Invictus Gaming. So it's 300 apiece, and this is where you say, all right, Baron still has a lot of time on it. There's over half of it left. Can JD actually siege with this Baron? And ultimately, when you're looking at a Syndra, it's hard to do.
Yeah. Even in there making the way down the mid lane, the minion wave finally crashes, but Rookie is ready. He's got Force of Will. He's got the Scatter of the Weak.
Vladimir is going,
Loki
by the way.
tries to catch in as Doinby forces a fight onto Rookie, but a quick redemption to top him up. Keeps him safe. They force a fight, actually. Tempered Fate, and the team is split. Doinby finally goes in. Shadow Dash catches only Xin Yi, and that's going to be a West caught in. Mao goes low and gets bursted out by Ning. A stun from Scatter the Weak finds Doinby.
It looks like everything kind of just subsides with a lot of action. JD should still be able to get the objectives, knock the turrets down. Kabe's carrying.
80 carry for support. Ning looks for a flank on the side, but finds only Xin Yi. Kabe leads the way forward with Rookie to zone them off, while Loken finishes off the turret. It breaks as Doinby looks for Duke, but doesn't quite have enough damage. Rookie continuing to fire these shots. Flash knockup is ready for Xin Yi, but he needs to have some follow-up.
I'll tell you who Rookie does have enough damage for is Kabe, though. Still not enough magic resistance to save himself. The tank of JD, whilst these kegs have been phenomenal, cannot sustain himself through the DPS that Rookie is putting out. The JD do have to back away. Still, that's the trade that they needed. The 300 gold that was equalized is now going to break out once again into a 300 gold advantage for each individual member as Ning.
He's ready, and there's no sign of Xin Yi. It's all up to Loken. He gets the Ren steal, and Doinby gives his life for it. Stand United flashes in onto West, but knock up. Loken is still firing, but they both leap over to slam dunk the Callista, and Xin Yi follows through with that quick Void Rush for 1, but he's taking shots. Not enough. Ace in the hole. will finally find the head of that Rek'Sai underground.
Duke's just going in.
Yeah, Shadow Dash, she's going 1 versus 2. Grand Entrance gets him out of safety, but for how long can you truly escape that ninja?
You'd hope for long enough, because he's not the most mobile of ninjas.
He's not.
But, I mean, this game is just chaotic.
This is.
Every single time we come back from a replay or to a replay, we'll come back in and people are dead somehow. Doinby gets bopped by Rookie. And Duke, again, he'll be able to come in. But Kabe, time after time, all of these casts have looked fantastic and have been a big part of the team's success here for JD. But every time it's looked good, there has been some kind of counterplay. So you bring in the Caitlyn, you miss the Syndra, and suddenly the Syndra is killing somebody. Or in this case, you knock in the Syndra, and suddenly the Kha'Zix is taking out your Kalista.
Absolute chaos. In my entire casting career, this is one of the most chaotic games I think I've ever casted.
When you chase the clock at 35 minutes, something's
With
gone
kills, yeah.
very right or very wrong.
It's amazing. And somehow, it's only a 4,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming as the Baron power play is a Baron
Not
deficit.
power. There's not a power play. It's like Old Spice.
I was...
You feel like you're putting power on your body, but it's not.
Okay, then.
I'd be Terry Crews.
I mean, I'm just... We'll get back to that after the cast. Let's finish up this game before I come back and try to figure out what you mean. Because I'm certain there's going to be a fight breaking out in like 20 seconds.
They'll try their best.
They
will
certainly
try his
are,
best.
yeah.
He has actually been engaging as Vladimir, if that really just summarizes the game in one way.
5 items right now, going on 6. Meanwhile, Rookie, the exact same, but he's got Rabadons already stacked up, plus the Void Staff for full penetration. Whoever he finds is going to hurt. Finally, the Gargoyles and the Spirit Visage for Kabe, so he can stand toe-to-toe with that Syndra, and an adaptive helm for Shinyi as well.
Yeah, he's got the adaptive helm. I still personally do not like this item. I believe it is the lesser efficient version of the other items that have the exact same stats, but it seems to be a personal preference thing. There is damage over time, technically, from some people on the opposing side. It's magic resistance nonetheless. He's also working towards more MR items. As long as the Chain Vest, I'm not too sure which way we'll go. I believe that's a Titanic, Gargoyles in the making for him as well. So there are a lot of tanks coming out of JD soon.
Oh yeah, they're getting very, very big, perhaps relying on those carries of Doinby and Loken to follow through. It's been a bit reckless, but so far it's been even with Invictus Gaming, so something needs to go right for them to finally tilt the balance in their favor, because even West is starting to get massive.
Yeah, see, the concern here is that it's actually, disregard that.
Yeah.
It's just the Vladimir is like, when it comes to these team fights, he has to basically 1v5. The Zonias has to be perfectly timed. He can't get exhausted, or if he gets exhausted, he needs to hold off on spell usage. And then like that, again, there's an exhaust available. It's going to be really hard to do.
Also, do you find it kind of funny that the Wraith from Kalista found Syndra immediately after the kill? Not 3 seconds after? Like, oh, there they are.
I know.
Just a little bit of irony there. But yeah, I mean, despite the resistance attempt from Shinyi, like you said, it is not enough. Elder Dragon's up in 2 minutes, Baron's up in 20 seconds.
And Rek'Sai doesn't have her old ultimate.
Nope, she's going to have to go
the area.
old-fashioned way, take a tunnel network, which is currently not set up.
And speaking of setup though, Dom, Shen set up bottom. That's the most important part here. IG should not all in.
Oh, but they're certainly going to. They found Kabe, and they almost have enough to burst him out again. What low cooldown Doinby has.
But that's perfect. That's not an all-in. That's actually a preventative measure. Force Kabe to go back to base. If he has to recall, then you take the opportunity to go in. But remember, Rookie no ultimate. Vladimir's now got them all in a pit if they can get the fight.
Oh, and Shinyi flashes over but doesn't get it, down to 114 as he pursues. Junglers trading on the backside, but a fight on the front lines. Duke stand united to swap places. West is left all alone. Loken looks for another 1v1, pinned against the wall with nowhere to go. He dies as Ning leaps in with no follow through. He's been able to kill Shinyi, but not enough as Doinby drops him, and suddenly it's 2 for 1, though the Baron was picked up by IG.
Yeah, IG will get the Baron, so when you feel like the end result of this trade still favors them, I still disagree with them hard committing to the Baron. Get the teleport out of Kabe and back away. Look at top wave, look at bottom wave set up for them. This is actually perfect if they secure the Baron or if they play it slowly, not secure the Baron but keep JD in the area. They can play the numbers game, but I feel like the aggressiveness this game is contained has gotten the best of IG, and they've committed to the fight.
Yeah, like you said, it's still chasing the clock. 38 kills in 40 minutes.
And we get to see this, of course. Rookie not having his ultimate is going to be a big deal. Mao engages and then disengages, so Megan, trying to save his teammate, actually just tempered fates him, and leaves West to the Wolves, who doesn't flash into the magical journey, I might add. Flashes into the back of the pit, which is not going to save him. And then Ning decides that on top of his Caitlyn's body is where he's going to lay down also and take a long rest.
Like in life, so in death, as now Invictus Gaming are camping around.
It's Mao's turn to die.
Yeah, once again, Xinyi. Ace in the hole, but he's still alive. Duke escorts him away as Shadow Dash is on cooldown, but Elder Dragon is up.
They keep face-checking Rookie Syndra. Of course he's going to one-hit you all if you run in by yourself without vision. Use the Callista, use a blue trinket, and suddenly the Elder Dragon with the Baron buff is secured. They just go straight to bottom lane and say, JD, you're coming to answer us.
Yeah, Jing Dong perhaps trying to call the bluff of IG rush mid and immediately turn around and recall, because like you said, this wave is prepped with Baron and Elder. They are rearing and ready to go. Stand United is also up for Duke. He's going to handle the mid wave.
Rookie's about to have his ultimate again. He's going to have
Kabe
a big impact.
immediately has to leap away from the trap line. West firing these shots along with the cannon minion. Rapid fire cannon allows him to harass quite a bit.
We're still at that point, though, where Eyes will direct towards the Vladimir. He's almost able to do enough damage to team fight, but against an Elder Dragon team, easier said than done.
Burning down, plus the grievous wounds from Morel and Amicon. It is so tough. West keeps on playing with the minions, looking for the opening. He sneaks in. Finally, the turret has been broken. The inhibitor lays bare as Doinby eats another force of will.
Doinby has to back, so that's a free inhibitor. Now straight to the mid lane for IG.
Yep.
Greedy pathing, but it doesn't matter because they force them back.
Absolutely. The middle inhibitor brought by Duke, or the middle minion wave, breaks the inhibitor before they quickly turn around and make to deal with the one final minion wave, the one final turret still between IG and those Nexus turrets.
For the first time in, I'm going to say 37 minutes, we had a slow play for an objective here from IG, where they didn't commit to a fight, where JD didn't commit to a counter fight. They just let the inhibitors go. They played it slow, and then suddenly IG just get free inhibitors, don't commit to the fight.
So nobody from IG actually recalled after that.
They'll go to top lane eventually. They wanted a red buff first.
I think they were thinking about a fight, but then didn't.
I'm sure they're thinking about fights. It's all they've seen.
It's the only thing you know.
It's just ingrained in their mind.
Yes. You merely adopted the fighting.
That tilts me. You should have got
Gaming.
that last minion.
He's already full items.
Nope.
He's already got more than enough gold. What's he going to do?
You don't let a good minion go to waste, Dom.
There's the Zanya's Hourglass, and when he shows up out of base, he'll have the Elixir of Sorcery for even more. And this is 6-item Caitlyn. This is 6-item Syndra. This is 6-item Shen. Invictus Gaming are absolutely massive right now. Baron has worn off. They've only got a few seconds left on this Elder Dragon, so at the very least, it is going to be a standard fight against Jingdong Gaming. And when you look at it, it is only 8,000 gold separating the two of them.
It's a sizable amount of gold, but when you look at the total amount of gold that both teams have, I don't think 8K actually amounts to all of that much. In saying that, Xinyi is very weak. He's just a walking tank for the team right now. I feel like his damage is going to be negligible, and everybody seems to be able to take him on in a 1v1 right now. He's going to be a big part of the problem for the team, I think, especially in this base defense. He wants to be in the jungle or getting a flank off or whatever it is. His presence not going to be useful in a siege environment without an engage.
He's certainly trying. That new ultimate provides some opportunity for him, but he has to land the Prey Seeker first to follow through with the Void Rush. As Kabe shoves bottom out as far as he possibly can before completing a recall. He's got teleport ready and actually activates the teleport.
That's
Kabe
a deep
coming
teleport.
in, but it's so far. The inhibitor is already broken as Doinby is being harassed out by Ning. He tags back in. Sanguine Pool to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, they're fighting in the front. A
engage is
good
on.
knockup, but the Tempered Fate stalls it out after the quickness. Fate's call is not going to land properly, and Jingdong are now being collapsed upon as West is firing onto Kabe, is firing onto Xinyi. Knocked up, but not enough. He's still landing these shots. He's still landing bullet after bullet as he chases Jingdong back to whence they came, back to the fountain, and back to the bottom of the standings, because Invictus Gaming win the fight without losing a single member. They turn onto the Nexus turrets, and they are going to take game number 1 against Jingdong.
It should be a pretty solid game number 1 coming out of them. A bit messy at the start, but they got there, Dom. No, they're going to dive while they're going.
Looking for a few more kills to pad the stats as they finally finish off the ace from a few freshly respawned members, but the chaos pays off, and IG take the win.
That's certainly an interesting way to kick off set number 2 here.
Yeah.
A bloodthirsty game. It's good to see some fight in the life of JD, if nothing else. I'm actually very pleased that they took the aggressive approach and committed to consistently going for these fights. IG are not a team to bow down and just lose objectives either. They wanted to take the fights on themselves. They just did it a little bit better in the end.
Yes, and chaotic though it was, the boys in black and white are victorious as they head backstage to prep for game number 2 with someone with a bit of black and white clothing himself here to join us. Raz, your tie's not black and white. I actually thought your tie was black and white.
Yep, I'd say that my wardrobe is more black than white. For people out there. Yeah, so this game was definitely a scuffle. This was not pretty, but it was because JD had to put them in that position. The composition that JD had, no range, I would say, on that. There was a very team fight heavy comp, very low in range to do it. And they understood that. That's a great front line coming out of Gragas. Kabe had the game of his life, played incredibly well on the champion to be able to get crucial casks in these fights. And it was set up for Vladimir to succeed. Vladimir did incredibly well in the laning phase as well. So like for him to do so well early, when honestly that was in the point of the game where Vladimir should definitely be running behind. Behind on the clock, behind on backs. But it was a very great start from Jingdong. They were even able to get Infernal Dragons. Like that, the amount of Infernal Dragons make me mad. It's just like, you're like, that's not supposed to be happening, but it did. That being said, the major leads that JD were able to accrue for themselves did not last. And I think that the third Infernal Dragon definitely baited them. So it's coming into the first replay because a sad point for JD Gaming was they knew the dragon was coming up incredibly soon. Doinby gets caught in the mid lane. He is incredibly low. Sure, he gets a little bit of the healing back off that, but already bad start for them. They need to get to this dragon. They started anyways. They really wanted to go straight towards it, even with Vladimir so low. So IG says, we're just going to take the fight. We're going to move you back. They even get the kill on Xinyi. Back away. You suddenly have no more control towards this dragon. But they are so bloodthirsty. Not towards the people, because they can't kill anybody with how many people that are currently available for them. They wanted the dragon, but they had no ability to take it. Why are you loitering around the dragon pit at that point? Walk away, walk off, you lost the fight. And so that was the one point in the game where you look towards JD and you're saying, you just lost your minds. You lost your mental. And there are many more moments in this game where Doinby plays it poorly. Even though his laning phase was perfectly fine, towards the mid lane, they tried to get the dive in across. They just did not wait for members before he just dove right in there. So I felt like his team fighting was just poor.
Yeah, and though Doinby, he did a lot of damage for his team, like you said, he just wasn't able to close it out and put the whole team on his back. We have to return to the same question that we asked for Jingdong. You said that they seem to have lost their minds. They looked stable for the first few minutes.
That's true.
Was it just the dragons that was unlucky RNG that led them into this ridiculous fight? Or maybe it's a decision-making thing?
This has just been, JD, I would say, this has been a theme for them. Their decision-making, this split, hasn't been on point. I think IG, they showcased that they can pick them apart in that one. They played a very smart game, even though there were moments where West did find himself caught off guard by the Gragas, getting ultied numerous times. They reset. They played a front-to-back fight where Rookie was going to be able to fire off, get a lot of damage down on that squishy Rek'Sai. They played around their strong control ward. So this was a great game for IG, saying that even when we fell behind, even when the Lord himself did not allow us to have proper dragon placement, it was like, all right, you know what? We're not going to have the pressure here. Oh, suddenly it's all these Infernal Dragons. They still found a way to play it smart, play it back, understand that they just don't get the emotion riled up there. Just kind of wait it out and then look to pressure.
Yeah, and they always knew they were going to outscale in the end. By having the Caitlyn, having the Syndra, they had extra range over their opponents. That was the first thing you mentioned. So absolutely a short range comp out of JD. And at the end of that, they were still getting kills in these skirmishes. They were still feeling reasonably confident. It was just such a hard, I guess, 10-man kind of team fighting to have to navigate. You got a Bard ultimate, a Gragas ultimate. Everyone's getting disrupted and knocked around everywhere. So to be able to execute and still get to late game is very commendable from IG. It's a little bit disappointing to see JD losing how they did.
That's true. And I think to your point about scaling, there was a major scaling prospect for JD. It was just in the ability to be able to flank and create that disruption with Gragas and Vladimir. Vladimir is going to tear you apart, but they never flanked. Vladimir was always on the front side. And that was because they were playing the Baron game when they had not taken mid lane turret. Mid lane turret should have been the priority to dive, but they decided that, okay, well, we're in position here. We're just going to play the Baron game for about 10 minutes. And IG had a very easy way of just pushing them off by just walking through their blue side jungle because it wasn't warded. There was no way for Jingdong to be able to ward it out. So that was something that JD made very obvious errors, but they had a very large lead to begin with. And so Ning is going to be able to take the MVP for this game.
Yeah, 85% kill participation, rather low damage to gold efficiency, but that doesn't matter when you're able to solo kill the enemy jungler 40 minutes into the game. Not only did he leap in and secure the Baron for his team, but he bullied Shinyi away and then tried to follow through. Some of his fights were a little bit more reckless.
I'm willing to say that Ning performed well, IG performed well, but it was Duke to me that felt like more of an MVP just because he was the only one in the game setting up a side wave, actually setting up a split push, teleporting in properly, saving his team with everything to keep his carries alive. Just felt a lot more well-rounded from Duke.
And you did definitely point it out in the game. Oh, we're going to see it. Yeah, Gragas, you've just been revoked access, my friend. You
denied.
Getting kicked out of the club. That was incredibly played out by Duke to be able to just deny it. So that is a good example in which Duke probably would have deserved the MVP.
Perhaps.
Oh, well. Too bad. Game 2.
As it is, though, I mean, this is Duke on not a carry. So one of the criticisms that we had for him was that when he was playing carries in a carry meta, he wasn't quite performing up to standards. But now they've put him on Shen, and he's split pushing. He's controlling waves. And while Kabe still had a phenomenal game, Duke just outperformed him.
Yeah, I think the Shen was picked just because it was a good pick into Gragas. It was also just kind of a takeaway in a sense. I think I love the Shen pick for the team. I think you can even see it for the next game with how well it's played around Rookie.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to keep an eye on his performance in that next game. If he goes for a carry or something else, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that game ready for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. It is day number 1 of Cross Conference, and we are now getting a chance to watch game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and Jingdong. After a very chaotic schoolyard brawl in game number 1, Invictus Gaming were finally able to outscale and close out that game with Baron and Elder and some very chaotic fights, but they did come out victorious. And now we're looking towards game number 2, and the hope for IG fans is that they continue this momentum. Not the reckless schoolyard fighting, but the clean, decisive fights, the slow movements with the Baron buff to close out the series.
Look, you can try and sneak out of your classroom. You can try to go home, but that bully is just going to be standing outside your door. So you can't leave that fight. The fight is going to happen. And you know what? You can either come out ahead, and IG did, or you can fall to that pressure. And I think that IG definitely withstood it.
It's a crossroads, ultimately. You know that that's how JD are going to play against you. And are you going to fight fire with fire, or are you going to try and extinguish it with your own slow style? And from what we saw in game number 1 is that Invictus Gaming will match you, and they will best you at it. And so we come back into the second game where we have to readjust the strategies. Is Invictus Gaming and how they ended the game proven to work against JD? So we can play the game out slow, we can actually play a macro game, or we can just ram it at JD and know that they'll match us and we'll just butt heads with a stronger head.
Which is so terrifying because some of that chaos is where Jingdong have found success, albeit limited success.
Yeah, and it showcases just off of the draft on game 1 that chaos is something that Jingdong is willing to go back to. That this is not so much a meta composition, even though there are a lot of meta aspects. They just decided Vladimir has always worked for Duanby. Last split, it was phenomenal for him. He was so good in these team fights, and he was able to output so much damage. Gragas for Kabe, able to do so much with the pick. They just let it work, and I think that's something that you can see maybe happening in game 2 as well.
But I mean, ultimately, they baited the Syndra to get the Vladimir, so it was a counter. And after game number 1, I wouldn't want to see Rookie on Syndra ever again. I would like that to be completely removed from Summoner's Rift through a ban, ideally. And so that they don't have to do that. And so maybe the Vladimir even then doesn't actually come out from them. Maybe we do see some pivots.
Yeah, I mean, we could just call up the patch department and see if they can get Syndra out that way, but it might take a few weeks.
Yep. Patch her out of the game. Get her out.
The classic.
It's Rookie Syndra, though, not just Syndra.
Well,
there are counters. Vlad is a counter, but Rookie Syndra is unbeatable.
And that's why you have to take the Syndra out of the game. Just out of the entire global
And
meta.
that's what we see with our first ban. Raz, who do you have to take this?
I mean, I already had it at 2-0. I'm just going to remain to it. Keep it
Sticking
strong.
to his guns. 2-0 after the chaos of game number 1. He holds true to Invictus Gaming. And now we are in picks and bans for game number 2. Syndra, Elise, and Zach double jungle ban towards Ning. And Thresh.
What?
I was going for double jargon ban. As Karma, Thresh, and Caitlyn are the next.
Yeah, they've immediately gotten rid of the Syndra, but one adjustment by doing that leaves open someone like a Galio. So very fair first pick to be seen here from the side of JD. When you actually look at IG's bans, the Karma is the one standard when you're playing against JD. The Thresh away from Mao is not necessary, but still okay as Thresh is a super strong champion. The Caitlyn from Loken is a reactionary ban. I'd say that Thresh maybe could change if they're expecting a Galio to be seen, but they've made their decision.
As Galio is first locked in for Jingdong, looks like IG now get to answer with Lee Sin for Ning and Ash for West.
Oh, they've got themselves the makings of a pick composition. Of course, missing the Thresh is not going to be ideal, but West playing his Ash. Very different type of carry from him. Of course, they banned the Caitlyn when they were the players of it last time around, so they're adapting. They're changing it up.
Very strong champion. Xinyu will return to Rek'Sai here in game number 2. And moderate performance
I'd actually
in game
say,
number 1.
you know, compared to the game 1 performance, he's got a Galio protecting him in game number 2.
Yeah.
So this should immediately be better. You can go your Warriors Enchantment, and you can either go forwards now, or you could just go back onto your Kog'Maw, because they've just locked that in.
Yeah, Kog'Maw immediately locked in for Loken, who is letting out a big laugh, big smile.
That's aggressive.
And now Rookie gets to think to himself, what do I kill them with this time?
Well, what do I pick to kill it? Like, am I just going to go Bard again and just turn him golden when he's trying to stand still and actually do damage, right? Like, it's not actually that complicated.
Oh, yeah. Landing the Tempered Fate on Kog'Maw after he activates the Caustic Spittle.
Shocking. Look what
Not
they've locked.
very difficult, yeah. Lulu is going to follow it up for the next ban as Invictus Gaming. They've got themselves a long-range composition. Ash Arrows, Tempered Fates.
Yeah, mid-range
strong.
damage, long-range potentially with engage as well. Lee Sin's able to go forwards if they've got a Shen in the works as well. I still like the Shen with this composition. And Rookie, he's on the red side. He can be an assassin now if he really wants to take out the Kog'Maw, or he can go towards a control mage if he knows he's going to be against the Galio and wants to have a standard lane.
Yeah, we haven't seen the champion pick for Duke yet, so perhaps he could pick something with a little bit of AP to allow Rookie to go for an assassin. But it currently looks like Braum is going to continue to ban away for Jingdong.
You might actually even expect a Tahm Kench to be picked by JD here as a reactionary thing to the Bard. It's actually kind of a cool interaction where you can gobble up your Kog'Maw when you turn golden, he can spit himself out.
Hilarious. It is the funniest looking interaction. If I start laughing in the middle of this set because Tahm Kench spits out a golden Kog'Maw.
Tweet your anger at him.
Yeah. I'm at Dom Romer on Twitter.
There's the Shen, of course, being hovered like we suspected earlier.
Yep.
With that, though, is the question mark of what's going to be last picked. Of course, Rookie can react to his lane opponent if it's a Galio or if it's a mid laner.
Holding on to it for now. Still thinking. With 15 seconds left on the clock, Kabe. He's got to take something against that Shen once again. Jarvan is swapped over to and locked in.
Yeah, both options are actually very good at wave control, as we're still awaiting the support to be seen here in response. But the Jarvan should beat the Shen. And that's the one big hope that'll start off with JD here in the right way. If the Rek'Sai goes back bottom, Jarvan's winning top lane, and they just have a Galio mid lane, then Galio's obviously not losing mid lane. Everything sets up right for them through laning phase.
And now Tahm Kench is, in fact, locked in for Mao. So that means that Doinby is taking Galio in the mid lane, unless there has been a significant change to the meta that I'm unaware of.
Nope, should not be. Now we kind of just await. I don't think the Syndra's the way to go here. Yeah, much more of a team fight are going to be locked in by IG.
Yeah.
It's turn for Doinby to get a taste of his own medicine, it feels like, Dom.
Vladimir, the answer for Rookie. Someone who doesn't really worry about Galio too much, and we're going to have one lane of mid laners that ignore each other. That's actually kind of sad, because I would love to see Doinby take a huge, high-skill champion into Rookie.
Doinby is one of the more versatile players that can play his Aries and Zeds. He has got a track record in, of being able to play them. Rookie will always rise to the challenge and play something like an Echo against it.
Exactly.
But realistically, when Doinby has looked his best, it's when he's supporting someone else. When he's able to play the Galios, the Lulus, the Morganas of the world, and just protect his AD carry or protect his jungler, which is what it usually was. But now they've got a Kog'Maw, it'll be protecting the AD carry, and Loken has to actually step up now.
And now they're placing all of their eggs into Logan's basket and hoping that he won't be dropping anything, because Jingdong Gaming now find themselves down one game in this set up against IG. And with these compositions, what are we looking for, Rusty?
We have I'm going to say a very obvious composition from Jingdong.
Yeah.
With your Kog'Maw, you've got your Galio protecting it. We already mentioned, though, the cool ability of a Rek'Sai to go forwards with the ult, and then a Galio to follow that one as well, where Tahm Kench can just be the sole contributor protecting the backline, just eat up the Kog'Maw, protect the damage, right? That's actually very handy for a team like JD, just to have the Tahm Kench to protect the Kog'Maw, because I have this inkling, just this sneaking suspicion that Doinby and Kabe are going to go forwards and try and engage and just leave their Kog'Maw to the wolves.
To be said, Loken had a moderate performance in game number 1.
No, he was fine. I'm just saying that JD, as a team, are not inclined to protect their AD carry. They're inclined to disregard him and go forwards. And I feel like with the comp they've got, they're very well equipped to go forwards. The Jarvan Galio combo, the circles of death.
And with what we diagnosed from the end of game number 1, the chaos at that third Infernal Dragon inspiring Jingdong to continue fighting, they have an opportunity to reset and pull themselves together here in game number 2. Will they fall prey to the chaos once again? Well, there's a Mountain Dragon.
Starting off with a pretty decent Drake, to say the least. Of course, Invictus Gaming on the flip side, whilst we've looked at a bit of what JD's team composition's capable of doing. IG, they've got the Ashen Bard for a fairly engage-heavy bottom lane. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of poke, and a decent amount of lane control. The early rotation of Bard actually has a very good 2v2 into a Tahm Kench in any scenario of lane. And then you've got the Ashe to control the waves. So the bottom lane has push. The top lane and mid lane do not, however. And so looking at where Ning's going to be able to go, it's actually very risky for him to be on his top side of the map, which bit counterintuitive when you've got Duke and Rookie in your top side. You want to play towards your superstars. But the ganks in those lanes, they're the losing lanes now. And weirdly enough, Ning's shown a propensity to want to gank the losing lanes more than the winning lanes, which is the opposite of what Kid did.
Yeah. Something a little bit different from Invictus Gaming. We'll see if it works out in this game, as we've got a leash for Xin Yi. He gets red buff and a handful of Raptors. And just to inform the folks back at home, that is not, in fact, the fan vote.
It's a question that I genuinely do not understand.
Yeah. In the LPL, we ask questions such as, who's going to take the first turret? Or who's going to take the first dragon? Or who's going to take the first Baron?
You're welcome to guess what the 2 indicates in the question, Dom, and why it's so close.
I have
yeah, because I couldn't think of it.
No earthly idea.
What about otherworldly?
I have no otherworldly idea either. And metaphysically, I still don't have an idea.
Okay, I will stop pressing you for answers
But
then.
what I can tell you is that we're 2.5 minutes into the game. Xin Yu with double buff is looking to invade the full clear for Ning.
Well, he's going to find Ning. You wouldn't expect... Okay, he's going to do the full clear. He's not actually going to go towards his red. Jarvan's also missing, and that has been acknowledged. Duke has pinged that. And so immediately, you'll watch how Ning plays this out, because he's going to go for Raptors, and you would actually expect that he shows some caution for the red.
Ooh,
He's
there
gotta
goes
get
the
out.
tunnel. Immediate flash, knock up, flag, and drag.
Good ward hop, or minion hop, rather.
Yeah, luckily that minion wave was there. I love the assumption that it is a ward hop.
Well, I mean, it could have been. He didn't have to use a ward, so he's going to get out perfectly fine. He will be missing his red buff, and so that was basically coast to coast from Xin Yi, going from major buff to major buff. The advantage of this is that Lee Sin won't have a red, won't have the health regeneration, because that was a ghost.
Rookie just ghosts to get the Shield of Durand on Doinby. All right.
Is the alpha male in this lane.
I mean, after his performance in Game 1, can it be doubted?
But I guess,
Perhaps by
again,
Doinby.
coming back to the Lee Sin, though, the advantage that the Lee Sin will get by Rek'Sai revealing himself and only going for the major camps is that he'll still get the full clear. He'll still keep up reasonably well in experience, and he should be perfectly fine to get towards those items. It just means that the right now advantage lies with Xin Yi.
And now that means that recall completed from Rookie, teleport from Doinby to get himself back into lane. He's gone for Dark Seal and Corrupting Potion as expected. Dark Seal refillable from Rookie. And we return back towards our native laning environment. So yes, as you've said, despite being a slight experience deficit, Ning still keeping pace with Xin Yi. And the level 6 power spike slightly delayed for Lee Sin, not so bad.
He'll be okay. The problem here, though, and my one concern I have is that I said he was going to keep up in experience. It's 2 levels as a deficit simply because Ning did not commit to the Raptors actually after. He could have got the big Raptor, would have actually given him a solid level 4, but not to be seen. He disrespected that because Galio was nearby. But even then, we just watched Rookie push Doinby out of lane. He could have just gone towards those. Did not. Was too afraid of Xin Yi, and now has actually fallen drastically behind. He's waiting for the second spawn of his jungle camps to catch up.
Perhaps I was wrong.
It was a clever little play once again, though, from JD. Remember, Game 1, they were all into the bottom lane focus. The 2 repeat ganks coming out of the Rek'Sai were there. And this time around, he goes from buff to buff, coast to coast, goes top lane, and actually takes apart Ning's jungle. So different approaches. They're trying different things coming between games of the series.
I take it to mean then that, Rookie trading with Doinby in the minion wave is going to take some damage. That we're not expecting Jing Dong to go for another early lane swap because they want to focus CS onto this Kog'Maw.
It's definitely a viable option to just sit back, let the Kog'Maw scale. But there's also the rest of the map to be contended with. So the bottom lane may not get looked at. If you were Xin Yi, though, you'd still be looking towards your winning mid and top lane. But most importantly, what he's doing right now is still correct.
Just denying Ning everything he possibly can. Gets in with the Queen's Fury and clears out just a few of these Raptors. There's 1, there's 2. Ning fighting over the 3rd. Smite ready on both. And when Doinby shows up, it's Smite completed for Ning.
Yep. Ning is able to win that small battle. Doinb also rotating, has completely lost all of his mana pool because that's just Doinb. And it is standard. But again, every single camp that the Lee Sin is going to, he's watching you, he's waiting, he's hunting. And he's going to go through a tunnel and smite off for this as well.
Yeah, Ning gets the large Krug. And now Xinyi, he's forced to sit there and tunnel right back out as Rookie started feigning away from that mid lane. Even the supports were pulled up into the river just in case.
And for those of you that can count, that was the second smite used by Ning of 2. I feel like Xinyi actually invaded there expecting there to be no more smite. Not to be seen, of course. The smite secures it. So 2 for 2 from Ning in the smite wars. I don't expect to see any Barons started by JD in this one after that track record.
No steals. It's JD, though.
No, they'll start a Baron, I know.
They
absolutely joking.
Absolutely going to. As Xinyi passes by the dragon.
Second spawn of red.
Yeah, barely bats an eye. Coincides with that of the blue.
I mean, you could use that red buff to secure the Mountain Drake. It doesn't do a lot of damage this early on. But from what you can see of his items, perhaps a recall will be in order first. Maybe get a couple of extra long swords, work towards your warriors before committing. Amazingly, after all of this time that we said there was a 2-level advantage for the jungle, Ning's got 6 first.
Yeah. Xinyi should pick it up. There he goes, right there. So he's actually managed to hold on rather well.
Yeah, but holding on is not retaining a 2-level advantage. It's now back to equal.
And where was it Xinyi being too aggressive in this tracking, trying to continue to put Ning down and wasting too much time?
I mean, a lot of it's just losing the smite battles and not bringing Kabe up for the second part of it. And whether that's the fact that a Barmy Cinder Shen can retain a Jarvan through lane, which I doubt. I think ultimately he just lost the smite wars, where it could have been at a major advantage, is now at an equal footing with the Lee Sin. The pressure's still there.
Yeah.
Doinb's pressuring him. And now Xinyi's pressuring him. They know exactly where he is. He's never going to get a gank off.
Yeah. This is some very aggressive jungle tracking. Oh, but they're going to look for Xinyi. He's caught by an arrow. Rek'Sai, though, still a lot of mobility. And with that, the hero's entrance from Doinb is going to get a knock up on the Megan, but he leaps away. Rookie follows through.
He wants
and they're
it.
tagging onto Doinb. Shield of Duran to taunt, but Mao picks him up and carries him to safety. Stand United. Teleport still being held onto by Kabe as the flash taunt.
No,
kick
Ning
delivers Loken the wrong way to safety, and they turn onto Rookie. There's the teleport from Kabe. Rookie will die due to Ning's mistake.
That's actually very embarrassing coming out of the jungler of IG. The one opportunity that they have to make a gank successful after Duke's taunt, which once again was incredible, to get both of them with the flash, the exact opposite of what they wanted. Close that out. Not the kill, a kick to safety.
Now Jingdong, they turn straight towards that Mountain Dragon. Duke immediately teleported top to try to get some sort of lane advantage, but Doinb just used his lane teleport to match it and push him right back.
Yeah, he's able to, quell that threat. Duke will still get the slight edge here, though. He teleported up there for the purpose of retaining an experience, perhaps edge, a bit of extra lane control. He'll still have to recall one more wave until he does that, you would imagine. And there's going to be an advantage regarding that later on, as here, firstly, Bard Q-timed with the Ash Arrow. They could have waited for one to hit or thrown the other, but Megan could have actually slowed that one down. And this is aggressive from Rookie. He charges his E, flashes in, and then only ults Doinb as a Tahm Kench next to him. So the play's good. This Shen taunt, great to hit both of them, and then the kick. I don't know if his plan was to kick him into Mao to kill just the Tahm Kench, but realistically, just don't even kick there. Save the kick. Kabe was teleporting. Just kick Kabe away.
Now Jingdong with a scaling composition. They find themselves with 2 kills, 1,700 gold ahead. As we just saw that exchange of ability. Xinyi still tracking Ning. Finds the red buff undefended. Will steal it away.
Yep, completely uncontested in the steal as well. Ning's going to very quickly find out that that's missing. And angrily go over to his Krugs.
Immediately spotting out all of these wards. Yep. Up straight over. So we're seeing good things now out of Jingdong. As 12 CS lead for Doinb once again, doing well.
We get to see this. I believe that
this was happening during the other replay.
Ning passed onto another world, you'd have to imagine, as he was spawning at the time.
Yep.
Kabe kept his ultimate through the last trade. just gives him the 1-2 good night.
Yeah. The slam dunk. And that's what led to the red buff steal from Xinyi. Thank you, observers, for explaining that. But now, again, as I was saying, Jingdong, they're doing things right. They're tracking Ning very aggressively. They're winning in mid lane. They've got a scaling AD carry who, despite being down about 1 minion wave, he's got time on his side.
But what was the question that we posed last game, Dom?
When will Jingdong lose their minds?
Yes. That's exactly the question. Is when will it all go wrong? Because this is still a good start. And we said it at the, during game number 1. This was a good start for JD.
Yeah.
They lane swapped. They
Almost
secured
word
an
for
acceleration of the game. They got the turrets. But you're waiting for that moment where it actually just implodes for them. It's not something that you want to see happen consistently, but it is consistently happening.
Yes.
Right now, though, it's actually very promising. Well, they've got a Cogmore. They're scaling.
Yeah.
There's not much more you could ask for.
Them not losing their minds, I think. To have their cake and eat it.
There's not much more you could ask for.
Clarification. I like it. As Ning looks for a ward, but finds a control ward instead. Quick hawk shot looks out for Doinby and Xinyi. Finds neither of them as Kabe continues to push Duke into his turret.
Very quirky control ward placement as well, Dom.
It is very odd.
It's actually to block people warding from over the Drake bit, but there's no Drake available.
Almost as if this were deliberate and rehearsed, in case there were to be an invade on a red buff.
Maybe. Almost like they were taking their opponent's red buff at the same time.
Yes.
And Lee Sin's ward hop over the Drake wall, Dom.
But the control ward dissuades Ning. He returns back into his own jungle. He's still even in jungle CS, but I mean, he's been stolen away and denied so many times.
This is a big Jarvan, for the record. Big Jarvan.
Phage T-Mat getting a little bit of damage. Doinby now heads towards top lane, trundles his way through the jungle. They trade dashes, and Doinby makes his way back towards mid lane.
He juked him.
Well
He's going
done.
to stay, though.
Yeah.
He's going to hang out in this top lane. I don't know if there's kill threat onto Duke, but there is definitely control of the wave. It'd have to be a dive.
Ooh, despite having flash ready, he goes in. Duke uses the late shadow dash, holds onto his flash as he blocks a lot of this, trying to escape. That's a very late flash, but still will use it to escape to safety.
Yeah, he didn't actually need to use the flash for the most part, as Rookie's now going to come up, and I think it's going to be too late, unfortunately, for the Vladimir. The turret's gone.
Yeah.
Big plays coming out from JD. Very slow, very methodical plays that IG are not reacting to at all. Their jungler is non-existent because he has been completely wiped.
And now, with that first turret gone, even denying the minions, Doinby. Have a heart. Have a soul.
It's just an orc every
it's
time.
so disrespectful. I love it so much. It's not really disrespectful, but in my head, I like to imagine they're very deliberately trading these abilities every time.
There is a lot of damage that Rookie's still taking this early into the game when he only has a proto belt, and it's an abyssal mask for Doinby. So the damage from this Galio is actually still reasonably substantial. You can see how much damage Rookie's still taking. Whilst it feels like they're just trading that as they do, it's a better trade for Doinby every single time, because by charging up the taunt, forcing the blood pool, you know that your charge will hit, you know that your Q will hit, and you can have trades like that that are winning for you.
Now 14 minutes, Rift Herald is on the map. We see Xinyi is starting it out despite the double wards placed by IG. So this is a dark side of the map, and Xinyi is just being the superior jungler this time. It certainly helps that Doinby's following through along with Kabe, but Ning finds himself unable. He drops a ward and still doesn't see anything.
He's not going to be able to contest this one, so the Rift Herald goes down. We'll see if JD, not only do they give it to Doinby,
again,
we'll see if they can use it this time to secure an objective, not just to KS the tower.
With the Rift Herald.
Which is what it did.
They do see Mountain Dragon is now up, and Invictus Gaming, they've got wards over it, even a Magical Journey.
We're close to the item spike point of the game for IG again. Blade of the Ruin King is almost there for West. You've got your proto belt for the Vladimir. Shen, I mean, he doesn't really item spike. If there's resistance items, he'd be okay, but going towards Tiamat with Balmy Cinder is committing to split push, which to me says he's committing a bit more to trying to keep Kabe down or control him in lane.
Well, there you go. Rift Herald being summoned in the mid lane. Loken brought up with Mao. Not even the Abyssal Voyage. Duke has no flash this time. Can't make it to the Blast Cone. but attacks it and gets knocked up in mid-air. Not only does the second turret go down, they get a kill. They find Rookie, who takes a quick Sanguine Pool to safety. And despite the nerfs to Galio, he is still absolutely massive as Rift Herald continues to shove forward. Loken firing shots onto Megan. Rookie steps in and quickly voyages out.
Minion waves starting to come in now with no Herald. JD still commit to it.
That's an arrow plus a kick, and Doinby is again saved. Tempered Fate finds only the support. He's coming in with the Hemo Plague. Flash Hemo Plague for some damage. Shield of Durand stalls it out, and he Sanguine Pools early once again. Heal tops himself back off. He's nearly back at full as IG chase it down. Finally, they get a kill.
Still
Shadow
diving.
Dash onto Mao, following through Sonic Wave. Not answered with a resonating strike, but that mid-tier 2 is a hair's breadth from falling.
Yeah, they actually managed to just barely keep that one up. Of course, the Mountain Drake's the natural progression here. The next place to go for themselves should be uncontested from JD, but they still break the mid lane turret. For me, the major concern lies with the fact that Kabe has all of the kills for the kills that they have. But the Kog'Maw scaling, the Galio's doing damage. Things are going reasonably well here for the side of JD, but the signs of life, the Defiance is well and truly alive for Invictus Gaming.
It might not have been as smooth an early game as you have wanted, but they are ready to fight, just like in game number 1. So it is in game number 2, as Mountain Dragon versus Mountain Dragon. Blade of the Ruined King versus Blade of the Ruined King, about to be completed from West. And we are seeing a deviation, of course. Doinby, now he's got his Bomby Cinder, so getting even tankier on this Galio. And that Jarvan, he's finished off a Black Cleaver. Duke is going to have an even tougher time up there, but he's still going even in CS.
Yeah, Duke's always going to be able to farm it out, of course. Jarvan, in kill threat, doesn't really exist. He'll slowly whittle down his opponent with the Qs, with the Black Cleaver, just getting rid of the armor. But he's never going to kill Duke. If Duke plays it out properly, he can even teleport back to lane just because of his ability to ultimate into fights. As these two just really need to stop trading and just let it go.
Yeah.
Just let the air breathe.
Doinby is perhaps a little bit antsy.
Speaking of antsy.
Yeah, Megan now finds Xinyi. The
Get
arrow
out.
follows through. That is amazing. He invades on the timing for the blue buff, finds someone and immediately tunnels away, and they still succeed in taking it.
And giving it to Doinby, most
Yeah.
importantly. They're actually going hard on bottom right now.
Yeah.
This is a wave being clipped off by Doinby.
There's not a lot of minions left for West. Doinby takes a quick Justice Punch back, but Rookie, he's going to have to take this tunnel to catch up.
Good stun.
Yeah, Xinyi's followed through Sonic Wave as Ning follows right back out. Kabe, meanwhile, is able to push Duke out and break down top. So while Jingdong are playing
they got him
around Xinyi, Tempered Fate onto Loken. He's quickly snared against himself, apparently, as Mal picks him up.
Yeah, he actually stunned the Kog'Maw against the Tahm Kench. So as he ate him, he was going to be stunned by him. So IG are holding on. They're actually defending the turret reasonably aggressively by preventing a minion wave from crashing, using the Bard ultimate, preventing the Kog'Maw from pushing effectively. Not a bad hold, except for that top lane turret.
Yeah, teleport is still ready for Kabe, and he was hanging out on this bottom side of the map. Pings now towards the mid lane as Loken has swapped up, perhaps trying to finish off the tier 2 he started earlier, while West trades with Doinby.
West will mostly win those trades now as well.
Yeah, it turns out ranged
He's gonna
characters
stop him.
pretty good.
What are you doing? Oh, god damn it.
Oh, man, I love these teams. Sometimes you just can't help but wonder.
If I was that Ashe, I was stopping him again.
Oh, yeah, totally. But 20 minutes happen. Baron spawns. And still, Jingdong, as I was saying, they're playing around Xinyi. They're enabling him to go for these invades. Sometimes he's getting a little bit too ahead of himself, so he's finding cosmic bindings to the face.
And shockingly, they're not playing around Loken, who has just been sitting in side lanes invisible right now.
I mean, he hopes that he's invisible. If Invictus Gaming forget that there's a Kog'Maw, all the better.
Perhaps. If JD forget there's a Kog'Maw, it's not a positive. They might have forgotten.
They might have actually. Oh, man. What's our AD carry again? Ah, it doesn't matter. Give Doinby blue. Let's gank bottom. Oh, boy. It is swapped over, though. Again, the moment the Purple Worm spawns, Vision is just dropped all over that side of the map. West is sent up there. Loken is going to recall and make his way back towards mid with a new item.
Xinyi is everywhere, even just a Prey Seeker on that red
Yeah.
buff. He knows what his priorities are, and he's got them set. But unfortunately, those priorities, whilst they've been really good moves into the right directions, haven't translated into enough. But 5K is starting to get up into the realm of sizable advantage against the team fighting prowess that IG are capable of doing once again with the Vladimir themselves, though. It's another story to actually win the game.
Yeah, Jing Dong, a full 16% ahead of Invictus Gaming now. 5,000 gold of that 3,000. And though it is getting a little bit closer, IG still hanging on with these fights. They do have to worry eventually that Kog'Maw is going to be big. And while Jing Dong are moving back and forth around the Baron, it seems as though they have tempered that chaotic brutishness from game number 1. They are taking a much more patient approach.
It's a lot less chaotic than game number 1, that's for sure. Unfortunately, they haven't quite tempered with Kabe, who is going to get another outer turret if left to his own devices. Rookie actually on cooldown, does not care about his puddle, will just use it.
Yep. He's got time to get it back up. Toynbee shoves in a minion wave mid. Like you said, Kabe still pushing Duke in. Working towards that bottom tier 1. He's now got a CS advantage as Loken steps forward. He's got his wit's end completed. He is ready to fight, and he makes it known.
Ooh.
As Rookie, with 2 auto attacks, goes
Lots
low.
of damage.
Suddenly wishes he might have had that Sanguine Pool as they rush forward onto the tier 2 and brute force it down.
So they break the tier 2 mid. They break the tier 1 bottom. They're getting a lot more gold in their pockets just for free, and Invictus Gaming have not actually committed to a fight in response. They're just letting everything fall down very casually.
Yeah, a little bit of a passive game from IG. Now Mountain Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Perhaps that could be the sign. Sonic Wave followed through. He dashes to the far side, but doesn't get any follow-up, and Toynbee just scares him back.
Toynbee needs to go back to base because he has no mana. I know. Cue the shock. But the fact that
using abilities aggressively?
The fact that he has to go back to base means he was never going to look towards a fight there. Had the flash, could have flash taunted if they were committing. Not really worth it. Toynbee's obviously a big part of the shot calling on this team. He would have said the word no. I am shopping.
More important things. Toynbee's buying items. But we're fighting at Baron, but Toynbee needs items. That very well could have turned into a fight at Baron if this were game number 1.
We're 23 minutes in. This is late by
I know.
JD's standards.
Oh, Rookie goes right back in. Suddenly has some regrets.
Rookie, get out.
Loken is really doing some hurt.
And that's a wit's end on the Kog'Maw as well. He's got that magic resistance there. He is not looking to die to Rookie. This is actually a pretty big West game when you think about it, with all the magic resistance being stacked.
It's going to need to be.
For Toynbee.
Yeah.
What on earth?
Not entirely certain. Shinyi goes in the kick. Pops him back.
Oh, big flank from 2
There's
teleports.
A magical journey. Yeah, like you said, those 2 teleports. Rookie is going to be slammed down as Kabe drops the hammer on the 2 carries. Tempered Fate buys some time as Duke joins the fight. Shadow Dash will land a taunt, but knock up as West goes down. Rookie's continuing to try to fight on the backside. He's found Toynbee, but that's the tank. That's not the person he wants to kill. Loken has found Ning, who's just trying to recall in a bush, man. He's trying to go back home. And Megan will lead them on a merry chase, but in the end, he too falls to the standard from Kabe.
And you'd have to imagine this is just going to result in a Mountain Drake to be secured by JD. The fight was mostly meaningless, but because JD were always going to win that, they get something from it. Very aggressive.
Flash slow, but Rookie sidesteps the tongue lash. Can he dodge the next one as he's trying to heal himself up? Mao's nearly in melee range. 1, 2, 3 auto attacks. And the kill goes over to Loken. It's 6-1 for Jing Dong Gaming right now at the 25-minute mark, and they are now taking their 2nd Mountain Dragon.
And that was the first kill of the game onto Rookie that isn't going to go to Kabe, because he is 5-0 at 0 on the Jarvan. He is carrying the team. He's put them on his back. And we asked where a carry was for JD. Toynbee can't do all of the heavy lifting himself. Well, we found a second one. It's going to be Kabe. And Toynbee has resigned himself from carrying duties because Loken is the first one as well.
Yeah, we did ask the question, who will be the second carry? We weren't expecting it to be Kabe. His Kennen wasn't particularly inspiring, but he seems to have found a groove on this Jarvan.
Jarvan is a tank that deals damage, so you would hope that this is within Kabe's ballpark of champions that he can play and learn.
He's even building it with a tank, too. Titanic Hydra, Black Cleaver, Guardian, Gargoyle, Stoneplate.
Yeah, your conventional I am a tank that should be not one-hitting the carries, but I am build.
The classic. And once again, we just got out of a tank meta, and Kabe says, no, let's get back in there.
At least he's building damage items. The
Yeah.
tank meta was unfair.
Mhm.
That was actually first item tank and one hit the carry. At least he has a Titanic Hydra and a Black Cleaver to be able to justify the fact that he's one-hitting.
Line B, continuing to harass as we're fighting over vision right now. Kabe has actually made his way towards that mid lane. He doesn't have teleport.
We're out of Mountain Drakes to secure as well.
We
3
are.
have been taken. And looking at the Baron buff, 2 mountains will help.
It had to happen eventually. They turn on towards the Baron. Chinyi is a walking sonar. He spots out Ning, even going for a sweeper. That's going to be a taunt. Ning into the pit. Tempered Fate stalls it out. He flashes too soon. He's killed by Loken. There's the hero's entrance to get Doinby to safety as Baron is completed by Shinyi. Kabe over the wall as well. And miscommunication between Ning and Megan leads to the unnecessary death of their jungler.
Not exactly the communication that you want to have there from Megan. You don't need to use the Tempered Fate if your Lee Sin's going in to steal the buff. But he did, and he prevented it, and he actually killed his own jungler. At least turn your jungler golden if you're going to do something like that. So everything that Invictus Gaming had, their desperation plan to prevent that from happening, completely gone. And 27 minutes into this game with a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the biggest Jarvans you'll ever see running around on Summoner's Rift. He's probably going to walk up to them and one-hit West.
Yes.
In front of them.
It turns out I was wrong about that kill as well. It's on Kabe.
Oh, yeah.
6-0. He is all of that gold lead.
He's twice as good as the Spartans.
Why?
600. I don't like having to justify jokes like that because now they're bad.
I did not get it for a while, and then I was like, oh, because he's 6-0-0. That makes sense. All right. Nice.
And Doinby is Kabe upside down.
He is. He is 0-6. I mean, he is playing the Nether Galio. Gatekeeper Galio.
Australian Galio.
There you go.
Yeah.
As Kabe finishes off the final tier 2 with Baron buff, Jingdong move forward onto the inhibitor turret.
It's just tanking.
Yeah, he takes one shot. Rookie steps in, chunks him down, and eats just as much punishment in return.
And Loken has life still, so he's going to get all of that health back as JD. They have decided that Kabe will be their one split pusher. They're going to send 4 into the mid lane. And instead of actually rotating them all towards the bottom lane and sieging 2 at once, they are committing to the 1-4. They're just going to say that this is how we win the game. We break the base like this.
Not exactly the most elegant, but certainly effective, especially with this much of an advantage. Doinby clears out some minions along with Loken, and slowly but surely the turret is losing health.
West just doesn't do enough damage yet to actually stop it from happening. Loken is Baron empowering the minions to bring them in quicker for those wondering why he keeps leaving mid lane.
Yep. Increased movement speed to those minions. West firing as quick as his arrow can fly. But it's not quite fast enough. Takes Rookie to finally clear it out. Finally, Jingdong give up the siege, reset. They take blue buff. Kabe, he recalled and made his way back down towards the mid lane.
They're
Still
actually
with teleport ready.
It looks like he's coming mid lane right now. So Kabe, he's switched positions with Doinby.
Yeah, Doinby's got his teleport too, and Loken is trying to break it down.
I'd say this next wave, Rookie's actually well and truly in the wrong position.
Yeah,
he needs
he's
to go now.
teleporting in onto Duke, and they finally break down the turret.
They just lose everything for nothing.
Invictus Gaming back up as Jingdong break the inhibitor before turning towards the second, the one prepped earlier. Doinby's ready. He's got the shield of
Big
Durant.
taunt.
Taunt onto 3 as it erupts into a fight. West is firing in the back, but as you've said, it's nowhere near enough. A massive gold lead means it's just too much. Triple kill for Doinby as Rookie is the sole survivor. Watching as Jingdong break his Nexus turrets wide open. They don't have minions just yet, but he's even being bullied onto the fountain. Finally, the first one falls. He steps in. Just a little bit of disrespect between the AD carry and the mid laner of the two teams. The Nexus is broken. Jingdong Gaming are taking game number 2, and they're bringing us to game number 3.
Yeah, they send us to the third. JD bounce back. After game number 1, where they started with a pretty solid lead, they come into the second and a little bit more refined, perhaps, from the team. to consolidate a full victory.
Yeah.
Big carry from Kabe, though. Big carry from Kabe.
Real big. You can see even Doinby knows. He gives it a half-hearted, all right, we took it. Good job, Kabe. Well done. As Kabe examines his damage done, commits it to memory. This is a story I shall tell my children someday, he says.
It is higher than Doinby.
Yes. Absolutely.
Therefore, I am
massive.
better now.
Yes. Even Doinby is like, yeah, good job. Well done. Congratulations.
And that's where Doinby wants to be. We already mentioned this back in his prime, perhaps, I think it's fair to say.
The old Xiaogu from 2015.
He was able to be a support for the team. Let other people do the carrying work, and that's where Doinby looks his best.
Slow and steady wins the race, but here to help commentate it with us is Raz. Welcome.
Ooh, thank you. It isn't a Maokai mid. It isn't a Scion mid. Something equally tanky, maybe a little bit more viable in the mid lane.
Well, yeah.
Just a tiny bit. That was great play. I think out of Doinby specifically, early on in the game, he was able to rotate towards the top lane, where Kabe was already headed in the lane, but he just stuck there and knew that Vladimir wasn't going to be able to rotate. Goes to the bottom lane, does the exact same thing, and he just became the most annoying thorn in this game, where you say, okay, maybe IG should engage upon him. But then what do they expect out of it? Like, what kind of fight do you want, like, do you think you're going to get if you engage onto the Galio? Because there's a Tom Kench behind him, a Jarvan who can TP. That was one team that you cannot pick off. And they had a full pick composition. They had the Ashe, Bard, even Vladimir. If Vladimir tries to go in a fight, if he tries to go on top of the Kog'Maw is just going to get eaten up. And he's like, okay, suddenly I'm behind enemy lines, maybe exhausted, so the damage I came in with wasn't exactly threatening. So that was a tough game for IG to pick any fight. JD knew it, and they decided to just continue pressure and go in mid. So game one, one of my major criticisms was like, you can't hit in the mid lane turret. Like, you couldn't dive at all. This was an easy fix because their composition was as meta as you can get, very tanky with the safety of Tom Kench. So I was like, how long do you have to stick into the fight for the damage to actually matter? Because Tom Kench was just there.
So
yeah, definitely.
Is this a pick and ban thing then? Allowing themselves to be picked into, or allowing Jingdong to pick this big sort of blocky composition?
Yes and no. I think the composition was very, very difficult to deal with. But with that being said, I think that Jingdong definitely made adaptations from game 1 to game 2. And in the replay, I can show you when they actually were able to put pressure forward, take these towers down, they actually were able to flank with the composition that they had. Double TP coming down, they were able to just get right on top of IG and immediately get these kills necessary. Reason why it is important is because Earth Dragon is up. That would be their second Earth Dragon. They pick it up, turn it into a Baron about 3 minutes later, and suddenly JD pick up a very solid win off of a team fight, translate it into a very solid win for your composition, and make it probably the easiest Baron they have taken all split long.
Yeah, and a lot of this, again, we actually mentioned this in the first game as well. When you've got the Vladimir, one of the best ways that you should be executing on your picks or your team fights is to be flanking. But every single time we saw Rookie go forwards, he was flashing and hitting one target, or he was ghosting, then flashing, then hitting nobody, honestly, with the Vladimir plays. There was no flanks, there was no vision set up for the flanks, because from minute 1 to the end of the game, the jungle was controlled by Shinyi. Everywhere that they tried to go, there was a Rek'Sai following him, and it was impossible to actually do anything, set anything up, or execute.
Shinyi was all over the place that game. Is it, I mean, even the fact that he went, like you said, from coast to coast right away, he knew he had his lanes to support him. Very clearly, Jingdong appeared to have planned this strategy, or at least it might have worked out that way with the composition allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I think that the composition definitely made it a lot more straightforward with their composition, that even he didn't even necessarily have to be a part of the play. Like wherever Galio went, there was essentially like an assured victory in that sense, because suddenly, okay, Shen couldn't take any fight, so he had to back away. And then what does that turn into? A TP situation in which they can go bottom lane. It felt very easy right from the get-go for the team. And then when IG found themselves behind, they couldn't make any pick play happen. There was no pick situation. DMB is going to take the win. You mentioned that Kabe in the top side of the map did very well for himself. So if you don't give it to him for that performance, when are you going to do it? But no, honestly, DMB had an amazing game here.
He still did 34.2% of his team's damage with a Kog'Maw and a 6-0 Jarvan.
How many games, not series, have JD won? Is the answer 3?
This is their 4th game win.
I was going to say, because he's had every MVP then, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He has.
3 out of 4. No, I do think that, again, Sinyi should get some extra credit for his ability to path and map around the enemy jungler following Ning in a matchup where junglers aren't the strong point, but if one seems to be stronger than the other, then it's going to sway the balance. And having a winning mid lane does seem to be the biggest recipe for success here in this best of 3 series as to who's actually going to come out ahead.
Well, the mid lane has been a bit of a toss-up between Game 1 and Game 2. Who's taking it in Game 3?
That's a big one. I think immediately you can't expect Galio to be up in pick ban.
Sure.
So that's going to get outright banned. Vladimir seems to be getting puffed between both teams. I think it's going to be a hot potato where no one wants the Vladimir. They want to be able to have the proactive pick. Syndra might not be something you'd go towards. So I would expect something like a Talia even for rookie. And that might change everything depending on what we see from DoinB.
Well, they've got a few minutes to prepare, and so too do we. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 3, the final time to see do Jing Dong deserve the win. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get into game number 3 between Invictus Gaming and Jing Dong Gaming, who so far do not have a single match win to their name. But perhaps, gentlemen, I postulate tonight could be the night.
I mean, it could be. Every night they compete could be the night that they get the win, but they are one step closer for the first time in a little while.
You are a metaphysical, just like, you're right, theoretically, in theory.
Every time they come out in the court.
I am not.
The implication is there, though. They could win this, and they finally would have a win on the board. They just need to beat IG one more time.
Yeah, and I'm not going to come out and say, you know what, this is the night they could do it, because
Okay.
like they absolutely could do it, but to actually get the win, to get the 2-1 victory over IG is very difficult. IG is still a very good best-of-3 team when it comes to Game 3, with the experienced members there that they can rally behind with your rookies and your dukes, where Doinby, if nothing else, he has got Game 2 momentum going for him. So I feel like emotionally, IG should be fine. But emotionally for JD, they will have the momentum now backing them. They'll be happy campers, and they'll be able to walk into Game 3 proud.
Yep, and I think in Game 3, just the preparation in the draft, knowing that last one was very well structured, this time around they'll have a different priority around Tahm Kench. I think the Tahm Kench was very strong this last game, and I think if they continue on with their team fight presence and team fight focus, that Tahm Kench, along with another team fight, it doesn't have to be Galio if it gets banned out. It could just be something as simple as the Gragas, perhaps. Anything that is just front heavy. We even saw the tank Rek'Sai this time around.
Yeah.
Anything that can start the fight, but also just has a very easy way of just tanking it through, and of course getting gobbled up and back into the back line of that fight.
And interestingly as well, on the flip side, going for the J4 instead of the Gragas, I think is a blue side thing, because the Shen was revealed earlier. So remember that Fiora is always going to be there.
That's true.
If you don't ban it away.
Unless it's banned away, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what we saw in game number 1 and game number 2.
Never banned in the second ban phase though, Dom.
Ooh, perhaps Duke could
Scary.
break that champion out.
The scary story of Fiora. You just need a flashlight, maybe darken the studio.
He's not chewing bubblegum, though. Well, the challenge has been laid down. Raz, I'm afraid you've been proved wrong. We're going to game 3 right here and now. Who takes the series?
Oh, God. 2-1.
Oh, yes, it's going to be a 2-1.
2-1. Doesn't matter who it's going to be. No, okay, IG. It'll be for
IG, all right. Hopping back on board.
I think the series will be a 2-1 to the winner, in my analytical opinion.
Expert analysis from Razlaplasm,
You're a
ladies and gentlemen.
sarcastic member on the casting team.
We like to have fun here. Alrighty, picks and bans. Let's take stock. Karma Thresh Galio banned away from Jing Dong.
That's
Jarvan
adaptation.
first picked by IG. Meanwhile, Elise, Zach, and Caitlyn Xinyi, in fact, picking up Kha'Zix before Rek'Sai.
Yeah, the Kha'Zix taken from Ning, it feels like. There's definitely not a reactionary thing to the J4, that's for certain. This is interesting, though. Jarvan's been locked in. Lulu has also been locked in by JD, so you have to pick Kog'Maw. As I was going to say it, they beat me to it. You kind of have to pick your Kog'Maw now. You don't want to have the Lulu Kog bottom lane. They probably just kill the Jarvan if he actually ulted in onto them. And with this now, though, Karma's already banned, Thresh is already banned. Bard's risky. You might be going the Tahm Kench yourself.
Very early bottom lane rotation as the very fast and decisive picks from Jing Dong Gaming now put Invictus Gaming on the back foot. Forced to respond. Rookie, hunt down that champion. Rakan is the support.
I actually like Rakan more than Tahm Kench personally. I can see the merit in Tahm Kench. We don't know who the AD carry is of JD. Presumably something like an Ashe. There's always going to be the Jhin as well, though. It seems like every JD AD plays Jhin. You might go towards that one. Rakan is just more well-rounded, a little bit more, has the ability to go forwards as backwards is also possible.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench feels just that little bit more backwards oriented, protecting the cog.
We've got that Twitch locked in for Loken, another huge scaling AD carry. And with no threat of a Braum, Loken probably going to be a little happy about that.
For sure.
And
Of course, it's hard to auto-attack when you are charmed, though.
Mm.
There's always going to be counter plays there for IG.
The classic quickness. And now we get to see the next set of bans. With the Jarvan very early picked up for IG. There's the Fiora ban away.
Yeah, this time away from Kabe.
Yep.
As IG have completely turned this game on its head.
Do they ban Shen next and just ignore
No.
Kabe? Or Doinby?
You wouldn't ban Shen unless you're really afraid of the team composition, which is fair to say right now. Shen with the Twitch Lulu, it'd be really hard to kill the Twitch. So it's possible they ban the Shen, but I don't think so.
Let's see. Renekton is going to be the ban for Invictus Gaming. So with red side for Jing Dong, of course, they're going to want to save counterpick for Doinby. That's why you see Kabe on our screen right now.
I think Gragas is also good here from JD. On top of that, they want to be a damage dealer. The Rumble also stands to attention. We've already mentioned the Shen for the reasons we said before.
And it's going to be locked in. So they do get to take the double shield onto Twitch, just not quite from Karmalulu.
Yeah, very reliant on the damage coming out of the Twitch thus far. JD might want to round that composition out with some more damage, just to have multiple threats on the team with the Twitch, with the Kazakhs. Still a strong composition from them, though.
Cassiopeia is the carry from Rookie. He has broken it out before, huge on the champion. Tragically, though, last time we saw it was against Dan Gaming when he lost.
Yeah, but the Cassiopeia is a very good blind pick when Kassadin is going to be there as well. Not actually locked in by JD, but they banned the Syndra over the Kassadin, which is something they've gotten rid of 2 games in a row. I like this.
There it is, Kassadin as predicted. Excellent read on the pick ban, Rusty. It's locked in right away. And I've got to be completely honest, it seems like Invictus Gaming have been forced to respond to the pace that Jingdong have set here.
Yes and no, because by responding, if you're responding in advance, it's more of a precautionary measure that you would say is better than your opponent's pick, right? Like,
sure.
Reacting to the potential of a Kassadin is still giving yourself the winning mid lane 1v1. We know the Rookie is a ridiculously good Cassiopeia. And look at Invictus Gaming's composition as a whole. They've got a Kog'Maw now protected by the Cassiopeia. They've got a Gragas to do the same. They've got a Jarvan to go forwards. Their Wombo is actually sick now with J4 Rakan going forwards. So as a composition stands, I really like what IG have put together for themselves if they can be the 5-man unit. But then they're against a very similar prospect opposing them with the hyper carry, with the protection on the hyper carry, with the split pushing threat now of the Kassadin, with the Shen in a 1-3-1 setup. And that is a place where IG could be pulled apart, where they could actually be ripped out of what their composition strength is. Because ultimately, they want to be 5, IG. JD are happy with 4 or 3. They're happy with 5 if it comes to it, but they'd rather be 3.
I mean, speaking towards JD as a team, I feel like they'd also be happy with 5, regardless of the composition, because they just like fighting sometimes.
They do, but ultimately, you would rather pull apart IG before coming back together.
Of
so
course.
that's how it's going to work. There's going to be a really important dynamic to watch unfold through the mid lane, because if Rookie completely dumpsters Doinb, then that strategy's gone.
Well, Doinb has actually been winning mid lane in these past 2 games in supposedly close matches.
I don't think we can take game 1 and 2 matchups though as champions to really indicate how game 3 is going to pan out, because again, Cassiopeia is a really good pick in a Kassadin.
Gotcha. Well, perhaps Rookie can break this game open as we're about ready to load into game number 3, the final match of the evening, the decider, Invictus Gaming versus Jingdong. Jingdong, of course, still without a single match win to their name, but as they race onto the Rift, perhaps this could be it, as they are ready to bring down IG.
Spit some hot fire, like the first Drake coming up as well. Just natural for an IG JD series.
Of course.
We'll get Infernals and Mountains. The only things that you'll really want to see from these guys. We have already mentioned as well, the key to winning this series, the key to winning these games seems to be unlocked through the junglers and the pressure. No Rek'Sai though. So we'll have to explore how Sinyi does go on the Kazakhs opposed to that Rek'Sai. If he can follow Ning around, because IG looked exploited without their jungler free to move.
They did. Ning was having a real tough time in game number 2, but Gragas, a little bit more capable of clearing out camps without too much threat from that Kazakhs.
Of course, in saying that, the key to unlocking that jungle invade for Shinyi going forwards was the mid lane 1v1.
Yes.
Having a Galio in game number 2 meant a great deal. This time around, though, Cassiopeia should always have the push. And so it's more Ning that you would direct your eyes towards and say, can he do the same thing, or can he get a gank off even?
Yes. And of course, the first blood for that game was when Kabe was unlocked from the top lane to roam down.
This is bold. They're leashing for a Gragas, and he's going to have to do 2 rotations of the cure before he even comes over. The time spent, and how good that leash actually has to be. That is wonderful for Ning. But for IG, look at how late they'll get to this bottom lane. They're missing 3 minions. Well, it's only 1. They're lucky.
Mao steps forward. West tags 1 before escorting Mao back with a few auto attacks. So they do only miss 1 minion. But like you said, lane control very early on to Loken and Mao. Rookie immediately, no hesitation, claims lane control in the mid lane.
Yep, uses the 1 potion Doinb's got for himself. In saying that, if you're a bottom lane player as well, level 2 spike means the Twitch and Lulu, they win lane. They're set. Jungler can move bottom side of the map, but he can't move through mid because Rookie's got that one locked down.
Yeah. Oh man, even landing the noxious blast, playing with that turret range so smartly.
Auto weaving.
Doinby is having a real tough time. We already see a ward placed by Rookie on that Raptor camp to look for Xinyi's eventual movement towards that side, but Xinyi's in fact not there. He's cleared out his red, he's cleared out his Raptors, now he's done blue and is taking Scuttle, so looks like a safe clear this time from Xinyi. No invade, but the respect still being shown by IG.
Rookie's just so oppressive.
Yeah.
I feel like we're watching this simply because of how impressive he is whilst being oppressive.
And how is he not taking an auto turret attacks from this?
He is managing to max the range of that turret, the aggro as well, switching it very well.
Yeah.
A tough balance, but he is obviously a good mid laner.
Yeah.
In case you were wondering.
I was, in fact, but you have allayed those concerns. Thank you. As Doinby teleports in and misses nary a minion. Immediately, Rookie will recall on his own, though.
Doinby's trying to freeze that wave too. He will, reasonably successfully, but he went back to base. Doinby got a Dark Seal. He did not get a potion. That is the worst possible recall that you've ever seen. One more minion. One more minion, get a potion with your Dark Seal. Why do you have a Dark Seal if you can't get increased healing from potions without a potion?
You got something on your mind there, Rusty?
I just said it, Dom.
You seem irate.
Nah.
All right.
Just really unfortunate. He was forced back to base.
Yes. Down 12 CS already. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, West is keeping pace with Loken. And junglers, they were the key to success in game number 1 and game number 2. Well, now they just kind of seem to be doing their own thing, as that was a melee gleaming quill that Megan just missed.
Yep, he certainly did. But you're correct. Junglers are very different to games 1 and 2. They're not mapping each other. They're not getting early ganks off. This is a good opportunity, however, for Xinyi to go straight towards Duke. The Q was just used. If the taunt hits, there's kill threat.
There's Shadow Dash. Xinyi is ready to leap through, separated from the minions. There's some damage. Flash to get away from the slow, and a quick flag and drag to safety. So he does survive at the cost of a summoner.
Yeah, Xinyi doesn't jump, doesn't flash, doesn't use anything, and that was the correct move coming out of the Kha'Zix. You have to bait the flash, because there was no flag drag from Duke on the Jarvan. So the pressure in that top lane now means that repeat offenders are able to come back.
There you go. Doinby recalled again and didn't get anything. I don't think he actually did recall, no. He must have just been sitting under the tier 2. I saw him walking from so far behind the tier 1 I made an assumption, but his items are the same with more minions.
Ning could dive this.
He very well could be thinking about it.
has to hang around. Look at Doinby's health.
Yeah. All right, now's the time to recall. Rookie's still shoving in. He's got a Dark Steel. He's got the Corrupting Potion along with that Sapphire Crystal. Steps in, denies the recall.
Disgusting.
Oh, man.
I love it.
Doinby, this is serious mode.
And speaking
He's
towards
not happy.
mid laners again, though, whilst we're watching all of this happen, Rookie hasn't got his tier yet, so he's not sacking it up early. He's gone towards the efficient damage, mana sustain, as well as poke, and just having extra potions with the Dark Seal. He forces the Kassadin to base so that he can clear an extra wave, get the tier, recall now, very good timing. He can come back to lane, doesn't need to use a teleport, gets a massive advantage, and a massive advantage in CS, not just items.
With that recall completed, though, Doinby has purchased boots and a ruby crystal.
Yep.
Still no potion.
I don't want to talk about it.
Still no refillable. On the upside, he's halfway to having his teleport back up, and he is level 6.
I don't want to talk about it, though.
Okay, let's talk about something else. What
I don't appreciate.
What's piquing your interest on the map right now?
I know how Doinby operates, but there are some things that just get me, and that gets me. Like, deep within my soul, I feel the pain of him not having a potion. Yet, as a viewer with God mode, I really dislike it.
Okay. With level 6, he's actually going to start trading just a bit of damage back, but he's not going to be able to get any health back.
Where's your potion now, buddy? What are you going to do about it?
Oh, man. Tries to recall, but is denied yet again. Rookie is just owning this lane. He's got his name plastered all over it. Bucket of paint. It says Rookie right there on the rift. I don't know if you can read that.
Thanks, Dom.
Even petrifying
Watch Gragas
gaze
as well.
for more. Ning decides not to overcommit, though.
Waiting for
Wait
the
for
burn.
the poison. There he goes.
And now he's going to hang around. No way. Don't do it.
Ning shows up as well.
Rookie's looking to stop the recalls, but look at Doinby.
What is he?
Ah, he's got the master stroke.
I'm pretty sure he was just spotted, though. His turret's taking so much damage. Shows up from the side now. Oh, my God.
He's just so beyond our comprehension of League of Legends.
We're in the year 2017. Doinby's in 3017 right now. When the honeydew fruit, the honey fruit, heals you to full.
Ah, yes, and now that honey fruit efficiency got him 2 minions. It's enough for a potion.
3?
If you want to go back to base and get it.
Look at how far back he's going. Oh, he's going for blue buff. I thought he was going to try to recall in the Direwolf camp. There he goes.
Blew into... So he keeps wanting to recall, but being stuck back into the lake because of how hard Rookie's pushing.
He seems that Rookie's also on pretty low mana. Ding Dong, though.
Madman.
Yeah, they look to sneak the...
What's happened to JD between games?
I have no idea. Oh, man. I mean, you're the analyst. What did happen?
I can tell you it's not good things, Tom. I can tell you all about the not good things that have been for most of this game so far. But I can't tell you what happened backstage. Too much red cordial. They're feeling hypo.
Goodness. Yeah, they're 1,000 gold down now at the 9-minute mark.
Like, to put it simply, we're laning and IG are winning by 900 gold. Like, jungle lead is 30 CS. Top lane's got a farm advantage. That's expected through the matchup. Mid lane, naturally, we've been watching it all game.
Yeah.
It was like, and the spectators can't hear us, by the way. They're just watching it, so we're stuck watching it. Change the rating of this stream soon.
Ning steals away the Raptor camp, while Rookie looks to finish off a turret, finds himself unable to.
He still doesn't have a potion.
He's got a catalyst, okay, that'll give him some health eventually. With how much Rookie uses spells, that's probably more efficient than a potion.
Why have a Darkseer?
Maybe he's expecting kills, turn it into a Mage Eyes? Against Rookie and, yeah, as I say it, it doesn't sound quite right coming out. Yeah.
He played mid.
Yeah. Oh man, this is absolutely brutal.
You're kind of waiting for that one moment where JD perhaps fight back or IG are able to break something. This mid lane outer turret's obviously the first place that you'd be looking towards. And as it stands, Shinyu's been spending most of his time and efforts now starting to be very concerned around the middle area. Ning has spent most of that time as well countering around the middle area. But it's given access, when you're looking near mid, to the Raptors. And that's where the CS advantage severely grows in favor of IG through the jungle role. Not just that, you're watching the mid lane role grow, and the turret will break. So unless JD are able to sneak through vision or sneak past Ning, look for something, then organic loss of the game is starting to unfold.
We've already got Sightstone for Megan, so he's setting up a nice defensive line across that bottom side of the map. Top is on a complete island. Duke and Kabe are just brawling it out up there as Rookie. He's still working on it. Very nearly there.
The zoning Gragas. There
and
you go.
There he goes. A single auto attack. First brick to Rookie as he breaks it down and shows Doinby who's boss.
Absolutely telling him to get out of that town.
He's the sheriff in these parts.
He absolutely is, and it's a Cassiopeia with an Infernal Drake. We've mentioned that that is going to be the Drake that exists right now. Cassiopeia smashes objectives. Kog'Maw is scaling, but as is Twitch and Cassian. So at the end of the day, whilst it doesn't look great, and it's not, but whilst it doesn't look great for JD, things could be worse. The composition could be an early game composition.
Yeah. I'm glad that you had to clarify that it doesn't look great and it's not actually great. Important
It is exactly how it seems. It's
Yes.
not like looking in a rearview mirror.
2,000 gold ahead. Closer than it seems? Hey! Hey! That took me a second.
It's like the third time tonight.
It's been a slow night here on the LPL. But now at the 12-minute mark, we've got Bilgewater Cutlass and Ninja Tabby ready for West. Slight item advantage for Loken as he's got his recurve bow for some bonus attack speed. And Rookie with the 12-minute Rod of Ages is set and scaling. Doinby, though, he's got Merc Treads.
He does. And 12-minute Rod of Ages isn't actually exceptionally quick by any means. It's usually the standard time to have it.
Yeah.
But when you've gone for a Darkseer Corrupting Potion and a tier with your 12-minute Rod of Ages, that actually does add up to be quite a quick rod.
Suddenly things are looking a little bit better for that Cassiopeia. And now pings onto the Infernal Dragon. There is vision from Jingdong. They've got Teleport and Stand United ready.
Kha'Zix is looking, but I feel like he's going to turn around as quick as he walks in.
And there he goes. Right back into his own jungle. Doesn't even get his feet wet in the river. Stays on dry land instead, where it's nice and safe.
It has a squiz, evacuates. Too dangerous. There's no way that you're going to walk into a Cassiopeia or a Gragas, even a Kog'Maw and Rakan for that matter. Rakan's ability to engage, cover distances to engage as well is very potent. So things will subside with just an Infernal. And when you look at the compositions again, all that scaling damage, Infernals go a long way.
Rookie is so oppressive. He is sitting inside of Doinby's minions and harassing him away. Still 30 CS ahead. It's the Kassadin tax as expected, but is Doinby ever going to be able to get a foot back into this game if he's matched up against Rookie like this?
I mean, he's always going to get back into the game just by being a Kassadin. What you're looking at here for JD is, again, as we mentioned, it's side laning. So you want Doinby to probably get his Rod of Ages, maybe hit level 11, depends which spike he prioritizes higher, and then use that spike to go to a side lane. You have to then bring Rookie to your side lane, and suddenly the 4v4 might be more realistic for Jingdong to look at.
Looks like they're going to try to dive bottom right now as Teleport is being used by Doinby. He's rushing on down as Rift Herald is picked up. Quickness and the grand entrance. West makes his way under the turret, but that's against the Kassadin. Kabe even shows up with the Stand United. And Megan, with the fancy footwork, tries to get to safety as Duke cancels his own TP. But that's 2 kills for Jingdong.
Yeah, and ultimately they get the kills that they need. They'll be able to pressure the bottom wave, but you have to look at the trades on the opposite side of the map. The Herald being taken in vision was how they were able to make this dive happen in the first place. But you know the 2 kills, whilst they're nice to have, aren't going to result in a lot. Kassadin doesn't get one. Twitch doesn't get one. They're just going to be trading turrets and Rift Herald assists to make it faster for the time actually spent by JD on that dive.
That does enable IG to move into the jungle of Jingdong and invade them. Ning shows up to gank a Kassadin.
You thought about it.
And lumbers on by.
It's still bridging that gap though, Dom. Remember, 11 now spiked for Doinby. Might actually have enough money for an item. We'll find out.
So excited. Watch it be a corrupting potion. Okay, no, it's a Rod of Ages.
Which is, again, that's very big. So he'll go to a side lane you'd expect as of now. Doesn't have teleport though. Neither does Shen. Nor does he have an ultimate.
Yeah, we can already see Loken making his way down mid lane with Mao to catch this minion wave, and immediately he's heading bottom. Excellent analysis there, as Recall is just about ready for West. I think he should back up after this wave and finish off his Blade of the Ruined King. Or continue forward with Mao, because he has a support.
Yeah, he needs to keep pressure in the lane. He just got there. Wait, what? You said Mao.
Yes. No, you're right. It's not Mao. Megan, I'm sorry. That Lulu.
Okay, you got me. I heard Mao. I was like, yeah, the Twitch just got there with his Blade of the Ruined King. It makes sense. No, you're right.
Yes.
You're right.
I'm attempting... I meant to refer to West and Megan stepping forward with a minion wave towards a Kassadin.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And now backing away.
We are aligned.
Yep. Good.
Speaking of backing away, might want his Blade of the Ruined King dog.
You mean that thing I was talking about? Right now? Incorrectly? With the wrong name? Are you sure it's not going to be like a Wit's End or an Infinity Edge?
They're actually bringing 2 people down. Kog'Maw didn't recall for this very reason.
Yeah, that's the Bilgewater and the quickness. He's got Flash, but they CC lock the Kassadin, and West gets the kill, so it does pay off.
Super important that West gets it. Also, Rakan and Gragas do not need it to try and catch a slippery Kassadin and secure a kill is difficult. He has Flash, but they are able to give that to the Kog'Maw. So that Blade of the Ruined King might get a bit of extra on the side, but before even going for it, they're going to continue to pressure bottom lane because the pick is the most important part of breaking down the structures on that split-pushing Kassadin. They just pick him up. Again, I literally accidentally just mentioned it in reference to your conversation.
Yeah.
Loken and Mao have to pressure mid, but when they're not pressuring mid, it unlocks Ning and Megan to work into side lane and find Doinby. So either he's out of position or the rest of his map isn't pressuring properly.
And now, despite having lane pressure across the map, Invictus Gaming are unable to take anything as Jingdong defend and reset themselves. There's the Blade of the Ruined King we were talking about, along with a lot of daggers. He's doing his best Talon impression. And Loken, he's juggling 2 lanes worth of CS after Doinby died.
Happy camper.
You're right, yeah. He is the AD carry. Probably feeling great about that. But now if only he could go top and take that massive wave from Kabe.
No one gets to do that. You don't just commit to going onto the island for free.
These are my minions.
He's going to be pushing it anyway because he's got a Sunfire cape. There's no such thing as collecting a wave of minions that have stacked. He'll ruin that early.
Doinby once again leaps over the wall as Megan clears out this wave. Ocean Dragon's up in 45 seconds, and already we can see they are grouped and ready. West is bottom, pretty far away from Megan, though. Doinby's actually between them. Well, West has no fear. He just immediately turns and starts attacking him.
Not at all. Of course, having the life steal will help a ton. Being able to pressure this wave whenever the W's up because you can hit Doinby uncontested as well. Doesn't mean that the Kassadin's going to outright die to a Cogmore, not this early anyway. Things will still subside fairly calmly. But when you're looking at what the point of contention is going to be for these teams, it does still stand to me as the Drake for IG as a priority. I just don't know if Jingdong want to actually commit to a fight for that. It's super risky.
For an Ocean Dragon 19 minutes in.
Yet they are Jingdong, so there is a very real possibility.
Blue is pretty close to the color purple.
The objective being in a pit usually indicates that they'll look towards it, but this one's risky. So
if only the Nexus were in a pit.
They would always fight for a Nexus.
Jingdong would get such a massive buff. They would hunt down that Nexus every opportunity they got.
19 minutes too, we're about 40 seconds off their favorite objective of all time.
The purple worm about to erupt from the Baron pit. Herald has already foretold of his coming. Is Baron male?
No, Baron's a purple worm.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad. I'm sorry I set you up for that.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Because Rift Herald is actually clearly defined as female. I
didn't come into this best of 3 set with my notes prepared for that question.
The Rift Herald lore and the Baron lore.
I'm not sure how to answer it.
Missed opportunity. Okay, all right.
That's a tough one.
It has spawned now, and Invictus Gaming commit to the lane swap, sending Duke bottom preemptively, along with West and Megan, to protect that Rift Herald and that Baron.
Submarine mode as well, as you can see.
Just sneaking around. On the prowl, but doesn't find anything.
Always going to be a danger, though, for the Twitch, is not having a QSS trying to be a submarine against a Cassiopeia, who will just turn around and blast you if you're not protected by your team. In saying that, it's a Shen and a Lulu, so it's just about dodging the stun out of the Cass, and then you're good.
They're actually pushing up towards the tier 2 right now, and with control in the jungle on that side of the map, Doinby has to sit up there and catch the wave. Grand entrance means that Doinby takes some punishment from West as Rookie continues to shove in mid. Loken.
He wants it, but not enough.
Yeah.
Doinby is also too low. They have to respect that. Invictus Gaming have been rotating towards that side of the map, perhaps playing towards the tendencies of JD.
Oh, there's the engage. They drop the miasma on top of him. Stand United as he walks into the Twin Fangs along with damage from West. Meanwhile, Duke is headed bottom to catch Kabe. Once the Stand United is cancelled, the tier 2 is broken by IG.
Yeah, simple execution out of IG again. They go from mid to top lane, playing on the fact that Doinby's losing all of his health, trying to trade his health for minion waves. It does not end when it comes to this mid laner, as they've got Loken.
Ming has found it. The flash follow-up, a cask as well. He's knocked back and dies in the poison to Rookie. IG's 3rd kill of the game.
And very classy from Ning with his execution there. Body slams, predicts the flash out of Loken, flashes after him himself, and is able to hit the cask. But once again, they're not doing the objectives. They're baiting for the objectives. They want JD to come to them, so we're playing a game of chicken.
There is a ward in the pit, but no control ward for IG.
It's about to die, though. That's the unfortunate thing. So if IG were just a little bit more patient.
Oh, and now they're recalling the mind games.
And JD are about to check again. They won the game of chicken, but now do something.
They're still thinking about it.
They're playing chicken with no one.
Still thinking about it. Jingdong is a team that would play chicken by themselves. No, you stop.
Oh,
There's no answer.
You
it's,
hang up.
it's a lonely. There's no one on the phone, Jing Dong. This just got dark as Ning bullies Rookie away from his own blue buff. West picks up red, along with slight jungle attacks before heading back to that top side of the map. Still got the teleport ready for Duke, so he's pushing down onto Doinby. Perhaps he'll have a better luck trading with Duke than Kabe has.
Didn't go for the Wits End build once again. West, he may go towards it now. The magic resistance either way is super valuable for him against the Kassadin split pushing. When it seems to be that West and Megan are the ones dealing with him, they're sending the AD carry over there. They want Rookie to actually be a part of the team, be a pivot point, because he's killing everybody.
Yes.
He is super fed. You've seen the amount of damage he does, and if he gets the grounded down onto a Kassadin, then it works for them as he accidentally aggro's Baron. That's what Hurricane does.
That Runan's Bolt, just saying hello to Baron.
And now it's a proper Baron dance, where IG do have absolute control.
And both sweepers from Shinyu and Mao were popped at the exact same time.
There's no blue trinkets remaining either, and there was only one on the side of JD. This is that point where you actually just do the Baron. You send your Kog'Maw in. You probably have Duke with Rookie as a 3-man. You can do it. If Ning's revealing himself zoning, then you'd imagine that they're not doing it.
There they go. Teleport is ready for both top laners. But here comes Jing Dong. They take the long route around. They see Ning isn't there, but it's been finished off so fast. Baron goes down for IG, and now they're rushing back to their base. And Jing Dong, what are you doing there, Doinby?
He's baiting. He's just trying to pressure in, push the wave. Not really at risk of dying if Doinby's not able to close the distance. But as suspected, Ning was going to be the bait, and they switched as Ning.
Oh, Rookie turns around, immediately lands the stun, burns him down, and is able to kill Loken. Turns forward onto Shinyi through the stealth, follows through for a double kill. Doesn't quite get Mao, but another miasma, a triple kill for the mid laner of IG.
Rookie's nasty on this cast right now, pushing mid lane. They've got the Baron. And you know what? JD are the ones that were setting up this kill. He's even going to zone through the minion wave to make sure the Baron minions are not going to change targets. This is trying to optimize right now. That actually might just be the inhibitor.
Maximum efficiency. Not going to want to take too many inhibitor turret shots, but with the rest of his team now grouped up, they break it down. Doinby can do nothing but watch as it falls. Kabe shows up and immediately turns back.
Of course, he's not able to taunt when he's stuck on the ground. Everything going right here for IG. I hope we get to see a brief replay at least of the Cassiopeia ultimate. I feel like the reaction speed here, that was pretty quick with the W. Now, that may look sus, but that's intended to stun the Twitch there. At the same time, once Rookie stuns the Twitch, we already mentioned this, there's no chance that JD are going to win a team fight. For those wondering as well, it's your last mouse input as to the direction you're facing when a Cassiopeia stuns you or not the direction your character is actually facing. So
yes.
Loken clicked towards Rookie. He gets stunned as a result, even though his character was still turning around.
Yes. And with that, the inhibitor has been broken. They've still got Baron buff for nearly half the duration. And Shinyi, he's struggling to clear out his jungle. He's got wards on this side of the map to prep for the inevitable siege, but top tier 2 has already been broken. IG are just finishing off that Mountain Dragon before turning towards their next objective. And Invictus Gaming, they are 10,000 gold down, 26 minutes in. This is not a great game for them.
That was actually very lucky there from Shen, by the way, that ward distracted them for an extra second. He was recalling in the bush just above it. IG, they've got the minions crashing now as well. This should be a free inner. The question past this is Doinby. He's got teleport, he's top lane, but he's not going to have an impact if IG starts successfully sieging, which with a Cassiopeia standing in front of a Kog'Maw is always going to work.
Yeah, they are firing onto the turret, and it breaks with no fight from Jing Dong. Kabe even shadow dashes away from the body slam of Ning, and they turn on to the next inhibitor. Seems like Jing Dong have decided not to take the final fight here. Instead, they're going to look towards one a little bit later, but IG might be forcing it here.
That's the engage.
Yeah, they found the cast. Doinby is turned upon. Megan hunts with the quickness. He's found it, but there's no follow-up. They've turned instead onto Kabe, who's slowly burning down. Flash auto, slam, dunk. Puts him in the bin.
Merely a distraction is this Rakan from Doinby. They weren't even looking for it. Only Megan was. As IG with 2 waves now, super minions also collapsing. They're looking to finish the game.
There's no tank, there's no Stand United, there's no chance. Loken gets burned down as Rookie continues to push forward. Jinyi's forced to leap to safety on that fountain.
Look at Rookie.
As they are just burning through their health. Rookie almost single-handedly keeping them locked onto the fountain. But there is just not enough regeneration in the world to top themselves off against this, as Invictus Gaming exposed the Nexus. And 28 minutes in, picking up a few glory kills along the way, break it down, taking the series 2-1 over Jingdong.
That was a quick one, Dom. That was very well handled by the entire side of IG. They just scaled up their cog more. He got there early, and ultimately, you don't give Rookie a winning mid lane.
No.
If you're not going to support the losing lane opponent.
And you can see them going over to shake hands now. Keep an eye on Rookie, the man in the front. Absolutely savage. Tearing that apart. Looking for Loken. He's checking his damage. As he just runs down the line.
Sometimes you get very absorbed in the post game after a defeat.
I mean, it does actually look a little bit like Jingdong are shaken by that loss. As a matter of fact, it looked like their game 3 was a completely different team.
To be fair, that's the kind of set that you would look at if you were Jingdong and say, we could actually win this one.
Yeah.
Game 1, reflective of a good start. Game 2 results in a victory. And then in Game 3 being a wash in the opposite way of what you'd intend is absolutely not what you'd expect from. Very Snake-esque, actually, as to how they performed that best-of-3 series. When they should have won the whole thing, they threw it away.
Yeah.
Really heavily.
Oh, yeah. Really tough. But again, they still have plenty of weeks to recover. But joining us now on the desk to break down this best-of-3 is Raz. Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. And yeah, you're right. This was definitely a wash, and this was a set that JD, they have to feel pretty upset about this one because first set in the cross-conference, they definitely need to start taking wins. And this felt very real to them. This set was getting really down to the wire, and they could have done it because that game 2 was fantastic. It was just very unfortunate that the last pick that they had is Kassadin. That, for me, honestly, like, you see the Shen pick going into Jarvan, I was like, fine, that's good. That's even though you get pushed in, that's all right. They had the Twitch and Lulu. They even gave Lulu Thunderlord so she can just have the pressure within the lane. Okay. But every time I see Kassadin going up against a Cassiopeia, every single time I see that matchup, it is so bad. It's not a losing matchup. It is you are getting smashed in the lane, that you need help. And it makes it harder, as you've been mentioning earlier on, that you didn't get any sustain in the lane.
Yeah.
So he needed time to back. And thankfully for him, you can see how much damage he did. It's a lot of damage.
He was the only one doing damage.
Exactly. And I think a good reason for that was 14 minutes in the bottom lane. They made that dive happen just because of Rift Herald being taken.
Yeah.
So even though they find these moments, it ultimately means nothing because Cassio has so much pressure in the 1v1 matchup that sure, yeah, okay, you get a tower. You get Rift Herald in their favor. They're able to push top for Rift Herald. They're able to rotate Cassio back in the lane. And every single time Kassadin has taken farm, he's doing it it is very difficult for Kassadin to do that without getting immediately demolished by anybody who's laning up against him.
Yeah.
So I think that Kassadin was legitimately as bad as a pick you can get. In my mind, throughout the entire pick ban process, I actually thought that Lulu was going to be a flex pick. I thought that, okay, Karma is banned. Is showcasing that DoNB is willing to pick supportive champions. You put Lulu mid, and you can maybe even go for a Tahm Kench because Tahm Kench is great against the Rakan.
Yep.
It is a fantastic pick there, and you just go for a complete shield comp. I probably wouldn't have gone Shen. That's a little bit of an overdone, but it still would have been a good composition, and your laning phases would have been good.
Yeah.
Instead, they go for an all-in comp for just basically Shen going on all of these divers and the Twitch. But then Kassadin's not going to get out of lane.
Yeah, for me, the Kassadin was even predictable. Like we said it during the draft phase, we kind of all knew that he was going towards the Kassadin, yet when it's someone like DoNB, the Lulu could flex, or he could be Victor.
Yeah.
And Victor would not lose the lane to the Cass. He can just throw his laser down and be fine, and then he can complement and support the Twitch as it scales, which is what their comp wanted, but he just lost too hard too early.
Yeah, and again, it is a little bit suspect from Jingdong, this inconsistency. I mean, what happened to them? Was it just that Kassadin was unable to do anything in lane and Rookie spilled over at, 8 minutes, 9 minutes? because they looked, even with the damage scaling that you saw at the very end, Rookie tried, but the rest of the team completely fell apart.
I think it was because they put too much into it. Like, sure, Rookie did a lot. And Rookie, of course, taking the MVP on this one because he did a lot of work. And sure, Doinby did a lot of damage, but that's because he's going to be initially the one to jump in, get the burst down. Who's going to walk up to the Casio? No one is going to do that. Twitch, we saw him do that.
You saw him try it once.
Completely. Never going to do that again. Like,
Yeah.
that's not going to happen
again.
Yep.
I
Rookie
can
does not-
imagine team comms being at that point like, no, Twitch, you need to actually go in. No?
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
not gonna happen.
I'm out.
Just once. Fine.
You thought he had him back, and he thought he was like, okay, maybe he's shopping.
Yeah.
Maybe I caught him. No, I didn't catch him at all. So that was such a hard composition to walk in on them. So even then, that point where they had proper wars towards Baron, just to see if they're doing Baron, the moment IG actually backed away, they had no faith. They had nothing to back. They just had to sit there because they recognized at any point IG could just turn on them. So they had no information. If IG was sitting there for 10 hours, even with them losing waves in the mid lane, because there was far too much risk involved.
I actually really like how you described that. They had no faith that they could even get in there. I feel like this entire game has been a question of faith for them. When they believed in game number 2, they were able to pull through. And sure, the composition definitely contributed to that. Heck, even in game number 1, it was sort of this reckless schoolyard brawl. They were able to take fights by the nature of it, but that belief was completely absent in game number 3 from everyone but Doinby.
I think that's fair. I think my biggest take on that is that this composition required a lot of faith. It required a lot of faith for them to walk in on Vision, right? There's nothing conceivably there for them to believe that they had backed. So a lot of the points was just a complete mental advantage for IG, because IG could have legitimately just sat in that bush for ages because they were that far ahead and they were fishing for a fight. They had so much control of the right side jungle.
Right? Like, that's the best way to play. You don't have to do the objective. You can just let them come to you and you'll stun them because they have to walk into the bush anyway. So there's just way too many ways to play that one out. And it is a spillover from the composition. It is a spillover from Rookie on the Cass. But at the same time, it spilled over so early that the jungle was winning. And when Ning gets the advantage this time, we are seeing that the jungler with the advantage of the map is able to just complement the map and let the winning lane of mid, let the star of Rookie just carry a game by standing behind him.
Huh, how funny that when Ning plays the style that Kid plays, complementing those winning lanes, that they return to some of the success they saw towards the end of spring.
Yeah, sometimes he's gonna have to do that, right? So
We're not
I see that
comparing
face.
Kid and Ning.
Grumbles angrily.
It's the style. All right, I'm gonna accept the style, not accept the skill, because the skill is just not even close. Not even close. But yeah, with that being said, it's going to be rough for Jingdong because they got that far, and that's how the game was decided, because IG is clean enough to be able to finish off a game. And so many resources were pulled mid lane because Kazakhs had to play towards mid, and inevitably that tower was going to go down. It just had to happen. It just had to happen one way or another.
Yeah.
And so Kazakhs lost a lot of farm off that.
Yeah, quite a tragedy for Doinby fans and Jingdong fans in general, but the sword of Damocles, it is getting closer and closer to falling on this team. They are 0-6 right now. Luckily, though, they still have got more games to play. They're playing against Snake later this week, who I would love to say have been a mess, but I feel like that's putting it politely.
Yeah.
Snake have been
all
over the place. Yeah, a hot mess.
They've been a disaster.
Yes. Does Jingdong stand a chance?
Oh yeah. I mean, if the discussion is if they don't have a stand a chance, then we're expecting like a 0-13. Like it's going to be very, very rough for them. So I think that Jingdong definitely have a chance. They are playing a team fighting style. As long as they have the draft properly, they've shown they can take games, and they should be able to do that up against Snake. Even though Snake is skilled individually, we always have this discussion about their individual player, and I think that there are certain synergies between Crystal and SOFM that will always reign true. So that's still going to be a scary matchup because in the LPL, apparently everyone's scary. That you have to fear something out of them. So that's something that they should be able to take sets. And if the expectation isn't there, then sound the alarms.
Kind of depends on which JD shows up though, compared to which Snake shows up as well. The last time we saw Snake, they literally played the series out how JD just did. So if we get game 2 Snake, then I don't think JD will ever win. Whereas if we get game 2 JD against game 2 Snake, who knows?
That's true.
Yeah,
could actually be a good match.
Like you said, last time we saw Snake was against Aime, which was a disaster of a set, which is, I think, where we get that word that we were using, disaster. But again, it's going to be exciting to see how that one works out. Also, Invictus Gaming, they were not quite looking how I think we wanted them to coming out of Group A, obviously dropping their set against Dan Gaming last week, and now going to 3 games against Jingdong. Doesn't reassure us that things are going well for them. That actually puts them at 3-3 in the standings, and following up with that from Group A, Dan is at 4-2. RNG now find themselves at 4-2 and Jingdong 0-6.
Well, I think on the wanting part, of course we want every team to play perfectly or play out a set incredibly well, especially since IG were favored in this set. But remember, IG is still going through some pains in terms of their roster changes that they've made throughout the summer split, and we said that we wanted them to like this first step was definitely going to be a harder step for them, just because going up against Jingdong, it's going to be an easy set, or at least an easy team, but it's the best step that they can take, because going up against the next team, of course, in Group B.
Suning Gaming is their next opponent.
Okay, well, for them to at least have this learning curve, it's going to be easier for them in the next set. So I think it's just going to get better here from IG. Knock on wood.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
No, I mean, I can't say anything other than echoing the sentiment that IG getting the victory should be momentum, whereas JD are starting a downward spiral, perhaps, again.
Well, starting, yes. We'll go with starting. Well, that's going to do it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to tech in tomorrow when Newbie are taking on IMA, and, of course, WE are challenging LGD. Pulse is going to be taking to the desk, but for the rest of us, my codecasters, my analysts, the whole production team, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't. Walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't. Fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime.
Thank you.